Hello, and I hope you're all having a great evening. Tonight, I'm bringing you a whole new kind of series called I Became a Space Monster. This one's pretty intense, so you guys should brace yourselves before diving in. Is greater than is greater than. A young man is transformed into a space creature with the ability to absorb and evolve, but among the races of the early universe, his kind is the lowest of the low. However, he possesses an evolutionary ability that other races lack. At first, he's so weak he can only swallow small snakes, but after continuously absorbing others, his targets have now become highly intelligent humans. After numerous evolutions, he could even devour the entire universe. Right after he was reborn, he couldn't even win a fight against a dog. But he quickly found his first opportunity to evolve. Suddenly, his entire body was racked with unbearable pain, and then his first molting was complete. Having used up too much energy, he felt an intense hunger. With no other choice, he had to search for food. To avoid being discovered by the humans on the spaceship, he had to be extremely careful. Luckily, the innate ability of his species helped him detect most dangers in advance and sense them easily. Reaching the food storage, he quickly grabbed some food and began to devour it hungrily. Just then, a sudden noise came from behind him. Instantly, he instinctively whipped his sharp tail, immediately piercing the body of a cockroach. Seeing the twitching cockroach in front of him, he was ecstatic. It could provide him with evolutionary genes. He frantically devoured the cockroach, and immediately a sharp set of teeth sprouted. But using the ability to fly consumed a lot of energy, so he had to eat a lot of food to replenish his strength. It seemed that to use his fangs effectively, he would have to devour many more creatures, and so he began hunting the cockroaches on the spaceship. During this process, he also developed a hard exoskeleton. But unfortunately, he didn't gain the legendary resilience of a cockroach. If he could obtain that ability, he could significantly reduce his need to eat. To increase his chances of survival, it was a skill he had to have. He devoured 528 cockroaches and finally obtained super vitality. Although his current body had been strengthened many times over, he was still on a human spaceship. The danger was far from over. He could sense countless footsteps in the storage bay. Those humans were the enemies he would have to face. Before the spaceship reached its destination, he had to get through his infant stage quickly. So he left the storage bay, preparing to head to the cryo chamber next to the reactor. That was a critical area with very few people going in or out. He carefully crawled into a ventilation duct, but ran into a big problem: a high-speed rotating fan. He didn't dare use force to destroy it because if the fan was damaged, an alarm would go off. So he gently removed the fan cover, then activated his innate ability to find the exact moment the fan would stop and then immediately leap through the gap. But unfortunately, he got hit by the fan blade. Luckily, his tail was very tough, so he wasn't injured. He then continued to explore ahead. At that moment, he noticed the conversation of two people. From what they said, he learned this wasn't an ordinary spaceship, but a giant laboratory specializing in the research of extraterrestrial creatures. Humanity's superpowered individuals all owed their existence to this place. After the two people left, he began searching for new prey. Although this place was heavily guarded, it only made him more excited because his evolutionary path would change depending on the type of spaceship. If this was a super soldier research facility, then he could obtain a sturdy body as well as excellent close combat abilities. And if they were researching psychic powers, he would be able to gain even stronger supernatural abilities. Suddenly, a faint cry for help echoed. He followed the voice and found a pink creature imprisoned in a nurturing tube. He recognized this strange creature as a mutated insect. Its ability was to store oxygen, but as a space creature, he didn't need to breathe at all. Even so, he decided to rescue it, thinking it might be useful to him later. Just then, he sensed someone approaching and quickly flew up into a tailpipe to hide. A woman holding a cat entered the lab. She walked straight to the mutated insect and ordered the man beside her to begin the experiment. As chemicals were continuously injected into the mutated insect's body, it let out agonizing screams, crying for help towards the spot where he was hiding. But at this moment, his power was too weak. He couldn't declare war on the humans. He could only watch as the woman left. Suddenly, she sensed something and turned her head to look back, but luckily he had already moved a step ahead. This feeling of anxiety was making him extremely uncomfortable. He decided that in a few days he would make her pay with her life. Elsewhere, a scene of hundreds, even thousands of tubes appeared, all connected to a giant tank. Nearby, a row of tubes led straight down into a pit that was glowing from below. Silver, in his bizarre form, let out gurgling sounds from his throat as if he were chewing on something. A puddle of thick green mucus was sprayed onto the wall. Silver looked around at the area now covered in the viscous fluid he had spat out and thought, "All right, it's complete." His antenna twitched slightly, sensing every molecule drifting in the air. He closed his eyes to concentrate, whispering to himself, "Now the whole ship feels like an extension of my own body." Through his hypersenses, it was as if he could grasp every movement around him. He thought to himself, "Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without defeat. Where are my enemies? What are the enemies doing? Where are they going? Who are they exchanging information with? The mucus lining the passageways has made it much easier for me to move. Today is the 4th day, and my nest is finally complete." After finishing the nest, I spent these days moving between the ship's chambers and my nest, catching cockroaches and spiders for meals, monitoring my target, and gathering intel. Inside the ventilation duct, Silver looked down at the people below, musing. She's leaving at the same time again. Her name is Kisaragi Jujin, the head researcher of this ship. Her body is weak, but she is the most important person here and a threat to my very existence. 2 days ago, there was an accident. An escaped test subject caused chaos among the researchers. She created a tracking device within 2 hours and successfully recaptured the subject. Silver quickly thought of a countermeasure. If that subject had escaped through the ventilation system, I would have been in danger too. I have to kill that woman as soon as possible. Down below, as she was leaving, Kisaragi seemed to sense something. Her gaze, sharp as ice, shot towards the ventilation duct. She thought to herself, I feel like I'm being watched again. The 2 guards behind her asked, Head researcher, is something wrong? At that moment, Silver was shaking like a leaf. Kisaragi's voice echoed up, It's nothing. Let's hurry. Silver waited until the group was far away before letting out a sigh of relief, thinking, she's unusually perceptive compared to normal people. Does she have psychic powers? Psychic powers are a genetic trait among religious species. Commonly known abilities include extrasensory perception, empathy, and mind control. These abilities are almost like superpowers. But sometimes among humans, a few rare individuals are born with psychic abilities. He wondered whether she was naturally gifted or not. She always had bodyguards with her, which meant she was always on alert. How should he handle her? The information panel appeared. Their taste is similar to a burnt pancake, an unidentified aggressive spatial life form. State newborn. Objective survival. Traits, hypersenses, chitin, skeletal wings. Looking at the information, he thought to himself, a paralyzing venom is perfect for a weak body like mine. A single drop can render an adult unconscious, but it only lasts for 5 minutes. To use the venom, I have to face her one-on-one, but that would be difficult since soldiers are always around. Finishing the chocolate in his hand, he decided to act. Just thinking about it won't get me an answer. I need to take action, and fast. Silver tiptoed closer to the experiment area, still holding the chocolate bar in his pincer. Before him was a large glass tank, and inside, Subject 26 was being held. She let out a cry for help. Please. Silver moved closer, holding up the chocolate, and said, You look better than yesterday. I brought you more food. She spoke up. Food. He crushed the chocolate bar into crumbs and threw them into the feeding tube that led to her. The small, pink orb-like creature seemed to glow. Delicious, she said. Across from her, Silver was deep in thought. In the game, the amoeba bubble didn't have any special abilities except for, is this species unique or has it mutated? A realization dawned on him. He thought to himself, now, I remember she has a pet cat. Let's see. The owner has a special bond with her cat. If the cat dies, wouldn't the owner reveal a weakness? Besides, unlike Kisaragi, the cat is always alone in the room unless its owner calls for it. I've made up my mind. I'll use the cat to bait her. In another room, a cat's tail was wagging. It slowly stretched and yawned as if it had just woken up. Observing from inside the air vent, Silver whispered, Its name is Caesar, right? Truly a king. Caesar innocently rolled around on the carpet, unaware that an insect was watching it nearby. Silver thought, even though it's plump, it doesn't eat that much meat each day. It's clear Kisaragi Jujin is no ordinary person. Killing her immediately will be difficult, because she's always under watch and I can't do it here. The air vent system is pretty well made, but my hypersenses can feel that it's connected to a laser grid. Just a light touch and the AI alert system will be activated instantly. There's no way out. He slammed his tail down in frustration, thinking I'm trapped here. Its radar-like ears quickly perked up, and it heard the sound coming from the air vent. Its large yellow eyes stared intently in Silver's direction. Its eyes lit up, and it quickly ran towards him on all fours, letting out a series of meows. Startled, he mumbled, That scared me. The cat's claws, scratching against the grate, triggered the AI's system alert. Warning. 2 soldiers in full armor and carrying guns rushed over, saying, What the hell, an intruder. It's Frederick and Leon. The 2 men looked at Caesar, who was scratching relentlessly, and fell silent, not knowing what to say. Leon scratched his head helplessly. It's just the cat. Again, Frederick asked. Leon replied, Just leave it. At that moment, Silver's 8 legs were stiff, trembling, and breaking out in a cold sweat. A moment later, he slowly let out a sigh of relief, whispering, I can't believe I made a mistake like this, using my own tail to attract attention. What was I thinking? Suddenly, it was like a jolt of electricity shot through his brain. He snapped to attention. Wait a minute. The cat seemed bored and looking for stimulation. The soldier's reaction. Recalling what had just happened, his face slowly turned sinister. His small mouth with its jagged, sharp teeth opened slightly as he thought to himself, I found a way to deal with her. Right then, Caesar was bored, writhing on its soft bed. With an adorable expression and sparkling eyes, it looked around. Suddenly, it lifted its head and looked back towards the air vent as if it had noticed something. Caesar moved closer and looked through the grate. Behind it was a cockroach lying perfectly still. Its eyes suddenly sparkled as if it had discovered an interesting new toy. Then it lightly scratched at the grate with its paw. The grate suddenly crashed down. With its sparkling eyes, the clueless cat still didn't understand what had happened. Caesar leaped up and slowly crawled into the air vent. Outside, Leon heard the noise and asked, "Hey, what's going on now?" Frederick replied, "Probably that cat. We can check on it later." Leon hesitated, saying, "What if the cat wanders off?" Frederick answered, "We're on guard duty." At that moment, the cat was eagerly following the pipe, delighted by the treats appearing along the way. Caesar suddenly saw a light from another section of the air vent. It let out a confused meow. As it got closer, its eyes widened in cute bewilderment at the scene before it, as if discovering a new world. Caesar meowed with delight. It tilted its head, looking at the trembling cockroach at its feet. At that moment, Silver, like a monster, lunged down from above with its mouth wide open, revealing rows of sharp teeth. His sharp tail quickly shot towards Caesar. The innocent cat, unaware of the approaching danger, naively batted at the cockroach's body with its paw. The sharp tail pierced Caesar's back, injecting a dark green fluid into its body. The cat shrieked in pain, its eyes widening and becoming bloodshot. It thrashed uncontrollably, its piercing shrieks sounding like it wanted to escape this place. Seeing Silver with his mouth wide open, sharp teeth dripping with drool, tears streamed down the cat's face, terrified and about to pass out. The sound of chewing echoed as he gnawed on chunks of the cat's flesh, his face covered in fresh blood like a demon. He tilted his head back, a look of both satisfaction and cruelty on his face, and said to himself, "It's delicious." Somewhere else in the base, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. "It's Kisaragi." Her face was ice cold as she walked quickly past a group of people, none of whom dared to say a word. She arrived at the central control room. Across from her was Samuel Yu, who was intently focused on the display screen in front of him. Kisaragi's voice rang out, "Hey, Captain." She looked at Samuel Yu and asked, "When can I see Caesar again?" He replied calmly, "The soldiers are still searching, so please wait a little longer." Hearing this, she slammed the table in anger and yelled, "It's been 2 hours. Caesar always sticks to a strict feeding schedule." Something must have happened. Samuel Yu clasped his hands and said coolly, "Head of the research team, let me repeat this. This is a spaceship. Unless someone kidnapped your cat and fled in an escape pod, it has to be somewhere on this ship." Kisaragi couldn't hold back and bellowed, "That's why I'm telling you to find him immediately." The captain's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "What I mean is, let's just wait for now." He looked at her and thought, making such a fuss over a cat. He gritted his teeth in silent frustration. If she weren't from the capital's nobility, I would have thrown her in solitary by now. Kisaragi glared her face, filled with rage, and asked, "What about the guards? What happened to them?" He replied, "They've all been detained. Legal proceedings will begin once we arrive." Her murderous voice cut him off. "Just execute them." Hearing this, Samuel Yu asked in horror. What Kisaragi was truly furious now. She gritted her teeth and said, "The captain has the authority to carry out punishments, doesn't he? Use your authority right now." He tried to reason with her. "Even so, that's going a bit too far. Executing them over this will just antagonize the soldiers." Her face was ferocious, her eyes bloodshot as she asked. Over this, the 2 staff members standing behind them broke out in a cold sweat, listening to the conversation. The captain's voice rang out, "I mean, it would be better to let the search make some progress before we discuss punishment. I didn't mean anything else by it." Hearing her blame them, the 2 soldiers in the back were also furious. "Captain, it seems you've forgotten. This whole situation happened because the guards failed to do their duty." Samuel Yu couldn't look her in the eye, stammering, "I understand all of the commander's concerns. I will use this incident as an opportunity to tighten military discipline." Kisaragi had gradually calmed down. Although still angry, she didn't push for extreme measures. Turning to leave, she said, "Understood. I'll be back in 2 hours." But her face contorted as she turned back to the captain. "If there are still no positive results by then, you better resign as captain." After delivering her threat, she left him sitting stunned in his chair, a grim expression on his face. Samuel Yu slammed the table and shouted, "Damn it, where the hell is that cat?" Watching from above, Silver whispered gleefully, "Where is it?" "In my stomach, of course." He looked up at the information panel again, thinking, "By the way, what exactly is this wild instinct trait?" "The trait fusion system, a system that allows related traits to be combined into a more powerful one. After using it so many times, I memorized all the fusion formulas from the game. That's why when the notification popped up while I was eating the cat, the information appeared. Acquired wild instinct trait from the cat. Apply wild instinct." Seeing the words, he was stunned for a moment, thinking I was completely shocked when I read that, because it's a trait I've never seen before, even though I'm a veteran player. A new notification appeared. Applying wild instinct trait can be fused with the existing super sense trait. Wild instinct has fused with super sense, evolving into predator's instinct. Predator's instinct, the super sense trait, has been enhanced. You can perceive threats based on available information. Tip: great hunters always know how to predict the future. He whispered to himself, "I tried activating it to sense danger, but even though my super sense has gotten much stronger, the future prediction effect still won't activate. It's probably a passive trait that activates on its own. It's not working because I'm not facing any threats right now." Silver quickly left, thinking to himself, "I'll study it more later. For now, let's see what she's planning to do." She must be at her wits' end by now. In another room, Kisaragi was furiously slamming a table. She still wasn't over the loss of her cat. She gritted her teeth and said, "The stabilization process is taking too long." Watching from an air vent behind her, Silver thought, just as I figured. Someone like her who only treats things she cherishes with kindness will lose her mind the moment her precious thing is taken away. He gave a sinister smile and whispered, "And I've achieved my second objective to drive a wedge between Kisaragi Jujin and her soldiers. This incident will create a rift between her and the guards." It started with the guards disliking the cat. They had to watch piles of fresh, delicious meat, something they couldn't even dream of tasting, being used as cat food 3 times a day, so it was only natural for them to become resentful. But a more immediate issue was their class resentment. Kisaragi Jujin comes from the highest class in Megath, the capital's nobility. From the soldiers' perspective, they were suffering an absurd injustice. But complaining to her directly would have severe consequences, so they ended up directing that anger toward the cat. In other words, the cat was acting as a buffer. So what happens when that buffer disappears and they have to waste their time searching for something they despise? Will the soldiers still be as dedicated to protecting her as they were before? Not only that, but even Kisaragi Jujin no longer trusts the soldiers. To her, the guard's negligence is the main reason her pet went missing. With a cruel look on his face, Silver spoke to the cat, now in his stomach. "Thanks, Caesar. It's time to take those jealousy fragments from Kisaragi Jujin." Down below, the more Kisaragi thought about it, the angrier she became. She cursed furiously, her face twisting like a demon's. Then she quickly went to the nearby test subject containment unit, placed her hand on a control button, and pressed it relentlessly. The creature trapped inside was instantly jolted by a high-voltage current coursing through its body, making it convulse violently. A continuous sizzling sound filled the air as she went from one cell to another, torturing each one. Kisaragi suddenly stopped, her eyes filled with bloodlust as if she'd found new prey. Like the Grim Reaper, she walked over to Subject 26, looking at the small pink ball of fluff trembling before her. She said, "Oh right, you're here too." She bared her pearly white teeth, giving the creature a cold smile. The yellow switch was pressed down. Waves of solution were quickly pumped into the tubes flowing into Subject 26. She cried out in pain, begging for it to stop. "It hurts so much, help me." A moment later, Kisaragi removed her hand. She'd had her fun and stopped torturing the girl. She turned away, looking at her with an expression of utter disgust and revulsion. Then Kisaragi left, leaving her trembling in pain inside the container above. Silver was now seething with rage. He clenched his jaw tightly as he watched the whole scene unfold. Suddenly, a voice that only he seemed to hear rang out. "Hello." Looking down, he saw Subject 26. She was waving at him. Silver stared at her in silence. He quickly turned and left, crawling deeper into the duct, not wanting to get involved in anything else. With that horrifying appearance, he said to himself, "Regardless, there's no need for us to talk. Instead of offering a few words of comfort, I'll give them what they truly need: revenge." Elsewhere, Kisaragi clenched her fists and looked at the captain. 2 hours are up. "What's the result?" he replied. "We've only just begun the search." "Model, please wait a little longer." Losing her patience, she said angrily, "It's not Captain. It's Samuel Yu." She sneered at the captain. "Are you challenging a noble from the capital?" A cold sweat broke out on Samuel Yu's forehead as he replied, "I am the captain of this ship." "Captain, you better watch your words." Kisaragi looked at him with contempt, saying, "That little title of yours, I can have you stripped of it whenever I please." Looking at the crazed woman before him, the captain said, "Even a noble from the capital cannot exceed their authority. I have the right to detain you." The captain's voice was full of mockery. "Detain me? Did you just say you want to detain me?" Samuel Yu replied, "The captain has the right to detain anyone who causes a disturbance." Kisaragi yelled, "Are you out of your mind?" Watching the two argue below, Silver thought happily, "Well, this is getting interesting." It seemed they already had a history of bad blood. Knowing she couldn't do anything at the moment, Kisaragi left in a huff. Her face was a mask of pure fury. 2 guards followed behind her, escorting her to the restroom door. She suddenly stopped. Without looking at the 2 guards, Kisaragi said, "I'll be back after using the restroom." One of them replied, "Yes, ma'am." The door slammed shut. Ma looked at his partner and said, "Hey, I'm heading to the bathroom too. I'll be quick." Silver, observing from above, thought to himself, an opportunity. He quickly analyzed the situation. Normally, one of the guards would follow her inside, but it seems he's had enough of her for one day, so he didn't go in with her. What's more, one of the guards went to the other bathroom, which means she's all alone in the women's restroom. On top of that, there are no security devices in the restroom to interfere with my actions. Looking at the prey right before his eyes, he whispered to himself, "These are the perfect conditions for an ambush." With eyes as cold as a snake's, he watched Kisaragi intently through the ventilation duct. Down below, she was leaning on the sink, staring at her own reflection. A thought flashed through Silver's mind, "I can't miss this chance." Clinging to the ceiling, green veins bulged on Silver's sharp tail as a venom sac swelled just behind the tip. Silently, slowly, without making a sound, he crept forward. Kisaragi was washing her face where he was headed, cold teardrops running down her cheeks. Her earlier anger had subsided, and as she gently lifted her head to look at herself in the mirror, she let out a sigh. At that exact moment, a sense of danger washed over her. Kisaragi's eyes widened in horror. She seemed to feel that something terrible was about to happen to her. Without a word, her face turned pale as she quickly looked behind her. Silver shot forward like a bullet, closing the distance in an instant. His razor-sharp teeth and venomous tail lunged straight for her. Kisaragi saw the monstrous figure before her and, terrified, hurriedly tried to dodge. She tried to raise her hand to block his attack, but it was too late. The sharp tail grazed past her face, sending her hair flying in disarray. Silver seemed to be moving too fast to control his momentum. He missed, crashing straight into the wall. Not giving her a chance to escape, he quickly spun around and, quick as a flash, lunged at Kisaragi again. He wasn't going to miss this time. The sharp tail found its mark and the venom was injected into her body. An indescribable sensation washed over her. Kisaragi's face went rigid, her body paralyzed, unable to run. She started foaming at the mouth, her eyes rolled back into her head, and her whole body began to convulse violently. She wanted to scream for help but couldn't. Kisaragi Jujin's knees buckled and a feeling of utter helplessness consumed her. By now, she had no strength left to resist, and her entire body collapsed to the floor. Every passing second was torture for Kisaragi. A stream of drool that wasn't hers dripped onto the floor. She trembled as she looked up, her face now deathly pale. Before her stood Silver, his sharp-toothed maw, wide-open, drool dripping continuously onto the floor, ready to devour her. Kisaragi's eyes were wide with terror, too scared to even speak. Looking at the completely broken face in front of him, Silver wondered, how does she feel right now? Is she scared of the alien she sees, or is she angry about the situation, or is she just afraid of dying? Who gives a damn? So what if Kisaragi dies? Goodbye. With that thought, he didn't hesitate. Giving her no chance to escape, he swiftly bit down on her head. Streams of blood spurted out and flowed into his mouth. The blood spread through his body. He thought to himself, her blood is flowing inside me. The moment the genetic information from her blood travels through my veins to my brain, I can feel it. The missing piece for my potential has been put in its place. A notification panel appeared. Evolution conditions have been met. Do you wish to evolve? His face was filled with satisfaction as he thought to himself. In the end, Silver paid no mind to the bloody corpse lying at his feet. His claw sticky with blood slowly tapped the confirm button. A jolt of electricity as if from the heavens shot down as an image of the guards bursting into the restroom and discovering him flashed through his mind. The rifles in their hands were all aimed at him. A rain of bullets tore through his body. Silver was riddled with hundreds of holes, fresh blood splattering everywhere. In the end, all that was left of him was an incomplete corpse lying on the ground. Silver snapped back to reality. The vicious expression on his face vanished, replaced by one of pure, trembling fear. Recalling the scene he just witnessed, he mumbled, "What was that just now? Could that have been my hunter's instinct? Is that how the function works? If my hunter's instinct is right, the guards will be here soon. Should I run? No, there's no time." Silver quickly scrambled up the wall. He decided he would confront the guards right here. The sound of the guards' footsteps echoed as one of them approached and entered. Ma stood frozen in place, stunned by the sight before him. His face was a picture of horror, a cold sweat breaking out as he stared ahead. Kisaragi lay collapsed on the ground in a pool of blood, her head in one place, her body in another. Ma's voice trembled as he wondered, what is this? By now, Silver was like a phantom lunging silently from behind him. Ma's face was filled with terror, as he saw an alien monster clinging to his shoulder, appearing from out of nowhere. Without a moment's hesitation, Silver's sharp tail plunged straight into Ma's head. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, painting the room red. With a single attack, Silver had taken down the guard. Ma collapsed, falling against the wall behind him. The room was now stained a grim, deathly red. The two bodies in the room, along with Silver, flying about, only intensified the eerie atmosphere. Silver's thoughts raced. He didn't know when his partner would be back. I have to hurry. They might have some way of tracking me. I'll have to take the long way back to the nest. A short while later, Silver made it back. His two antennae twitched, sensing that there was nothing unusual in the vicinity. He thought to himself, it's safe around here. Silver glanced around one more time to be sure. He opened the interface, selected confirm, and whispered, all right, let's begin. A notification appeared, evolution beginning. The pincer suddenly trembled and tiny beads of liquid began to ooze from its surface. Silver's entire body was now covered in a viscous slime. He started to panic, unsure of what was happening. His whole body felt like a melting candle, and finally, his vision was obscured as the fluid from his own body covered his eyes. It enveloped his entire body like the chrysalis stage of a butterfly's evolution. The surroundings were dead silent, with only the cold pipes and Silver lying motionless inside the cocoon. Silver's consciousness felt strange. If I had memories from when I was a newborn, it would probably feel just like this, wouldn't it? This feeling of transforming into a completely different entity. His whole body was bubbling as if some kind of change was occurring. He wondered, is this fluid turning me into something alien? I desperately want to open my eyes and see it for myself, but I can't. The moment I entered this cocoon, I lost all control of my body. I've done everything I can. Now I just have to wait. After a long while, light from the crater's opening shone down, illuminating the cocoon, revealing a shape that resembled a turtle shell. Pieces of the hardened fluid on top shattered and fell onto the cocoon. With a series of cracking sounds, the cocoon suddenly split open. A dark purple creature broke out from within. Sharp claws emerged. Slowly, Silver crawled out from inside. His skin and claws had changed. It was as if he had been reborn from metal. His glowing eyes and dark skin made him look like an assassin in the night. Silver raised his pincer, which had transformed into 4 sharp claws, to admire it. His sharp, gleaming metallic teeth were revealed. In his new evolved form, Silver had become a true predatory monster. He tilted his head back and let out a roar. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Samuel Yu's expression darkened. He asked medical team leader, "Have you identified the cause of death yet?" Sitting across from him was Joe, who looked at the report in his hand and replied, "Yes, based on the preliminary examination, the research team leader died from an attack to the neck. This part looks like it was caused by a small saw. It seems we'll have to conduct a more detailed examination to be certain." Victor and Warren, who were listening intently, fell silent in horror. The captain asked again, "A detailed examination? You mean an autopsy?" He carefully asked for his opinion. "What will you do now, sir?" Staring intently at Samuel Yu, he clenched his teeth, his face slick with sweat as if he already knew the answer. At that moment, the captain slumped forward, clutching his head in his hands and said, "I don't know." He turned to Victor and asked security team leader, "What's the status on the suspect search?" He stood up and replied, "We've checked all the security systems on the ship, but there's nothing out of the ordinary. The main suspect, the guard, is currently being interrogated." Samuel Yu continued to press. "Do you think he's the culprit?" Victor said worriedly. "From the information we have, it seems unlikely." Hearing this, the captain pondered for a moment before speaking. "Report back to me as soon as you have the results." His face was etched with fatigue. His brows furrowed deeply, his vacant eyes staring into the distance. Samuel Yu said slowly, "Furthermore, you all know what's been happening in the lab recently, don't you?" Upon hearing this, everyone began to tremble violently with fear. His voice continued, "One of our potential talents had his brain removed while he was still alive because he didn't. Listen to the research team leader, and now he's floating in a tube." The captain's face was grim as he spoke to everyone, as if asking himself, "If that's the price for disobedience, what will happen to those involved in this death? If you don't want to end up as just a brain being zapped with electricity, then you'd all better come up with a plan and fast." The room was dead silent. No one said a word, each person's face filled with fear and anxiety about what would happen next. Douglas suddenly raised his hand to offer an idea. "What if we just say it was a lab accident?" Russ, with his arms crossed, retorted, "You should think before you speak. The navigation team leader has a lot of researchers under him. How could we possibly get away with that lie?" Hearing this, Douglas sneered. "That's why you're still a mid-level manager with that kind of thinking." Russ angrily shot back. "What did you just say?" Beside them, Warren's face lit up as if he'd thought of a solution. He spoke up. "How about this? She died of food poisoning." Before he could finish his sentence, everyone shouted, "Then we'll all be in coffins. Engineering team leader, if you want to die, die alone." The meeting room descended into chaos, the sound of arguments and curses filling the air. "What did you say? How dare you say that? All you do is eat. Who the hell do you think you are?" A hand slammed down on the table, followed by a loud shout. Silence. It was Ano. He stood up and said sternly, "Conflict will only complicate things further." Everyone looked at him and fell silent, stopping their squabbling. Anna looked towards Samuel Yu and continued, "Captain, we are currently near planet CO8. Hearing this, he asked, "What does that have to do with anything?" Anna replied, "CO8 is the territory of the space dogs." The captain looked at him thoughtfully and asked, "Are you suggesting it was those bastards?" Ano replied, "Yes. In the confusion of the attack, we failed to realize it sooner." Samuel Yu stroked his chin, lost in thought. The space dogs, huh? The space dogs were cunning. Pirates who roamed the galaxy, attacking and plundering. They were sworn enemies of Megacorp. They were former soldiers from the field wars, and even veteran warships had fallen to them. A simple research vessel like ours would suffer even more severe damage. Accidents can easily happen in situations like that. The captain thought to himself, "If I report that we were attacked by them, I can cover up the team leader's death." Looking at Ano, Samuel Yu said, "This plan isn't bad, but our weapons are no match for the space dogs." Hearing this, the man immediately replied, "I know a few people. I'll contact them." The captain's brow furrowed, rubbing his temples from the throbbing headache. He thought, "I can't believe this guy has connections with pirates." He asked aloud, "How much will you need?" Ano replied, "At least 100 million credits." The captain clenched his teeth and cursed under his breath. "That damn bastard." The man held up a hand to explain, "The Kisaragi Jujin are the real deal. Even the space dogs are wary of them. They'd be taking a risk, so that's a very reasonable price." Samuel Yu let out a long sigh and reluctantly said, "All right then, let's prepare. But you'd better do your job properly." Ano bowed his head and replied, "Thank you, Captain." The captain continued, "In that case, I will assign this matter to the risk management team leader. This meeting is adjourned." Russ cut him off, raising his hand to ask, "What do I do with the body?" Samuel Yu replied, "We'll preserve it until the space dogs arrive, then hand it over to them. Don't let anyone touch it. Understood?" Elsewhere, Silver, in his new evolved form, was standing in a cave. Admiring his body, which was now brimming with power, he thought to himself, so, this is the larval stage. It feels incredible. Now that I'm a larva, I should probably change my tactics. My strategy used to be avoiding the enemy's eyes, but now it's about survival and hunting. Opening the information panel, he muttered, now that I've survived, it's time for the next step. Alright, what should my goal be? Information appeared. Race. Unidentified spatial metamorph. State. Larva. Survival goal evolution 1. Success. Trait fused. Hunter's instinct. Exoskeleton wings. Intense vitality. Paralyzing venom. Exoskeleton. Enhanced acidic blood type unknown. He pondered. Evolution 1. Success. Does that mean I become a larva? The AMO have 6 evolutionary stages, so there will be 5 evolutionary phases: hatching, larva, pupa, pre-adult, adult, and evolution. Reaching the final evolution stage is considered surviving in space. In other words, it's like the ending. When an AMO ascends in the game, all the secrets of its origin are revealed, where they come from, what they are. But in reality, the chances are minuscule. Looking at the information panel, he thought to himself, the problem is reaching that ending is extremely difficult. Only about 20 people, including me, have ever seen the game's ending. I'm the only one who's seen the MO ending. Now I remember. In the larval stage, I can unlock observation for a short time. He wondered, looking at my traits, it seems like I'll be a physical enhancement type, right? A new notification popped up, no types available to unlock. Would you like to view special types? He gently tapped the screen thinking, let's see. Just as I thought, I'm close to reaching the physical enhancement type. The choices appeared. For now, there were only 2 special types: physical enhancement 610 and mental enhancement 1.53. Looking at the notification, he thought, it's all thanks to the enhanced exoskeleton and acidic blood traits I got when I became a larva. A type is like a class for other races. Although it's a bit different when the conditions are met, you unlock the type and its related abilities, get a bonus. Silver molded over. But what's this 0.5 from 1 is from Hunter's instinct. I don't have any other traits like that. Images of the spiders, the roaches in the ventilation duct, and even the cat that was now in his stomach flashed through his mind. Silver's thoughts drifted. I haven't wasted a single thing. His eyes suddenly lit up with surprise and realization. I remember now. Kisaragi Jujin. She's the only corpse I didn't finish eating. I thought she was a sensory type, but maybe it was because of her mental power. I need to devour her mental power. I have to find her body. He then quickly left the nest. He approached a ventilation duct, silently removing the grate. As he crawled inside, Silver felt a bit startled, thinking, I've gotten bigger, so this duct feels too small. Something's weird. Suddenly, a strange current of air wafted past his face. Following the source of the foul smell, he muttered, the scent of a corpse like a phantom. Silver carefully observed, looking down from above to assess everything. His mouth was now drooling uncontrollably. He looked down with ravenous hunger and whispered, found it. The morgue where people lay in their final rest was right below him. At that moment, in one of the rooms, a person sat in front of a computer wearing headphones as a melody played in his head. Nearby seemed to be where Kisaragi's body was stored. Silent sat alone in the large, quiet room, leisurely listening to music. Suddenly, Silent seemed to catch a foul, unpleasant stench. Covering his nose, he stood up to find the source. Where is that smell coming from? Suddenly, Silent's footsteps halted. His eyes widened at the sight before him. A hole had been melted through the floor, surrounded by puddles of viscous acid. He mumbled, what is this? Silver was now like a demon clinging to the ceiling, his crimson eyes staring intently at the person below. Silent was oblivious to the danger that was right upon him. He said in a panic, where did this acidic liquid leak from? I need to call security first. Before he could take a step, a dark shadow from above bearing sharp teeth, and a tail that looked like it could pierce through anything lunged at him. Silent's head was impaled, fresh blood splattering everywhere. An arm fell to the ground, staining the room with blood. In a cold storage drawer, a corpse lay covered by a white sheet. Silver's claws gently pulled the sheet up. He then yanked it away, throwing it aside. Revealed beneath was the corpse of Kisaragi and the cloth covering her severed neck. Looking at the body, he thought, because she was a noble, her body was preserved after death. While tightly gripping her head, he continued to think, they probably weren't allowed to touch her body either. He asked himself, how can I actually brutally slaughter humans like this without feeling any guilt at all? Lifting the head, he stared at it intently, observing the cold, lifeless face before him. He thought to himself, they say people have to change to adapt to their environment. Did becoming an ammo turn me into something so rotten? Or was this brutal, deadly creature my true nature from the very beginning? Just thinking about it won't solve anything. Silver opened his jaw wide, and his grotesque tongue clamped down on Kisaragi's head. Blood and brain matter splattered against the wall. He had only one thought left now. Just eat. To survive, I must continue to kill. This is the life of an amo, something I have to adapt to. After all, once you're dead, the body just rots and becomes a source of nutrients for nature anyway. So isn't it only natural that I use them to nourish myself? A sudden sound echoed from his mouth. It seemed he had bitten down on something hard. Spitting it out, he saw what looked like a piece of technology. Picking it up to examine it, Silver thought, was this thing inside her heart? I don't know what kind of machine it is or what its purpose is. Maybe she had a heart condition. With that thought, he crushed it. A panel suddenly appeared, startling Silver. He quickly looked up to read the information on it. He muttered, just as I predicted. Kisaragi Jujin had the mental power attribute. Information and choices appeared. Predation effect activated. Acquired nerve cluster gene fragment. Obtain human nerve cluster attribute. Use nerve cluster. Silver mumbled to himself. Of all the things I get, a nerve cluster and ammo can use mental power without a nervous system. So this is completely useless to me. Selecting yes, he thought, oh well, might as well be optimistic. I need to fill up the attributes to unlock new classes anyway. A mutation occurred. A dozen tentacles suddenly sprouted from the back of his neck. They wriggled around like living creatures. Reaching up to touch his new toy, he thought, so this is an ammo's nervous system. Interesting. Who knows, maybe just like the hunter's instinct, it could happen to Fibas with another attribute and become useful. He lifted another corpse and said, finished with Kisaragi. Next up is the security guard. Streams of red sprayed out, staining the ground. The guards usually have a mild taste, probably because they have a lot of muscle. It feels like chewing on jerky. The barbels under Silver's chin suddenly twitched, seeming to sense something. At that moment, he jolted, whirling around in alarm as his hypersensory ability activated. He muttered to himself, the guards have changed shifts. They don't have much reinforced armor on the ship, do they? The person approaching is wearing the previous guard's uniform. Looking at Silent's body on the ground, he wondered if this pharmacist was also due for a shift change. When the replacement guard arrives, he'll notice something's wrong in this room. Since this is the space age, he'll probably think there's a monster in the same space as them. I'm not strong enough yet to fight an entire crew at full strength. I need to buy more time until I'm stronger. He glanced nearby and suddenly had an idea. Black smoke was rising from the silver acid solution, creating a smokescreen. Come to think of it, this is a morgue. Preservatives and chemicals for handling corpses. An interesting idea popped into my head, a good way to get through this crisis and harass the crew. Mega has no official capital, but there is still a place that's called the capital. That place is Earth, the current headquarters of Megacorp. The 5 corporations that contributed to the founding of Megacorp rule the Earth as its kings. Among the 5 clans, the Jujian clan originated from a land once known as East Asia. The Jujian clan started as a small enterprise in a country called Korea, and now every inch of that nation is Jujian territory. There are small aircraft and self-service maglev trains and an artificial sun for the international ecosystem. The Jujian people and the tens of millions of tools that serve them live in this place. Somewhere, an image of a simple, modest house appeared surrounded by lush trees and a bountiful garden. The clinking sound of a hoe striking the ground could be heard. A man with a kind and simple face appeared. It was Akira Jujian. He was Kisaragi Jujin's father. Behind him, 2 impeccably dressed men stood waiting seriously. Akira Jujian stood up from the ground, looked at the 2 men in the distance and said, sorry to keep you waiting. Come over here. Let me see Voy for a moment. Seeing him nod, the man stepped forward. Akira Jujian looked at Cho and asked, what is it? He replied. It's about the young miss. He asked, slightly surprised. Which young miss? The man replied, Kisaragi Jujin. Akira said, my 3rd daughter. A smile appeared on his face as he asked, yes, what happened to Kisaragi? The man didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. The young miss's transmitter has been destroyed, Akira Jujian said with a calm expression. That's impossible. I didn't assign Kisaragi any particularly troublesome missions, Cho explained. The last signal was received near C-08. The investigation shows it's the territory of the Space Hounds. Hearing this, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Akira Jujian suddenly placed a hand on Cho's shoulder. Surprised, Cho didn't understand why he did that. A gardening knife in. His hand moved like a flash, stabbing straight into Cho's head, who collapsed to the ground. Blood poured from his head, staining the earth red. Akira Jujian approached, standing before the trembling, dying young man at his feet. The knife plunged straight into the man's chest, followed by a series of relentless stabs. Akira Jujian's entire body was drenched in crimson. A moment later, Akira Jujian grew bored. He threw the knife aside and slowly turned to leave. He said, clean this up. 3 bodyguards responded, yes, sir. Akira Jujian clasped his hands behind his back and said to one of the guards, I don't need my tools, answering questions no one asked. You do know the most important thing. For us is that tools remain just tools, don't you? The bodyguard bowed his head and replied, yes, we will be more careful, sir. As the man put his hands in his pockets, Akira Jujian said, the cost of raising Kisaragi was 10 billion credits, equal to the value of a new model warship. And I haven't even performed the gene enhancement on her yet. So how could those pirates dare to lay a hand on her? Wiping the blood from his face, he wondered who would have the guts to harm the precious jewel of the Jujian clan. Akira Jujian asked Voy, the ship Kisaragi was on. The captain was Samuel Yu, correct? He bowed his head and replied, yes, sir. The Samuel clan is also near Titan. Those bastards are probably interested, but they didn't do it. Their leader is a coward. He doesn't have the guts to point a knife at the Jujian clan. After speaking, Akira Jujian turned his head, asking with a smile. What do you think? Voy replied, Sir, I suspect TC is involved. Hearing this, Akira Jujian's eyes narrowed and he let out a faint smile. Great minds think alike. TC and I may have conflicts over the rule of Jupiter, but in reality we collude with each other because their credits come from TC. Akira Jujian's face was smiling, but it hid a murderous intent as he asked. That snake probably wants to seize control before the board meeting. You think so too, don't you? Voy replied solemnly. Yes, TC's clan head Chamberlain desperately covets the CEO position, which is your position, Master. Akira Jujian put his hands on his hips and said, That's right, that insolent bastard is clearly targeting me. He broke into a cheerful smile as if nothing had happened, but a second later, his demeanor did a complete 180, falling into a deadly silence. Akira Jujian spoke up, I have a reason to strike first. Inform everyone in the clan. Voy clasped his hands and bowed slightly, replying, Yes, sir. He continued, I have a shadow guard near C08. Contact him and have him handle it. Voy acknowledged the order, thinking to himself that blood was about to be spilled. At this moment, Akira Jujian's kind demeanor was gone. His cruel and insidious nature fully revealed as he said, Samuel Yu and everyone associated with that ship. Drag every single one of them here. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage. Akira Jujian growled, Anyone who dares to touch what's mine will die. Aboard the starship, the atmosphere was heavy and suffocating. The captain stood frozen outside the door, his feet rooted to the spot. He stared into the room, his face trembling, his teeth clenched in a silent scream. This? Samuel Yu couldn't form the words, then shouted, What is this situation? Inside, everyone was also staring in shock at the charred corpses lying on the floor. The captain looked at the security guard and asked for a status report. You said there was smoke inside. Did you see a fire when you went to check? A man replied. Yes, Commander. I want to check what happened, but only doctors are allowed inside. Right now, the doctors and medical staff are cleaning up and handling the bodies. The guard continued, I don't understand why there was a fire. Then he saw the body inside. Joe was examining the corpse, thinking to himself that based on the ring, this must have been a crew member working overtime. His face suddenly went pale, sweat trickling down his cheeks as if he just remembered something. Russ turned his head and asked, Are all the bodies here? The clerk replied, Yes. Why do you ask? His voice trembled as he mumbled, Could it be? The captain approached from behind and asked the medical team leader. Russ looked at him and answered, Captain, I need you to gather all the team leaders immediately. Something terrible has happened. At that moment in the meeting room, a panicked Samuel Yu asked, What did you say? The bodies of the guard and the research team leader have both vanished. His face turned purple with disbelief as he said, How can corpses just walk away? How is that possible? Medical team leader, are you sure you're right? Joe looked. No better fear written all over his face. He replied, I checked over and over again. Only 2 bodies are missing, I'm certain. He then analyzed the situation. Not only that, but looking at the chemicals in the morgue, a fire could have started, but the chances of that are extremely rare. Across his arms and spoke up. In other words, it was arson, right? Warren asked worriedly, Who would do something like this? Victor clasped his hands and voiced his thoughts. Could it be an unidentified alien life form on the ship? Douglas shouted, Are you kidding me? Stop spouting such ridiculous nonsense. Victor glared at him and said, Come on, head of equipment management. I just said it was a possibility. Why do you have to get so worked up? Russ spoke up. Forget it. The biggest problem is the missing body of the research team leader. The captain suddenly stood up, his expression dark. We have to deal with the pirates at C08, so we must find that body no matter what. Is that clear? Victor raised his hand and said, First, we have to find the culprit. A torrent of curses was hurled at him. Victor fell silent, shrinking back in his chair, no longer spouting nonsense. The captain was now furious. Is this my fault? If you're so worried about revenge, then you'd better start cooperating. The entire meeting room fell dead silent. Everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts as if a stone was pressing down on them. Samuel Yu spoke up, asking the risk management team leader, Have you contacted them yet? The man closed his eyes and said he would right after the meeting ended. The captain was extremely tense. He rubbed his forehead and said, Don't mention any of this and tell them we'll transfer the body as scheduled. A asked, Are you sure? He replied, Even if we find it, if we can't handle it, there will be problems. We just need to find the body before the rendezvous. Samuel Yu walked up behind Victor, his hand gripping his shoulder tightly and asked, Head of security, you know what you need to do, right? You must catch the culprit by any means necessary. Victor replied, I'm doing my best. The captain said, Your best isn't good enough. Samuel Yu's expression was grim, his voice cold. If you have to investigate every single crew member as long as you find the culprit, I'm giving you full authority to handle this. Victor replied, Yes, sir. I will definitely find them, the captain said. Then I'm leaving it to you. Up above, Silver had been watching from beginning to end. He let out a sinister smile, whispering to himself, Everything is going smoothly. There's a way to hide one's identity and confuse the enemy. And that's fire. Who would have known that mixing chemicals in the morgue could cause a fire? Was it an alien who did it? After creating a potent toxin by mixing chemicals together, I perfected it with a few drops of acidic blood. Thanks to that, the bodies decomposed easily and everything went off without a hitch. But at this point, he grew silently worried, thinking I didn't expect them to bring up aliens. Of all things, they're in contact with that scum. The captain's insane. It seems the risk management leader has already left. I'll catch up with him later. He's probably colluding with the pirates. At that moment, he slowly considered pirates are a diverse species, so I can collect many types of genes. But the number of samples I can get from the research ship will be reduced because of the attack. I'll have to assess the pirates' skill level and evaluate them carefully. He suddenly glanced at someone below, thinking in surprise, that guy. He must be the head of equipment management. You vehemently denied my existence, didn't you? What does he have to do with any of this? Why is he acting like that? Down below, a nervous Douglas was carefully scanning the cargo bay, placing his hand on a panel to unlock the door in front of him. The man furtively entered the room. Silver saw everything, thinking to himself, he's the head of equipment management, so he could have just walked in openly. That cautious behavior is bizarre. What secret is he hiding in there that's making him act like that? He looked towards the large metal container up ahead, wondering, wait, what's with that container? The team leader's trail stopped there. The ID card needs a fingerprint lock, so the security there is higher than elsewhere and the walls are so thick that even my super senses can't see through them. Staring intently at the container, Silver thought, he must be hiding something really important. Thanks to him, my curiosity is piqued. Initially, I was only going to target the medical team leader, but I've changed my mind. He's my next target. Elsewhere, the sound of glasses, clinking, and voices could be heard. So drunk, Smoke sitting beside him spoke up. Team leader, you should stop drinking. Douglas said, just one more. He looked at the man and asked, why are you so sentimental today? Douglas downed glass after glass, thinking, these past few days, I feel like I don't even exist. He recalled the past, muttering to himself, why did I believe that black market broker? I was lured in by his words, saying he got it from some ancient ruins. I snatched it up immediately, thinking I could sell it for a high price. Everything was going smoothly until I secretly transported those eggs on the day of the deal, and one of them hatched the day after. I wish I had closed the door properly that day. By now, his face was filled with panic, drenched in sweat, thinking I can't complain to anyone about this. If the captain finds out, he'll go crazy and probably kill me. He started drinking again, and Douglas began to hum a song. Smoke looked at the drunkard, sighed softly, and stood up to leave. At that moment, the owner, scowling angrily, said to Douglas, we're closing now, sir. The man was slumped over the table, muttering, just a little longer. One more drink and I'll go. Hearing that, the owner replied helplessly, all right, all right. A while later, Douglas staggered drunkenly down the hallway, cursing under his breath. As he walked, he said, what did I do wrong? How did things end up like this? Douglas suddenly flinched and froze. It seemed he had just seen something terrifying. His hulking figure tensed up in fear as he yelled, who's there? There was no reply, only an endless darkness stretching down the bizarrely silent hallway. Douglas's expression grew grim, his eyebrows furrowed, and a sense of dread began to creep into his heart. Cursing to hide his fear, the man turned and kept walking, muttering to himself, what rotten luck. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze and a cold chill ran down his spine. Douglas was terrified but still summoned the courage to look behind him. A large black shadow with a long winding tail flashed before his eyes like an illusion. His eyes widened, his mind went blank, and he mumbled, what the hell is that? He hauled his greasy body up and quickly fled, cursing endlessly in his head. I'm so screwed. His eyes, already wet, were now streaming with tears as he screamed in his head. Hurry up and open. His finger jabbed relentlessly at the door panel as he thought in terror. I have to make a call. The door slowly slid open, and Douglas, his face drained of all color, quickly slipped out. He didn't get far before he suddenly slipped and fell flat on the ground. Seeing his phone just within reach, Douglas tried to stretch his hand toward it, slurring as if he were still drunk. Bon appetit. Just then, a series of thuds echoed from behind him. Douglas's face twisted in fear, his eyes darkened, and his whole body froze. The sounds from behind grew closer and closer. Douglas was now in absolute despair, tears and snot streaming down his face. Two loud thuds came from behind the door, followed by sudden silence. Then the automatic sensor door slid open, and a thick wave of bloodlust and the metallic smell of fresh blood poured out. Silver, with its glowing eyes, slowly emerged and cautiously approached him. At this point, Douglas was trembling uncontrollably, too terrified to move. Paralyzed, he watched the monster draw near as Silver's face loomed over him. It opened its horrifying maw, releasing a deathly breath. Douglas gasped, speechless. Bon appetit. Silver opened its mouth wide, engulfing Douglas's entire face. Streams of drool dripped continuously from the corners of its mouth. Hot blood splattered everywhere. Inside the room, Silver rummaged through the belongings, thinking his daily habits are simple, so this should be easy. It pulled out all the drawers, mocking him silently. Wasting so much time drinking at the bar, he really spends as much as he makes. Silver thought proudly to itself, the captain should thank me. I'm getting rid of those who waste their salary. Suddenly, it got angry again and let out a curse. But damn it, you could at least clean up once in a while. It's filthy. A moment later, it sighed in frustration, thinking, "Where's that ID card?" Suddenly, it let out a soft "oh." It saw a picture of a hot girl in a bikini on the beach hanging on the wall but felt completely lethargic. It muttered to itself, "She's hot, but I guess I don't feel anything because of my current form." As Silver picked up a notebook on the table, a card suddenly fell out from inside. It picked up the card and the severed hand. It thought happily, "Great, I got the ID card. I've taken everything available." Looking at Douglas's severed body parts on the floor, it muttered, "I should clean up before I leave." As it took bites of the flesh, it thought, "This manager is so boring. The smell of alcohol on him is so strong it's ruining my appetite." After finishing its meal, it approached a nearby cabinet. The card was inserted to activate it, followed by the severed arm being placed on the fingerprint scanner. A door slowly opened, releasing a wave of cold air from within. It looked like a laboratory. It looked around unexcitedly, thinking, "Now this is where the sweet secrets are." Seeing the transparent glass cages covered in frost, it wondered if Freezer was this guy a smuggler. Suddenly, it was startled, having apparently discovered something. Inside the freezer were neatly arranged egg cartons. It thought suspiciously, "Amo eggs, no way." One egg was already empty. Picking up the hollow shell, it wondered, could this be the egg I came out of? That team leader tried to smuggle me. In the game, the starting point for an Amo wasn't a spaceship, but an unidentified pile of wreckage. Recalling the past, it thought to itself, "I don't know what happened during the transit, but it seems that after hatching, the original creature escaped the container and died shortly after from malnutrition, and then its body was taken over by my consciousness. That's why I find roaches delicious. It's this body's survival instinct." It knelt down piously, clasping its hands to its chest, bowing its head before the eggshell and whispering, "For some reason I feel flustered." A moment of silence. Then it stood up. No more being polite. It's time to act like an Amo. It grabbed 2 eggs and pulled them out. Silver brought them to its mouth and devoured them one by one, the liquid from inside splashing all over its face. While enjoying its meal, it thought, "The first Amo to hatch will eat the other eggs." Unfortunately, no predator message appeared. Licking its teeth, Silver thought, "It's fine, there's still plenty more to eat." It stared intently at the freezers in the room like a lion spotting a rabbit, its face full of craving. By now, the room was splattered with bloodstains. It seemed the creatures inside had been completely devoured by it. Silver thought gleefully, "All right." It looked at the information panel that appeared: species unidentified aggressive space creature. Form unknown. State larva. Survival status 1 has successfully evolved. Special traits: predatory instinct wings, chitinous exoskeleton, combined neurotoxin glands. Reinforced exoskeleton, acidic blood, enhanced muscular nervous system mimicry. Currently has 2 enhancements. Physical enhancement 810. Mental enhancement 23. It said happily. Just 2 more traits and it'll be time for physical reinforcement. After eating its fill, Silver left the room, feeling a bit regretful. "To be honest, I'm a little disappointed after eating the kisaragi. Instead of mental power, I got a useless nervous system. But the supply manager gave me such a precious gift." In the game, there are traits you can only get mid-game or late game. With the most effective traits for killing the crew, I can act even more brutally. It won't be long until the meeting of those space hounds. I have to become as strong as possible because I don't know how dangerous they'll be. Just you wait, my genetic destiny. In space, no one can hear you scream. The pitiful cries of this research vessel and its crew will be completely buried in the dark abyss. Megacorp Research Ship Landing Bay. A ship had just touched down on the vast landing pad. A few sparse figures appeared near the other ships. Finn stood with his hands on his hips, looking over at Scott, who was repairing a ship. He called out, "Hey Scott, it's time to eat, let's go." He replied, "Let me finish this up first." Finn asked how much is left. Scott sighed and said, "Enough to count as overtime." Finn looked at the mess of wires and tools, sighed as well, and muttered a curse. Later, in a large dining hall, Scott spoke up, "But I still don't get it." Finn asked back, "Don't get what?" He said, "Why do these maintenance orders have us inspecting fighter jets?" Fincher said in annoyance. "Hey Scott, you bastard, you really have to talk about work while we're eating." What Scott replied, nonchalantly, "Am I wrong?" "Think about it, Fincher. I heard they're getting ready to fight the metal gremlins." Hearing this, Fincher said, "Hey, if we run into those metal gremlins, we're dead for sure." Scott was not happy about being interrupted. "Let me finish. The truth is the metal gremlins are already on the ship." Fincher asked in disbelief. "What?" Scott continued. "You know that weird smell in the air lately? That's the smell of the metal gremlins. What's more, a friend in the kitchen told me that 1 or 2 people have gone missing since last week." Fincher said while eating. "Bullshit." Cameron appeared out of nowhere and chimed in, "I heard about it too." The captain who went missing was from the supply management team, so the cargo hold manager got promoted to captain. Now scared, he asked. "Really?" Scott spoke up. "See, I was right, wasn't I?" Fincher calmed down again and asked casually, "All right, let's just say people are disappearing. But why are the higher-ups keeping it quiet?" Cameron quickly replied, "They're hiding it so the crew doesn't panic." Scott also said confidently, "It's all because of that metal gremlin." Fincher couldn't take it anymore, stood up and asked, "No metal or whatever. What does their aggression have to do with fighter jet maintenance?" Cameron answered, "I don't know about that. I just heard that people are disappearing." Scott asked naively. Are they trying to break discipline by bothering us? Fincher gave the two a death glare, picked up his food tray, and left. He muttered one last sentence. What a bunch of idiots. Scott didn't understand what happened, innocently, scratching his head. A while later at the landing bay, a faint light shone from a ship with someone doing repairs underneath it. Someone's voice called out to him, Scott, I'm going for a late-night snack. Want anything? Scott replied. No thanks, but if there's any synth juice, get me a bottle. The figure acknowledged and left. Scott cursed under his breath, am I ever going to finish this today? Then he went back to focusing on his work, tinkering away the ship's repairs. Another voice called out, Scott, come here for a second. Cameron, I'm in the middle of something, he said. The voice on the other side replied, it'll be quick, Scott. Scott gritted his teeth in annoyance, thinking to himself, I swear if this isn't important, I'm gonna punch him. He crawled out from under the ship and was suddenly startled. He looked around confused. There was no one there. Scott called out, you call me out here just to disappear. A voice came from a dark room nearby. Over here. Hurry up. Scott noticed the landing bay was under repair. Following the source of the voice, he slowly headed inside as the voice continued to guide him. This way, Scott looked at the pitch-black surroundings confused. Why aren't the lights on? What are you doing? The voice from inside replied, looking for something, then urged Scott again. Hurry up and help me. I don't want to, he replied, but followed anyway. Scott muttered to himself, this is so annoying. Suddenly, a foul, unpleasant smell hit his nose. Scott quickly covered his mouth, thinking, what is that smell? It's like iron, but something else too. He called out, where are you? A voice rang out. Over here, over here. His foot suddenly stepped on a screw and he slipped. Scott fell flat on the ground, crying out in pain. He struggled to get up, rubbing his forehead. His eyes widened, his whole body freezing as he realized something. He thought to himself, wait, something's not right. Even with a flashlight, it's still really dark. So what is Cameron doing in here in the pitch black? He recalled his earlier conversation with Cameron. I heard about it too. The captain who went missing was from the supply management team, so the cargo hold manager got promoted to captain. 1 or 2 people have gone missing since last week. It's all because of that metal gremlin. Scott was now horrified, his voice trembling as he cautiously asked. Behind him stood a hunched dark figure and a dry, drawn-out voice rang out. Cameron, Scott asked. A withered arm with razor-sharp claws shot out like a bolt of lightning, grabbing his head. It was Silver. Good, he said. The monster's arm, hard as rock, held Scott's head tight. Silver's eyes glowed and puffs of smoke escaped from the corners of his mouth. From the room came horrifying screams of pain and the sound of crushing bones. Silver's deadly thought emerged, mimicry. Quite useful, isn't it? Meanwhile, back at the landing bay, Fincher looked around and called, Scott, I brought you that synth juice. Seeing the tools scattered on the ground, he wondered where Scott had gone. Looking under the ship, Fincher thought to himself, he never just leaves in the middle of a job. Suddenly, Scott's voice rang out. I'm in the repair area. Fincher followed the voice and asked, why'd you go to the repair area again? Scott's voice replied, there was something I needed to find. Fincher stood outside suspicious. But the lights aren't even on. What are you really trying to do? The voice echoed back from inside. I need to sort a few things out. Help me. Hearing that, Fincher quickly went inside to help. He shone his flashlight and said, this is unbelievable. What are you doing? Suddenly, Fincher saw a flashlight that was still lying on the floor. He said, why is this here? Just then, warm blood started dripping down from above him, getting all over his neck and back. Fincher reached back to touch the nape of his neck. What is this? Looking at his now crimson palm, he wondered. Drops of blood continued to fall on him. Fincher spoke up in fear. Let's go. Before he could finish, his light landed on a pale face with blank, blood-stained eyes staring right at him. Silver's deadly voice rang out. Over here. He was clinging to the ceiling, holding Scott's head in his hand and shoving it close to Fincher's face. After that, there was no after. Fresh blood once again splattered all over the ground. As Silver enjoyed his meal, he thought, am I a natural at luring them in? This shape-shifting ability is really convenient. Among the creatures that the supply managers tried to smuggle aboard were the larvae of something called the red worm. The red worm is a species of giant desert worm that lives exclusively on desert planets and possesses the ability to replicate the sounds made by other creatures. For that reason, they can hunt prey even in the harshest environmental conditions. It seems they have evolved in a way that is advantageous for hunting other creatures. As Silver ate, he pondered. Eating the larvae of these red worms and obtaining their gene fragments was truly a good move. But the limitation is that the version it provides is a lower-tier copy of the original. I can only mimic the voice of the last creature I devoured. At least, it's still a useful skill. He muttered to himself, maybe tomorrow I should eat someone from the cooking team. His name's Cameron, I think. He doesn't seem all that close to Scott, but whatever. Stepping outside, Silver's face was full of excitement, thinking about how he would transform into him tomorrow night. Crawling into the ventilation duct, he thought to himself, but I wonder how that slim creature is doing. Calling it slim all the time is a bit weird. From now on, I'll call it Subject 26. Maybe I should pay it a visit before heading back to the nest. A familiar voice suddenly echoed in his head. Hello, Silver. I didn't think the telepathy module could be used like this. I can communicate with other creatures through brainwaves. Either way, I should probably say hello back. With that thought, he quickly responded. Hello. The voice of subject 26 rang out. Hello. So hungry today. Food. Hearing this, he thought to himself, its vocabulary has increased a lot since last time. Could it be that the CM has some other effect I don't know about? I'm sorry, he replied. It's really hard to bring you food today. She asked again. Why is it hard? Silver answered. I can't. Hearing this, subject 26 fell silent. He thought he understood why it was disappointed, but that route was now extremely dangerous. After the leader of the search team went missing, the head of the security team increased the protection level for the laboratory to its maximum. The gas pipe areas above the lab used to be safe, but now they've also become very dangerous. That's why I haven't been able to deliver food to it for several days. All I can do right now is just talk. Letting out a soft sigh, he said, I'm going now. She replied, goodbye. Be careful. Silver thought, come on. If I evolve to the pupa stage, I can help it. But the problem is the conditions for evolving into a pupa are just too strict. To evolve, I need to kill and absorb 10 members of 2 different intelligent species. On this ship, there are only humans, so evolving into a pupa is completely impossible. There are space pirates here too, but I don't know much about them. Silver suddenly flinched and turned his head, his super senses quickly scanning the surroundings. He picked up an intermittent signal from someone far away contacting him. He thought to himself, is that the manager of the risk management department? Who's he talking to? Ano's conversation gradually became clearer. Yes, it's still proceeding as we planned. The man was suddenly surprised and questioned the orders to move to the lower part of the base. Ano changed his tone. No, how would I dare question it? In any case, everything is going very smoothly. Mr. Kisaragi has been eliminated and the ship will arrive at C8 as planned, and all of Captain Samuel's orders have been recorded. Hearing the entire conversation, Silver was shocked and whispered to himself, what? Ano's voice continued. Yes, everything is fine. The important thing now is to monitor the space base. Captain Jong Gin will do that. I am more than happy to take on this mission. Understood, that's all. Silver thought to himself. I thought that guy was just a rude person, but he's actually a cunning fox. He seems to be provoking the captain, but from that conversation it's clear he's plotting something. I'll have to wait and see whether it's beneficial or detrimental to me. Meanwhile, in another location, Samuel Yu was shouting, protect the command group. You can't even do that. One thing, Victor stammered, I'm sorry. The captain pointed a finger at his face and yelled, how many times have you said you're sorry? We've only been dealing with this bastard for 2 days and we still have no progress whatsoever, Victor explained. Nothing has happened. To the cameras and the security teams that I've set up, the captain cursed under his breath and asked in a low voice. Ship manager, as of now, how many people on this ship have gone missing? Douglas replied. Including the managers from the supply department, a total of 8 people. Samuel Yu heard this and asked angrily. 7 people have gone missing since the head of the research department died. Why haven't you caught them yet? Are you collaborating with that damn culprit to mess with me? Douglas quickly replied. Of course not, sir. Observing from above, Silver smirked to himself. Unfortunately, the culprit is right here. The captain angrily clenched his teeth as another voice spoke up. I think what the head of the security team is saying is the truth. He asked back. What did you say? Ano, sitting opposite him, replied. I conducted a thorough investigation and can prove that the head of the security team has truly done everything he could. The captain retorted. But he hasn't caught the culprit, so there's nothing to excuse. Ano said loudly, his voice firm and decisive. I can explain that. By human standards, a human cannot escape while being surrounded on such a large scale. Even if metal gremlins are just a rumor, the thing that attacked us could be an unidentified entity. Eavesdropping, Silver broke out in a sweat, thinking the atmosphere had changed. Douglas spoke up. Look, the AI risk management manager of this ship once fled from a warship. If there were any monster on this ship, it would be caught immediately. Ano looked at him and replied, even someone outside the military like me knows about the AI's amazing capabilities. But as everyone knows, the freezers in the supply manager's warehouse were all left empty. Who knows what was once in there? From above, Silver felt a sense of unease, thinking, oh no, I need to be more careful with everything. Samuel Yu, looking fed up, rested his chin in his hand and said, all right, let's stop talking about some crazy space monster wandering around here. Have we found any trace of it anywhere yet? Ano replied, there is still one place we haven't searched. His finger pointed up at the ceiling as he said, the air ducts. The ship's entire air duct system is a full meter wide enough to move through. Hearing that, the captain asked, you said 1 meter. Isn't that too small to kill a person? The man replied, metal gremlins are creatures that are only 80 centimeters tall, but they are strong enough to destroy a warship. At that moment in the duct, a murderous look appeared in Silver's eyes. He whispered to himself, his name is Anorite. I have to deal with him as soon as possible. He's too much of a threat. Douglas said, if that's true, isn't it incredibly dangerous? If it really ate the body of the head of the research department, we're dead meat. Ano offered his opinion. We just need to capture it and hand it over to the noble capital. Even if it's proven that it ate the department head, they will overlook it. Warren spoke up and asked, "What about the problem with the space pirates?" The man replied, "If even the bodies are gone by that day, we will be forced to fight the space pirates. To win a battle, our internal situation needs to be under control. To protect our people, our top priority is to deal with that monster first." The captain sat to one side, thinking deeply. He looked at Ano and asked Risk Management Manager, "How many soldiers do you need in total?" The man replied, "I need a total of 68 squads to inspect the air ducts." Samuel agreed. "I accept your request. Please bring back good news." Ano said, "Thank you." At that moment, Silver quickly left his face, clearly showing his fury. His eyes were devoid of any emotion as he twisted open the grate in front of him. He thought, "I've held out for a while now. This is an unavoidable confrontation." With Ano's personality, it was easy to predict that he would choose to inspect the air ducts first. And not only that, the ducts have been sealed off very tightly. Silver returned to his nest and muttered to himself, "Even if I leave this nest, I have nowhere else to go. The hallways are fitted with cameras and the air ducts are unusable. This is the moment to make a critical decision." He asked himself, "Should I run or should I fight?" His eyes closed, lying still without a word. It seemed he was replaying Ano's image in his mind, every single word. The man had spoken from the perspective of a human who couldn't possibly escape while surrounded on such a massive scale. The air ducts, the ship's entire ventilation system, was a full meter wide, plenty of room to move. To win a battle, the internal situation must be under control. To protect the people, our top priority is to deal with that monster first. Silver's eyes snapped open, a fire raging within him. The veins on his neck bulged, his eyes bloodshot and ferocious. He thought frantically, "Calling me an ammo. Do they think I'm the same species as some wild beast from a random planet? Even if I had no limbs and was just a head, I'm still an alien who can rip out my enemy's throat. A single ammo." The furious thought echoed in his head. He would fight them. They planned to fight an ammo in the ventilation shaft's disadvantageous terrain with just a few measly soldiers. "I will teach them the meaning of ignorance and recklessness." A final deadly thought surfaced. "I will show them what hell in space truly looks like." With his mind made up, Silver decided to fight the humans. He began to place his hands on the floor of his nest. Something started to transfer. Silver, in his monstrous form, stood in a red circle from which branches began to spread out in all directions. He was using one of his unique abilities to survey the area. He thought to himself, "My super sense is beginning to analyze every nook and cranny of this ship." He sent out the tendrils of his super sense, spreading them throughout the ducts and beginning to feel every corner. The entire structure of the research vessel, even the locations and movements of his enemies. Once Silver's sense had completely enveloped the entire massive starship, the sense helped him perceive his own thoughts. If I think about it, the ship moving through deep space is like a living organism, and I'm like a parasite infecting its inorganic brain. Silver continued to extend his senses to the other rooms of the spaceship. When he reached a room with people in it, he paused to perceive. He thought, "I know everything that happens on this ship as well as everything that happens to its master." Samuel, Yu, and the team leader were gathering on the bridge. Anna would be there as well, commanding the operation. Furthermore, as his senses reached the ducts in the ceiling, he learned something more. He detected the movement of armed soldiers. Just as he predicted, they were splitting into teams and entering from two directions. Thanks to his keen senses, Silver quickly gathered the information he needed. After a moment of thought, he had already sketched out a plan in his mind. Silver thought he would adjust the details based on the enemy's weapons and movements. After thinking this, Silver clenched his jaws, seemingly satisfied. He thought, "All right, time to greet my guests." The scene changes. The guard teams had begun to enter the ductwork area. They all had cameras mounted on their gear. They started speaking, checking their audio transmission equipment. "This is A1. Team Alpha is beginning the operation." In the control room, a man wearing a headset sat before a monitoring screen. His name was Butcher. As he manipulated the data, he spoke. "This is the control room." Immediately, Team Bravo's monitor feed appeared. They promptly relayed their message. "B1, reporting. This is B1. Team Bravo is beginning the operation." In the control room, a crowd of people stood observing the guard team's pursuit. A voice came from the control room again. "B1, your radio signal is weak. Check it immediately." A reply came back from the other end. "This is B1. Roger that." Butcher continued his transmission. "Report any suspicious findings immediately." Ano was also present. He stood with his arms crossed, watching the monitor, thinking to himself, "That monster. It might have killed Kisaragi Jujin too. That should have been my job from the start." He frowned, his thoughts racing again. The plan continues, but we need to eliminate as many variables as possible. There can't be any delays before Miss Si-hun arrives. He looked at the large screen, watching the guard teams in action, and thought again, "Monster, you will die today." Everyone was still watching the movement map on the screen. Butcher in the control room transmitted a notice to the teams. "A1, there's a three-way fork ahead. Take the right. B1, you also have a fork. Take the right." As he continued to observe, he received an incoming message. "B3 radio signal is poor. We're stopping to fix the signal and will follow." Hearing this, Butcher immediately replied, "Roger. Respond as soon as repairs are complete." Ano stood behind him, his arms crossed, and said to the comms officer, "The route is complicated. Tell everyone to move carefully." Hearing this, Butcher immediately contacted the teams. "This is the control room. Move slowly and search the entire way." At that moment, Ano was watching the monitor. He saw something that made him frown slightly. He immediately turned to Butcher and said, "B3's camera is still not moving. Tell them to check it." Hearing this, Butcher looked up and replied, "Roger." He immediately brought up B3's screen and transmitted B3 check camera status. There was no response from B3. After a moment, he repeated the command. "This is the control room. B3 respond. Check camera status." The camera feed was now blurry. A voice finally transmitted to the control room. "We're fine." Hearing B3's report, Butcher immediately continued, "B2 fall back to B3's position and proceed together." B2 immediately responded, "B2 roger that." On the movement map, B2 was shown turning back toward B3's position. The map now showed B2 slowly moving toward B3's location. After moving for a while, the map finally showed that B2 had reached B3's position. Everyone in the control room, from Ano to Samuel Yu and Jay, gasped in horror at the scene before their eyes. Butcher immediately transmitted to B2, "B2, what happened?" A stuttering voice came back from the other end. It's here." Hearing the word Ano's entire body went rigid. He gritted his teeth and sweat began to pour down his face. Butcher was also panicking now. He heard it through his headset and reported, "B3 has lost contact with B2. Report the situation." The monitor feed had now lost its connection. Butcher spoke again. "It took B2, I can't see anything on the camera." This happened so suddenly they couldn't confirm anything. Hearing him say that, Warren and Victor's faces went pale with fear. The two of them immediately turned to Butcher and demanded, "Hey comms officer, what's going on?" Being yelled at by two high-ranking leaders, he stammered in fear. "Well, that is..." Ano stood to the side, his face also pale, unable to say a word. Just then, someone else shouted, "Sir, what are you just standing there for?" The only thought running through risk management team leader Ano's mind was he turned it off. How did he do it that fast? Sweating bullets. Ano couldn't believe it, he thought. Not even a response from a soldier in mid-tier reinforced armor. Even a skilled assassin couldn't do this so easily. Ano clenched his fists, thinking he had underestimated it, treating it like some dangerous wild animal. It was a far more agile killer than he'd imagined. With that thought, Ano turned and signaled an order to Butcher. "Captain, relay this message to everyone. If you see anything, move, shoot immediately." Hearing this, Butcher hastily contacted the guard teams to pass on the message, relaying that B3 would join B1 to search for B2. "Yes, Captain. This is the control room. B3 is to abort the search for B2 and join B1. The voice on the other end simply replied, "Roger." Butcher continued to relay the information to B1. B1 will begin the search for B2 after joining up with B3. He immediately received a response. "B1 roger that." Ano gritted his teeth, thinking, "At this rate, we're going to get picked off one by one." Just then, the map display updated. B3 was moving toward B1's position. As Ano continued to watch, a signal came in from B1. "I'm hearing some sounds." Butcher immediately responded, "This is the control room. Identify the type of sound." On the monitor, B1 was moving forward, slowly, weapon raised. He reported to the control room, "Can't say for sure, but something's approaching. I can't get a clear read because of the junction." After advancing a bit more, B1 reported again, "B1 here." "That's right, it's the sound of B3. Hearing that, Ano relaxed slightly. B1's voice came through again. "I can hear B3's voice now." Butcher let out a sigh of relief and said, "This is the control room. B1 report in when you've joined up with B3. But this time there was no response from the other end. Noticing B1's camera had stopped moving, Butcher called out B1. The camera feed suddenly hit a blind spot, then a voice came over the line. "B3 has been taken by the enemy." Everyone in the control room was stunned. Even Ano could only gasp. Ano himself walked down the steps. He went over, took the headset from Butcher, put it on and spoke. "This is the captain. Explain the situation in detail." The soldier on the other end explained. "It happened so fast. I couldn't get a confirmation." Hearing this, Ano furiously cursed into the headset. "You idiot." His angry voice echoed throughout the room. "How could you not see it when it was right in front of you?" Seeing Ano's rage, Butcher and Joe were terrified. After being yelled at, the soldier on the other end could only reply, "I'm sorry." Ano immediately threw the headset to the ground and continued to curse. He was furious. He thought, "No way. Impossible. How could you not notice it when you were right next to each other?" And neither B1 nor B3 appeared on camera. "Unless you were deliberately avoiding filming the monster, it's impossible." Suddenly, Ano's eyes widened. A thought struck him. Wait a minute. He bent down and picked up the headset he had just thrown. He put it back on and transmitted a new signal. "This is the captain. B1, state your name and rank." There was no response from the other side. Not getting an answer, Ano repeated the question. "I repeat, B1, state your name and rank immediately." Samuel Yu, standing nearby, didn't understand why Ano was asking this. A noise came from the other end, then a voice began to speak. Capture me. Right after those words, a foot with sharp claws slammed down, shattering the camera lens. Victor and Joe's faces went pale at the sight, their mouths agape, completely speechless. The screen immediately went to static. Seeing this, the commanders collapsed to the floor as if all their strength had been drained. Just then, a signal came through the headset. This is A1. What is the exact situation? Anno heard it but didn't know how to respond. The voice repeated, this is A1. Please respond. Scene change. On the other side, having destroyed the camera, he thought to himself, first I'll take care of Team B. He started moving through the ducts. The place was now filled with corpses. Blood was splattered everywhere. Silver thought again, taking a hint from number 6 through their communications. The tactic of disrupting the enemy's communications with my own wavelength will be effective. He recalled what happened earlier in the ducts. Because of the wavelength he transmitted, B3's rear equipment was scrambled, forcing them to split up to fix it. The man Silver had neutralized was taken down using his new neurotoxin combination trait. He picked up a man's head, put it in his mouth, and began to chew while continuing his thoughts. After that, everything went smoothly. This one tastes pretty good too. After finishing his meal, Silver started moving again. He crawled along in his monstrous form, thinking about his next step. Next up is Team A. Let's see where they are. Silver used his senses, sending them out through the ducts to find Team A. After a moment, Silver finally found Team A in another duct. The three of them were moving in a single file line, advancing slowly. Silver thought, there they are. On full alert, he moved toward Team A's position, still thinking. As expected. It's only natural since Team B knew nothing about me and let their guard down. But the other side heard me mimic a human voice, so they'll be cautious. Maybe I should use their own information against them this time. Reaching a junction, Silver quickly hid around a corner. He seemed to be waiting for something. There's a junction ahead of Team A's path. They'll be passing through here soon. Hiding in the corner, Silver peeked out to observe his surroundings, thinking to himself, they say knowledge is power, but is that really true? Sometimes knowing too much is a poison. Meanwhile, with Team A, they were using flashlights, continuing to move carefully through the ducts. A one in the lead spoke up. A one here. There's a junction ahead. We're going right. Hearing this, the control room immediately transmitted a message. This is the control room copy that Anno confirmed on the other end. He continued relaying information to Team A. This is the captain. I'll repeat it again. The enemy can mimic human voices. The three members of Team A started to enter the next section of the duct. They were extremely cautious. Anno continued, if you hear a human voice, open fire immediately. Just as Anno finished speaking, a human voice suddenly called out from ahead. Over here, help me. Hearing the voice, one of the team members immediately alerted his comrades. It's the enemy. Open fire. The three of them quickly fired their blue-beamed guns wildly ahead. Seeing that they didn't fall for his trap and had opened fire, Silver turned and fled down another path. With no sign of the monster, one of them ordered a ceasefire. The three of them continued to move forward. The voice on the other end came through again. This is the control room, enemy status confirmed. A1 leading the squad heard this and immediately replied, A1 copy that. The control room continued. The rest of the members hold your positions and provide support for A1. His teammates behind him advanced slowly and acknowledged the order, Roger. But they didn't expect that Silver had already appeared behind them. He reached out his hand with its sharp claws, slowly gripping the outside of A3's helmet. Sensing something behind him, A3 immediately turned his head to check. Seeing this, the control room asked, A3, what's wrong? When A3 turned around, his eyes widened and he shouted, behind me, the enemy's behind me. Before he could do anything else, A3 was restrained by Silver, kneeling and trembling. Just then, Anno gave the order. A1 and A2 opened fire now. Both A1 and A2 immediately turned to see the scene before them, A3 standing in front of the monster. They immediately reported back. Wait, don't shoot. It's captured A3 and is using him as a human shield. If we open fire now, he could get hurt. On the other end, Anno heard this but showed no mercy and immediately repeated the command. I said fire. A1 fire immediately. That is an order. Hearing the command from above, A1 had no choice but to obey. He raised his gun and said, A1 opening fire. Instantly, countless blue light projectiles were fired. Seeing this, Silver tossed A3 aside and fled. At that moment, a barrage of shots flew out. Silver was grazed by a bullet and his blood immediately splattered. Silver saw a fork in the path. To temporarily escape the pursuit of A1 and A2, he immediately turned into it. Splatters of Silver's blood fell onto the floor and the area immediately began to corrode. A2 was now reporting to the control room. A2 reporting a casualty. I repeat, there is a casualty. The control room receiving the information ordered Team A. You are not authorized to retreat. You must capture the enemy. Meanwhile, after being attacked by the monster, A3 was now lying on the ground. His eyes wide open, blood pouring from his neck. A1 and A2 reached A3, helping him sit up. They checked his body while speaking. Calm down. Applying shock therapy to A3. One of the teammates was tapping something on the screen of A3's gear, applying the therapy. A3 was in extreme pain, groaning nonstop as more and more blood flowed from his neck. After finishing the treatment on A3, A1 immediately notified the control room. A1 has treated A3, continuing the mission. The control room received the message and immediately replied, "This is Control. Request approved." A1 and A2 continued their search for the monster. As they walked, one of them said, "You damn monster. When I get my hands on you, I'll tear you to pieces." The two arrive at the spot where Silver's blood had dripped. Seeing it, they guessed, "Looks like it's wounded too." They both knelt down to observe, seeing how the area was corroded. A2 said, "Damn, even its blood is corrosive. What kind of monster is this?" They crouched down carefully, peering down both sides of the junction, slowly investigating. Seeing the small, deep pipe in front of them, one of them said, "It's too narrow." Hearing this, A2 added, "What do we do now?" A1 didn't hesitate. He replied, "We're going in." As he entered, A1 sent another signal to the control room. A1 requests permission to inject an enhancement drug to eliminate the enemy more quickly. After a moment, a response came back. "This is the captain. You are authorized to use the enhancement drug." With approval, A1 operated the screen on his gear. Immediately after using the drug, A1's eyes shot wide open, his bloodshot eyes flashing with yellow light. He immediately collapsed to the ground, his whole body trembling from the side effects of the enhancement drug. It took a while for A1 to return to normal. Now his strength was greatly increased. With just his bare hands, he left scratch marks on the floor. Once they both had recovered from the drug, A2 slammed his fist on the floor, saying angrily, "I'm going to take that rotten monster's life." A1 who was in front said to A2, "I'm going in first." They slowly moved through the duct in a seated position, each inching forward with extreme caution. After a short distance, A1 saw a large corroded hole ahead caused by Silver's blood. The spot was still smoking. A1 quickly moved forward. He bent down and used his flashlight to inspect below. Both of them were now in front of the hole. After examining it, A1 reported, "A1, there's a large hole in the ventilation shaft. No sign of the enemy here. Looks like it went down to the corridor." The other end immediately replied, "This is Control confirmed. Report your specific location so we can begin a search." A1 and A2 still hadn't realized that Silver had appeared behind them. A1 was still, reporting his position to the control room, near agricultural sector CO6. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped down from above. One of them reacted instantly. He immediately turned his head and seeing the monster rushing towards him, he opened fire. Silver didn't dodge, stepping forward and getting closer to the soldier. He cried out in fear. Silver grabbed the man's head with his hand and attacked him. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. After taking down another one, Silver ran again. The remaining soldier spotted him and his eyes widened in fury at the scene. He looked at the monstrous form with pure hatred. Silver was dragging the corpse of his teammate as he fled. Seeing this, the other man gave chase, firing his weapon frantically. Not wanting to be on the defensive, Silver slung the soldier over his shoulder. He then used his long tail to attack the man pursuing him. He quickly dodged the attack. The man seized the opportunity, lunging forward in a flash to throw a punch at Silver. He punched wildly, cursing non-stop. Silver took a hit, but luckily, his shell was thick and the spot only dented. Silver immediately turned and ran despite the soldier still chasing him from behind. The soldier fired relentlessly, but Silver spotted a pipe overhead and immediately climbed onto it. Seeing the monster get away again, the man looked up and roared in frustration. Elsewhere, Silver was already moving swiftly through the other pipes. He moved with such agility, quickly putting distance between himself and the previous location. As he fled, he thought to himself, "They're stronger than I expected. Even with several enhancement shots, I still can't take them on. I guess I'll have to change my plan." He raised a finger to his head, scratching it lightly as he continued to think, "I can't just trick them anymore. There has to be another way, right?" Just then, an idea sparked in his mind. "Oh, that's right. There's still one more thing." In a nearby pipe, A3 was still slumped over, groaning in pain. His eyes opened, his body still trembling violently, and he looked up. Instantly, he saw the monster's head peeking out not far away. Quick as a flash, Silver lunged towards A3, staring at the savage monster breathing smoke right in front of him. A3's eyes widened in terror, and he began to make incessant noises. Silver pressed his face right up against A3's helmet. The man's whole body trembled as if trying to resist, but he couldn't. Silver immediately used his leg to pin A3 face down on the floor. With his sharp claw, he pierced straight through A3's body, then lifted him into the air. The man screamed in agony and despair. Silver immediately used his teeth to tear off a piece of the man's body and devoured it. After Silver was done with A3, blood was flowing in streams. After he finished eating, he stuck out his tongue to lick the remaining blood. He thought to himself, just as planned. A3's corpse now lay on the ground, the white bones of his neck exposed. Silver propped A3's body back into his sitting position. He lifted A3's helmet slightly, thinking this should be enough. Very cleverly, he brought his foot down on the camera on A3's helmet, cracking the lens. In the control room, the moment Silver crushed the camera on A3's helmet, the connection was completely lost. After doing this, he continued to think. This way, the other side will think A3 was ambushed. Just as Silver predicted, the control room immediately sent out a notification after losing connection with A3. This is the control room. A3 has been attacked by the monster. Learning from the control room that A3 was attacked, his teammate received the news and immediately rushed over. Approaching A3's location, the soldier stopped his eyes wide as he observed slowly moving towards him. As he moved towards where A3 was, the teammate moved with cautious steps, asking as he approached, "Hey, A3, are you okay?" Reaching the side of the motionless slumped A3. The teammate saw no response and continued to call out as he reached out to touch him. "A3, answer me." Getting no reply from A3, the teammate immediately began operating his suit's equipment, muttering as he keyed into the system. "Need to apply immediate medical treatment." Suddenly, just as he finished speaking, a razor-sharp leg burst through A3's body and stabbed him in the throat. The guard cried out in pain as the claw was pulled from his throat. He collapsed instantly. He lay on the ground, clutching the bleeding wound, screaming in agony. From atop A3's body, the foot retracted. The guard on the ground trembled uncontrollably. He turned his head to look back, his eyes bulging, filled with absolute terror. Only then did Silver slowly crawl out from inside A3's body. He advanced on the guard, who was desperately trying to escape. Silver tilted his head back. Smoke billowed from his mouth and his entire body was covered in blood. Seeing the monster getting closer and closer, the terrified soldier scrambled backward inch by inch. Silver reached him in an instant. He used one arm to hold the soldier's head steady while his other hand choked him. He ripped off the protective helmet and lifted the soldier into the air. Silver brought his face right up to the soldier's, his voice dripping with malice. "You're going to be a tasty snack for me." The soldier's pupils contracted and tears streamed down his cheeks. Then Silver slowly tore the man's head from his neck as blood began to spray. After taking the soldier's head, he held it up and opened his mouth wide. The soldier's discarded helmet, lying in a corner, had recorded the entire scene. Silver thought to himself that while he couldn't hear any of the comms chatter, he could guess that the crew was terrified. Back in the control room, after witnessing the monster kill the soldier through the camera, the entire room erupted into chaos. "That's horrible. What the hell is that thing?" In the room, those who had just witnessed the scene collapsed to the floor, crying out in fear. A man wearing headphones had a face that turned ashen. Laments and cries rang in his ears. "It's going to kill us all." Meanwhile, Silver was still lost in his own thoughts. Even if they discovered his actions through the surveillance cameras, they wouldn't be able to stop his next moves. Silver moved slowly through the pipes. He thought, now let's see how they react defensively, now that they know about me. I've only taken out 6 so far. There are still an estimated 90 armed soldiers and crew members. Now that they know where I am, they obviously won't just sit around and wait to die. Silver's entire body was caked in a red liquid. He reached a junction and paused for a moment to think. This ship may be lacking in active defense systems, but the handheld weapons, combined with that number of troops, still pose a threat to me. As Silver moved into another pipe, he meticulously considered. With high-damage plasma weapons, they could split me in two at any moment. Silver knew he needed to be more careful. At this point, a caption about plasma weapons appeared. The plasma weapon is a dangerous weapon that uses beams of light to cause immense damage. It is only equipped on warships in space. The weapon is primarily used to attack enemy ships or armored tanks on the ground. Due to its immense destructive power and heavy mass, it's impossible for a single person to move this deadly weapon. However, the weapon has been modified to create a smaller, more mobile handheld version. Of course, being smaller means the damage is also reduced, but it has been equipped for elite soldiers on combat spacecraft. Equipping this weapon is also limited due to its high cost. A mid-range plasma weapon is the perfect choice for space raids. Returning to Silver, he was still moving forward. Model, I still can't tell if this ship has that deadly weapon or not, I thought to myself. As I was moving, suddenly, Silver saw a gap. He spotted something and immediately stopped to take a look. Peering down from the opening above, he saw many soldiers armed with guns passing by. Silver thought to himself, they seem much more alert now. The soldiers are patrolling constantly, trying to find any traces I've left behind so they can quickly come up with a plan to deal with me. After observing for a while, Silver turned and left. He thought things through carefully, but this is also an opportunity for me. Silver took off, his shadow fading into the distance. As he moved, he continued to think. While the soldiers are gathered in one place, I'll head to the command staff's room. Taking out some of these officers will cause massive panic among them. Most importantly, I absolutely have to kill that guy Ano. His very existence is a threat to me. As he was moving, Silver suddenly heard voices echoing from below. Manager, tell me, where did that monster come from and what species is it? Its bloodlust is terrifying. Down below, Ano and Samuel Yu were in the middle of a heated argument. Ano replied to the captain, on the list of monsters in the research lab, there's one unverified species. It could be that one. Hearing such a vague answer, the captain became furious and shouted, you call that a proper answer? From above, Silver continued to watch through the opening. Samuel Yu was still yelling below. It's already killed so many crew members and you still haven't taken any decisive action to deal with it. Through the gap, Silver deduced. So that guy is the commander of the defense team. As Silver eavesdropped on their conversation, he thought about how in space, both people and equipment are the lifeblood that keeps the ship running. Because corporations want to cut maintenance costs for these ships, one of those two factors is usually cut back. Down below, the captain's face was grim as he listened to Anno's explanation. This is so frustrating. If we just had more advanced equipment, this situation would have been much simpler to control. Now that monster is running even more rampant and we still don't have a concrete plan. Anno stood before the captain, trying to reason with Samuel Yu. The information we've just gathered indicates it's a highly intelligent and dangerous species, and what's more, it can mimic human voices to trick our crew members. Hearing this, Samuel Yu immediately shot back. Is that all the information you have? Faced with the question, Anno answered frankly, for now, yes. In this situation, having a little information is better than none. With this knowledge, we can be better prepared. The captain just snorted coldly in response. Anno continued speaking to the captain. You're very angry right now, I understand. I've already sent soldiers to patrol and check the places it might be hiding, but now I need to request something from you. Hearing Anno mention a condition, the captain asked him, what is it? Anno's next answer left Samuel Yu stunned. Authorize me to use the plasma guns from the armory. Samuel Yu could only manage to stammer out a single word. What Victor standing nearby heard this and immediately shouted, are you insane? Those weapons are critical to the ship. We're only supposed to use them when we encounter space pirates. Warren, the head of the engineering team, also objected. This is inside the ship. We can't use that weapon in here. Silver was still above them. He continued to listen to the manager's argument below. Even though this is a warship, its structure isn't strong enough to withstand a plasma blast. Using a plasma gun inside the ship would likely cause irreparable damage. Keep your voice down. Hearing this, Silver came to a conclusion. So they do have plasma guns on this ship. An idea then sparked in Silver's mind. Right now, it seems they haven't reached a consensus. But this is my chance to cause some chaos and terrify them even more. He continued to observe the area down below in the ship's bay and thought my target is that combat force commander Ano. But he's too far away, the one closest to me right now. Silver set his sights on one person. He was standing in a corner with beads of sweat on his forehead. It was him, the biologist Adway, the man who had tortured Subject 26 every single day. He seems like easy prey. Now's the time to strike. With that thought, Silver acted immediately. He braced his arms, then smashed through the grating on the floor of the duct with all his might. The noise was deafening. Ano immediately whipped his head around on high alert. After breaking through the grating, Silver leaped down from above, his eyes bloodshot, his mouth wide open as he lunged toward Adway. Adway instantly turned to look, and seeing the massive maw less than 2 centimeters from his head, he screamed in terror. But it was too late. Silver lunged forward and began to tear at his face. When Silver pulled back, Adway's face was mangled. He had stopped breathing. Victor and Joe, standing nearby, saw this and staggered back in fear. Everyone there scattered and fled, screaming uncontrollably, monster. Victor wasn't fast enough, and Silver sank his teeth into his shoulder. Victor screamed in agony. Silver then proceeded to take them down one by one. The room was now littered with bodies while the survivors panicked and fled, screaming, help me. Butcher, sitting in a chair, saw what was happening and immediately shouted, damn it, the monsters appeared. It's in the central control room. All soldiers assemble. Before he could finish his sentence, Silver's sharp tail impaled him straight through the throat, killing him instantly. Standing behind Butcher's chair, Silver pulled his tail out. Red fluid immediately sprayed from his neck. Just then, a blue energy blast shot towards Silver. He whipped his head around to look. He saw Ano holding a gun and aiming it at him. This is going more smoothly than I expected, Silver thought. Is that guy really trying to attack me with that gun? He looked at Ano's panicked expression and thought again. How could a simple machine gun like that possibly hurt me? I guess when people are scared, they'll grab onto anything they can get their hands on. He turned and took step after step towards Ano, thinking, now he's my target. The sound of blue energy blasts immediately rang out. Ano was frantically firing at Silver. He quickly lunged forward and finished Ano off. The injured man struggled to fight back. Suddenly, Silver froze. It turned out that entire scene had just been a simulation in his head. Silver's eyes widened in shock at what he actually saw. A plasma pistol. For a moment, Silver stood there stunned. He froze, staring at his thoughts racing. This is too dangerous. I can't believe it's him. Just one direct hit from that plasma beam could seriously injure me. Damn it, this doesn't look good. He's from the Jujin clan. Just then, Ano's expression began to change. His fear turned to rage in a few short moments. Ano reached into his coat. As he pulled something out, he said, well, it's good that I ran into you here. He drew a pistol and aimed it straight at Silver. The captain and Warren, who were hiding in a corner, gasped in shock. The captain exclaimed, a plasma pistol. Hearing this, Warren added, that's truly a weapon of mass destruction. But didn't show the slightest hint of fear. He said, I don't know who you are, but I think you understand what I'm saying. For a monster with your level of intelligence, you're a lot like my master Si-hun. As soon as he finished speaking, immediately fired a plasma beam at Silver. He quickly dodged the plasma bolt fired by Ano. Seeing the creature run, he went into a frenzy, firing plasma bolts one after another. The spots on the ground hit by the plasma bolts were instantly corroded. Silver immediately jumped behind a barrier to evade the shots. Ano saw him hiding behind the partition, and he spoke up, "You're going to die. Nothing is going to interfere with my plans." Silver ducked down to hide from him, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Silver thought to himself, "This doesn't look good. Facing this gun, I feel like my life is in serious danger. However, the tables can still be turned if I can take advantage of the situation, and I'll be the one who comes out on top. I don't care about his master or his plans, but the last one standing will definitely be me." A narrator's voice suddenly appeared. Bears, lions, and wolves are the predators we know. They are considered classic predators that can instill fear in humans. But even so, these animals always have weaknesses. They act cautiously whenever faced with something unfamiliar. By nature, they are predators, but they are also very timid. Even I now, in the role of an apex predator, have my own hidden fears. This was Silver in the real world. He was sitting in front of his computer screen. Back in the game, Silver was still hiding from Ano's plasma gun attacks. As he ran, he thought, no matter how strong or weak the opponent is, I must always be cautious and wise to make the most accurate decisions. Silver glanced back at Ano. He continued to think this guy is a truly capable and talented leader. Silver scanned Ano from head to toe. He could even sense the man's heartbeat. Ano was still standing there, firing wildly in his direction. Silver thought his heart rate didn't even waver while facing me. He might have just been faking his fear earlier to make me let my guard down. Then he would wait for an opportunity to find my weakness. He probably studied me carefully through the specimens and video footage. He must have guessed that I have senses and intelligence beyond that of a normal predator. And now it turns out he's playing the role of a hunter, threatening my very life. The aura emanating from his body was that of a cunning and seasoned hunter. Just then, he leaped over another barrier. Luckily, just as he cleared it, Ano fired again. Silver managed to dodge in the nick of time. Silver ducked down to avoid the plasma bolts being fired madly in his direction. Seeing Ano firing so recklessly, the captain spoke up to remind him, "Commander, don't forget we're inside the ship." Warren, standing beside him, quickly added, "Sir, firing like that could destroy a lot of important machinery." Hearing this, Ano turned to look at the two of them and replied, "All right, just let me destroy this thing first and we'll talk." After saying that, he went back to frantically firing at Silver. Silver was also very fast, constantly changing his hiding spot so Ano couldn't hit him. None of the shots hit the creature. Ano got angry, gritted his teeth, and growled, "This damned rat." Silver was now hiding in a corner. He peeked his head out slightly, observing and thinking. He's pretty smart too. Over on Ano's side, he was now sending out a signal. "This is the commander. I have visual on the creature in the command center. I am engaging it. I need all soldiers to converge on the central area immediately." When Silver heard him say that, he immediately understood that he was stalling for time, waiting for his soldiers to arrive before launching an all-out assault. He glanced at the trembling captain and Warren in hiding and continued his thoughts. He's doing this probably to protect the commander and the other key members on the ship who are in this room. Only when a large number of soldiers arrive will he get serious about killing me. Silver assessed that this Ano fellow was a real scheming bastard. Thinking this, Silver continued to observe his surroundings, looking for a solution. As he searched, he thought, "I need to do something, and fast, before the soldiers get here. Let's see now." Silver picked up a fire extinguisher and thought, "Let's see what this can do." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he pulled the safety pin. He slowly poked his head out, observing his surroundings. Then he immediately grabbed the fire extinguisher and sprayed it all over the room. In an instant, the room was filled with thick white fog. Ano covered his mouth with one hand while raising his gun cautiously and shouting, "You think this pathetic trick can blind me?" Ano couldn't see anything. He could only fire his plasma gun wildly. The entire room was soon covered in white smoke and everyone was fumbling around blindly. People started shouting, "I can't see anything." Seeing the people in the room only focus on finding their way, Ano yelled loudly, "You idiots! Group up and draw your weapons. Stay on guard." Hearing that, they replied, "Yes, we understand." Unidentified voices echoed continuously. "Where did it go?" "It's gone." Ano clenched his jaw as if he realized something, then said, "Damn it. Commander, where are you? Be careful, it might be targeting you." When Silver heard Ano say that, his eyes widened in surprise. He figured out my plan, but I have other tricks up my sleeve. With that thought, he grabbed onto a man. The man he grabbed was terrified, his face pale white. Silver opened his massive mouth and bit him. Crimson liquid immediately spurted out. Someone was fumbling through the smoke. He called out again, "Commander, where are you?" A voice echoed back from a distance, "I'm here." He was about to move forward when another voice called out from behind him, "No, that's a fake, I'm over here." Hearing calls from two different directions at once, he couldn't tell which was real and could only stand frozen in place. Douglas was also fumbling for a way out. He didn't know who was behind him and kept calling out, "Don't believe him. That's the monster mimicking his voice. Wait for me to get out of here." He had just finished speaking when he was attacked by Silver. A cursing voice then started yelling, "That damn monster. It killed the commander." The blonde man holding a gun was terrified and replied, "What? How is that possible?" Two voices spoke up again, leaving him utterly confused. "Don't believe him. I'm still alive over here. It's mimicking my voice to trick everyone and the commander. Trust me. This monster is too smart. Shoot it. It's attacking me. I've killed it." Two voices, shouting at the same time, left the man with the gun in a state of utter confusion. After a moment of thought, he decided to open fire. An orange beam of light shot out from the gun, flying forward. "You're not getting away," someone cried out. Ano had been hit. A large chunk of his arm was grazed off. Ano clutched his injured arm and roared in anger. "Which idiot shot me?" model. Hearing a noise, turned his head to look. He started firing the plasma gun, wildly cursing non-stop. "There you are. You're dead meat." A plasma bolt grazed Silver, but luckily, there was no major damage. He immediately fled to avoid the plasma gun's attack. Seeing the danger, Silver instantly unfurled his wings and flew up. From the air, he opened his mouth wide, revealing his sharp teeth, and dove straight for Ano. In an instant, Ano's head was severed from his neck and blood sprayed everywhere. Dropped the gun in his hand and his entire body collapsed to the floor with a thud. After finishing off Ano, Silver landed. At that moment, a man holding a gun spoke with a trembling voice. "Where's our squad leader?" The man turned and immediately saw Silver panicking. His pupils contracted as he saw the sight before him, and he let out a scream of terror. Right in front of him, Silver was, holding Ano's head in his mouth, his eyes wide open and bloodshot. Before the man could even process his fear, Silver ignored him and moved forward. The terrified man could only stand frozen, his eyes following Silver's every move. Silver then walked to the hole he had broken earlier and climbed up. As he ran through the ducts, he thought, "I was going to wipe out all those bastards, but there's no time. The soldiers are coming. I need to run now." After Silver left the room, Samuel Yu was furiously shouting, "Hey, you idiots." He looked at the soldiers standing before him and continued to yell, "What took you so damn long to get here?" Hearing this, the soldiers could only reply in unison, "We're sorry, sir." Samuel Yu then turned his back, placing one hand on his hip as he gave an order. "Clean this place up." Immediately, the group responded, "Yes, sir." A moment later, someone ran up to Samuel Yu to report, "Sir, we've finished identifying the casualties." He immediately turned his head and asked, "Was it the medical team's representative?" Captain Samuel Yu asked the person in front of him, surprised and anxious. "That's right. Is anyone still alive?" The other person replied, "Honestly, no. Except for Representative W from the research team, everyone is dead." Hearing the report, the captain asked loudly, "What did you say? AKW class researcher isn't dead?" The man replied, "Yes, sir. He's in the recovery room. Luckily, he was immune to the monster's neurotoxin, but his sight, smell, and taste have been permanently damaged. Even if he survives, he'll have to live the rest of his life in a culture tube." Hearing this, Samuel Yu frowned and fell silent. The other person then continued speaking to Samuel Yu. "Perhaps you should surrender to the space pirates." Upon hearing this, he glared at the man in front of him, Razzo, and yelled, "You bastard, you're just trying to save your own skin." Samuel Yu turned and walked away, leaving Razzo to chase after him, trying to say something. Samuel Yu told him to stop talking nonsense and do his job properly. The captain continued on to see how the cleanup was progressing. Looking at two soldiers clearing bodies in front of him, he thought to himself, just how many people have died? He silently gritted his teeth, his thoughts continuing. The research team leader, the engineering team, the medical team, the culinary team, the navigation team, the risk management team, they're all dead. There's no way we can survive a battle with the space pirates now. Should I just abandon everything and run? As he was thinking, a soldier suddenly called out. After checking something, he immediately said, "This looks different from a normal gun." Hearing that, Samuel Yu quickly turned and said, "That's the team leader's gun." He looked at the two soldiers cleaning up and said, "Hey, you two, bring that over here." The soldier holding the gun immediately ran over, handed it to him, and said, "Here you go, sir." He held the gun in his hands and examined it, feeling a secret joy. "Excellent. 60% energy remaining. It's a bit old, but it's good enough for self-defense. I can't trust anyone. I have to look out for myself." Samuel Yu then turned and left the control room. As he walked, he thought, that damn monster is still alive and roaming freely on this ship. The space pirates will be here the day after tomorrow, so what should I do now? Cut to Silver, who was playing with his hand in some kind of slime, thinking to himself that he'd already eliminated all the important people. This was Silver's nest, which he had decorated with countless strands of blue slime he created. He tilted his head back to look up, continuing his thoughts. Even if someone reported this, it would take some time to get a response. Samuel Yu's position as captain is just a name only, so I can ignore him. He looked around his nest for a moment, then made a decision. It's time to expand my nest. Silver contemplated for a long while. He could currently build nests in 3 locations total. Along with the nest in the cold storage room, he could make 2 more. The top priority is the cafeteria. Food is the most important part of survival. He could cut off their supplies by contaminating the food. Next is the armory, where the plasma rifle is kept. That weapon could finish him, so it needed to be dealt with immediately. And then there's the laboratory, which contains a large amount of gene samples and selenium. But the problem is only 10% of those samples will grant him new traits. He raised his hand looking at it as he continued to think. With just selenium, he could utilize the cocoon's abilities to prepare for a confrontation with the space pirates or other potential rivals. The decision was made. He thought he would build nests in the cafeteria and the laboratory. As for the plasma rifle, he'd just steal it. With that thought, Silver immediately left his nest and ran outside. He wasn't planning on using the gun at first, but what Anno said kept bothering him. Silver didn't know what this person named Jujin, whom Anno followed, had done, but he might arrive at the space pirates or be hiding among them. Silver was currently moving through the ventilation ducts. He couldn't stop his own train of thought. There's nothing more terrifying than an unknown enemy. I need to gather every useful clue. As he was walking, he suddenly heard the voice of Subject 26. Hello. Based on her voice, he could analyze her state of mind. Subject 26 seemed to be in a good mood. No drug experiments today, he immediately transmitted to Subject 26. You seem happy. Hearing this, she replied. It doesn't hurt. Hearing her say that, Silver raised a hand to scratch his chin and thought, in this situation, they probably can't conduct any experiments. Everyone must be hiding in their rooms. Should I be more reckless and go outside? With that thought, he lifted some kind of lid, revealing 3 red dots inside. Silver looked up and a light from above immediately switched on, illuminating him. After a moment of silence, Subject 26 got a little curious and spoke up, asking, what is it? Red lights were flashing down. He had just called out for Subject 26 and was waiting. After a while, there was still nothing. Silver raised a hand to his chin, thinking he'd been waiting for about 30 minutes and no one had shown up, so that confirmed it. No need to sneak around anymore. Silver immediately pushed open the grate on the ceiling with his hands and jumped down. He walked over to Subject 26's test tube and greeted her. Long time no see. Hearing his voice, Subject 26 responded with a simple, yeah. He observed her in the containment vessel and thought, based on its color, it looks healthy, but if it stays in there, it'll starve to death. He then wondered, should I take it with me? Due to their nature, bubble slimes weren't picky eaters and were immune to toxins, so keeping it at the nest or taking it along were both viable options. With that in mind, Silver immediately asked, Subject 26, want to get out? Hearing this, Subject 26 asked back, outside, where Silver raised his hand and scratched his head, saying, outside the lab. Subject 26 immediately replied, yes, I want to get out. When Silver heard her answer, he backed up to get a running start and warned her, be careful. After getting his run up, he immediately charged at Subject 26's specimen container. The glass container instantly shattered. Silver held Subject 26 inches, his arms shielding her from the glass shards. Once she was out, Subject 26 clung to his arm happily, saying thank you over and over. Silver then set her down and said, watch this. Seeing Silver turn and walk to another spot, Subject 26 asked him, what are you doing? Hearing her question, he just casually replied, I'm making a nest. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a huge pile of green slime. Silver frantically sprayed this slime all over the lab. After a while, the room was crisscrossed with strands of green slime. Looking at the room filled with his slime, he thought to himself, they probably won't be able to use this lab anymore. He reached out and took a brain from a lab cabinet, holding it in his hand. He thought, I think I overdid it a bit. I'm so hungry. Immediately, Silver and Subject 26 pounced on the brains in the storage cabinet and began to eat ravenously. As he ate, he complained to himself, it's a live brain, but it tastes terrible. Instead of savoring the taste, I should just focus on the nutrition. He then turned to look at Subject 26, who was happily eating a brain on the floor. Seeing her like that made him happy too. She's really enjoying her meal, huh? Just as Silver was about to pop another brain into his mouth, he suddenly froze. He sensed someone approaching and vigilantly turned to look, thinking. Took them long enough to show up. He used his senses to perceive what was in the hallway. One had steady footsteps, so that must be a soldier. The other was probably a researcher. Subject 26 immediately jumped onto Silver's shoulder. The two of them temporarily hid. Silver was still thinking. Just 2 of them, a whole squad wasn't even enough to defeat me. On the other side, the 2 men now opened the door and entered. Just as Silver predicted, one was a soldier and the other was a researcher. When they opened the lab door, the scene before them made them cry out in fear. They stepped inside and the researcher immediately covered his face with his hand. Both of them looked at the messy green slime crisscrossing the room and exclaimed, what is this? The soldier approached to get a closer look and said, it looks like the roots of something. He sensed someone watching him and vigilantly turned around, raising his gun. Silver immediately lunged at him. Seeing this, the soldier fired his gun wildly. Silver appeared right in front of him and he was terrified. Before he could say anything, Silver dealt a finishing blow. The soldier screamed in pain. Silver looked at him eyes wide and screaming and immediately threw him forcefully to the side. Silver then turned to look at the scientist, who was slumped on the ground repeatedly screaming, please spare me. Silver immediately grabbed him by the head. At that moment, Subject 26, who was on his shoulder, let out a cry of pain. Hearing her cry out, Silver turned to look. When he saw Subject 26 seething with rage, Silver immediately understood. I get it. He looked at the scientist who was crying uncontrollably in front of him and thought, it seems this man was also involved in the bubble slime experiment. She's furious because the person who tortured her is right in front of her. Ah, so bubble slimes can kill people too. Thinking this, he injected some kind of green substance into the man's neck. The scientist immediately curled up into a ball, unable to do anything but tremble. Just then, Silver brought Subject 26 inches front of him. Subject 26 understood his intention. She immediately opened her mouth wide, lunged forward, and clamped down on the scientist's head. Silver went back to searching for the jars of brains. Looking at the scene, he wondered who had it worse, the soldier who died instantly or the researcher who's dying in agony as his head is slowly dissolved. He picked up a jar of brains and poured them into his mouth, continuing his thought. But the process doesn't really matter since they're both dead anyway. Just then, his system interface appeared again. Silver smiled to himself. Looks like I got lucky. Reached my goals sooner than I thought. On the system screen, a system notification displayed. A customizable template is now available. Unlock physical enhancement template, yes, no subject. 26 couldn't hide her curiosity and spoke up. What are you doing? Silver answered honestly. I'm waiting. He continued to observe. It's been almost 30 minutes and still no one has come, so it's safe now. He then began to move slowly. I don't need to be stealthy anymore. The vent cover was roughly pushed open. Silver entered and said, long time no see. Subject 26 gave a short reply, yeah. He continued to approach and observe her carefully. Judging by the color, it looks pretty healthy, huh? He then quickly moved on to another thought. But if it stays here, it'll just starve to death. Should I take it with me? Silver already knew that the spherical amoebas weren't very picky about food, and were also immune to neurotoxins, so he could either place it in the nest or take it with him. He spoke to Subject 26. Want to get out? She asked back, confused. Outside, where Silver gently explained out of this laboratory. Hearing this, Subject 26 eagerly agreed. Yes, I do. Having received his answer, Silver began to act. Be careful. Subject 26 replied curtly, okay. He rushed towards the tube imprisoning her and broke Subject 26 out of it. She chirped, thank you. However, he gently set her down, saying, wait a moment. Subject 26 watched, confused. What are you doing? Silver explained as he moved. Let me make a nest first. Then he spat out the green fluid again. It splattered everywhere, forming green masses of slime. A strange gas emanated from those slime masses. Silver looked around, satisfied with the result. They won't be able to use this lab anymore. He casually grabbed an item. Man, I'm starving. I guess I used too much energy. Then, while observing his surroundings, he began to eat it. This brain is fresh, but it doesn't taste good at all. Maybe from now on, I have to remember that I need nutrients, not delicious flavors. Silver didn't forget to glance over at Subject 26. It was really enjoying its meal, wasn't it? Just then he saw something. Silver thought to himself. Someone's coming. One of them has very steady footsteps, so that could be a soldier. The other one is probably a researcher. Silver watched cautiously from a distance. Just two of them. They could call in a whole unit and they still probably wouldn't be a match for me. The two humans slowly made their way inside only to be stunned by the scene before them. They quickly cried out, what happened here? The man in the protective helmet offered a guess. It looks like the root of something. No sooner had he spoken than he spun around and raised his weapon. Silver was charging at them from the other side. The man's face showed sheer terror as all his attempts to resist proved futile. Silver drove a powerful blow straight through him. The poor man let out a cry of pain before his entire body collapsed to the ground. The researcher hurriedly backed away. Please spare me. However, he was quickly caught by Silver. But just then the voice of Subject 26 rang out. Pain. Pain. Silver glanced over and noticed her hostile demeanor. Oh. He quickly figured it out. It seemed this guy had participated in the experiments on the spherical amoeba. No wonder she got angry the moment she saw her former torturer. She directly stabbed her tail into the man's neck. That's right. How could I forget that a spherical amoeba can also kill? The opponent's body began to react as she brought Subject 26 closer. She didn't hesitate to attack her entire body surface, enveloping the man's head. Silver watched from the side and made an assessment. A soldier who died instantly, and a researcher who was dying slowly while his head dissolved. I wonder which one had it worse. He himself was enjoying a meal of his own. But in any case, they're both dead. What does the process matter? At that moment, a system panel appeared out of nowhere. Silver smirked, thinking to himself, looks like it's my lucky day. He looked at the notification panel in front of him and continued to calculate. I reached my goal faster than I expected. Now I can specialize in one type. Do you wish to activate physical enhancement, yes or no? Silver stroked his chin, thinking I've eaten over 500 different specimens, but I've only received 3 traits. But getting one type is good enough. He considered his options. Should I activate it now? He didn't forget to speak to the one beside him. Wait for me a moment, it won't take long. I can now specialize in one type. Do you wish to activate physical enhancement, yes? No. Silver raised his finger and selected the yes button. Yes. His body immediately began to transform. His legs gradually grew larger, as did the rest of his body. Subject 26 watched Silver with an excited expression. So big. She kept repeating the same exclamation. So big, so big. Silver gently explained, I've matured. However, Subject 26 was still confused. What's matured? Silver continued to explain. It's when a young one grows up. Subject 26 replied innocently, a young one is a baby. She jumped up and down on the spot excitedly. Big baby, big baby. Silver had to admit defeat. A baby, huh? He thought to himself. Biologically speaking, I'm not fully mature yet, so she's not entirely wrong. He then looked back at Subject 26. I'll explain it to her later when she learns to communicate more. Silver felt his own body. My whole body is so much heavier and sturdier now. It's like I went from being a cheetah to a rhinoceros. He continuously assessed himself. His height had increased considerably and his arms and legs were covered in a layer of armor. He then began to test the functions of his body parts, especially his legs, which had been strength enhanced and were now much thicker. Silver turned his attention to the notification panel. What about my traits? A series of skills appeared before him. Natural recovery, tentacle blades, corrupted organs. Species, ferocious spatial aberration. Status, youngling. Objective, survival. First evolution, successful. Current traits, super senses, chitinous wings, paralytic venom, enhanced exoskeleton. Acidic blood, enhanced leg strength, mimicry, natural recovery, tentacle blades. Corrupted organs and super strength include merged predatory senses and superhuman organs. You can currently only focus on one type of superhuman power. Natural recovery has merged with vigorous vitality, becomes self-regeneration. Silver observed and assessed that everything was fine, except for the penalty with this type. Physical enhancement type, you can currently only focus on one type of superhuman power. Subject 26. The number of armor types you can possess is unlimited, but each time one is acquired, the requirement for the next one doubles. For example, if I had acquired the super strength type first, the number of requirements to obtain physical enhancement would increase from 10 to 20. If this were just a game, I'd sit here and calculate the grinding time for each type, but danger is closing in. I can't do that. He quickly came to a conclusion. I'll have to postpone activating a new type for now. I need to test out the traits I just received. And so he began testing. The durability of the tentacle blade was too poor. That tentacle immediately pierced the test tube in front of him. Silver observed the result and assessed. But thanks to the physical enhancement, it's been upgraded and strengthened. He created some kind of mucus from his body. Next, corrupted organs. He immediately thought of how to combine them. I can use it with my existing traits. This trait can create spores containing an acidic solution. Silver flashed a wicked smile. With this, I have more than enough power to turn this entire ship into a fortress. When you're up against a tough enemy, getting a skill like this is the best thing that can happen. And so he began to move again. I'm done checking everything, so it's time to leave this place. Subject 26 asked curiously, where is baby going? Silver replied with a single word, cargo bay. He thought to himself as he walked, I wonder how the crew will react when they see me now. Will they cry or will they scramble to the escape pods? The answer would be revealed soon enough. The other humans were shouting to each other, run, it's here. They scrambled on all fours. Hurry up, we can't delay any longer. They then acted quickly. Close the door now. One person urged, seeing the other guy trembling. What are you doing? Close the door, we're all going to die in here. He didn't hesitate to kick the man away. Useless, get out of the way. Before pulling the lever himself, the door immediately began to move. However, Silver was faster and wedged himself in between. He used his strength to pry the doors apart, his drooling mouth wide open. Silver entered the area where the humans were. They panicked and screamed, stay away from me, somebody help me. All attempts to escape were futile. Screams and horrifying scenes filled the room, along with the sounds of a human body being devoured. The spaceship outside looked as if nothing had happened, while somewhere else, something stirred. The doctor thought to himself that he could no longer hear the other doctor's footsteps. Did something happen? His hand twitched slightly. Damn it, this can't be happening. Questions raced through his mind. What did I do to deserve this kind of extreme pain? I'd rather be dead than live like this. From a distance, the sound of footsteps echoed. The doctor wondered, what's that noise? Have soldiers come here? And he quickly realized who it was. No, it's not them. His emotions immediately plunged into panic. That monster. It's come for me. Silver's hand touched the keyboard. The doctor watched him confused. What is he doing? And then he felt something again, as Subject 26 wrapped itself around his head. The man thought in horror, my head is melting. He then screamed helplessly in his mind, is anyone there? Someone's trying to kill me. Until the only thing left in the tank was a mix of ketchup and water. Time passed. 3 hours later, Subject 26 finally crawled out of the research cage. Silver gently welcomed her. All done eating? Subject 26 answered succinctly, yes. He continued to ask, you've gotten your revenge. How does it feel? However, she just answered innocently. What's revenge? Silver patiently explained. It's devouring the one who tormented you. Subject 26 simply remarked that it was delicious. He observed her and silently assessed her. It seems 26 still doesn't understand complex emotions like revenge, but it's unclear if this is because it hasn't learned yet or if it's just in this species' nature not to learn. He continued to ponder. To be noticed by these researchers, it's bound to be suspicious. I just hope it doesn't evolve into a sea devil or something similar. Sea devils are similar to sphere amoebas, only living on ocean planets with bodies about 25 meters long, containing countless tentacles inside. Because the two species look quite similar, players always suspected that sea devils and sphere amoebas had something in common. Silver looked up and wondered. In the end, it might just be the game company being too lazy to invest much in character design, but who knows what the reality is. Just then, the voice of Subject 26 cut through his thoughts. Little one, I'm full. He reached out and gently touched her glowing body. Look how tired it is. And then he moved with Subject 26 on his shoulder. Silver checked his surroundings. His nest was still secure. Then he began to plan his next steps. Now he slowed his pace, moving forward. It was time to find the next prey. 34. This is the C-08 Drava-Katel space sector, the ruling territory. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Help me. Then a hand reached out and grabbed that arm. Get over here, Alice cried out helplessly. Sir, please save me. From behind, someone shouted a command. Let her go now. Unexpectedly, he was attacked from behind. Alice let out a startled scream. No, the men's faces twisted with malice as they began to jeer. Take everything they have. Kill all the men. Take the women with us. They surrounded a group of humans and continued. This is the creed of us, Drava-Katel. One of them yelled out, Hey, what are you standing there gawking for? Get over here. Elch watched everything with satisfaction. Please, I'm begging you, spare me. He thought to himself, I've wasted too much time dealing with these amateurs. Just then, a questioning voice rang out. Commander, why would you do this to us? Elch turned his head toward the sound. I paid you mercenaries to protect us, but why would you do something like this? And he answered the man with a declaration. You idiot. Did you really think we were friends? Phi was stunned to hear this. What? Elch continued. You hired a complete stranger. What more could you ask for? God, you're so damn boring. You pig-headed fools from Megacorp are all the same. The man yelled furiously. You bastard, what did you just say? He then let loose a stream of profanities that would violate any community standards. The National Defense Force has received our distress signal, and they're on their way. You're dead meat when they get here. But Elch was completely unfazed by the threats. Ooh, I'm so scared. Phi continued his endless cursing. Death is too good for a bastard like you. I'll tell them to turn you all into giant mutants. This time, Elch had to get up. He took a weapon from one of his underlings and walked up to the man. Look, Commander, it's not like you don't know the rules of us Megacorp mercenaries. Let me repeat it for you slowly and clearly. Elch then roughly grabbed Phi's head. His face was filled with murderous intent as he continued. A mercenary betraying a client during a mission is an unforgivable crime. But if there are no witnesses, then there is no crime. Phi screamed in terror, what Elch smirked, leaning his face close to Phi's. Sorry to burst your bubble, but that National Defense Force won't be able to help you because who's going to be left here to explain what happened? The man asked in fear. You're going to eliminate us, Elch explained leisurely. I'm not familiar with such dramatic words, but I can assure you of one thing. He added with a twisted look, and that is I really enjoy skinning you Megacorp pigs. Then there was a splash of red. Elch was satisfied after dealing with the annoyance. The voices of his underlings rang out as he walked past. Welcome back, leader. Elch threw down a face. Take this and do your thing just like always. The subordinates obediently followed his orders. Suddenly, Elch asked a question. By the way, do we have anything else to do today? This confused the underling. What do you mean, sir? Elch quickly changed the subject. It's nothing. Get Si-hun over here for me. The subordinate immediately moved. Yes, sir. But inside, Elch was thinking, damn it, why am I surrounded by morons? A quick announcement was heard. Boss, she's here. Si-hun had a fearful expression as she spoke. Greetings, sir. You called for me? Elch stated neither quickly nor slowly. Yes. I heard you had a problem. Tell me exactly what it is. Ah, she began to speak. We had an appointment to meet a client introduced by an acquaintance, but suddenly, we can't contact them anymore. As soon as he heard this, Elch roared furiously. What? He demanded in a low voice. Explain it to me clearly. Si-hun stammered in response. Yes, sir. She began to explain. I received a request from the research vessel commanded by Sir Samuel Yu. They asked us to dispose of a body. Hearing this, Elch growled back a question. Samuel's family. Are they here yet? Si-hun couldn't hide the surprise in her voice. You know of them, sir. He let out a long breath and explained, they're the third family of Titan. Then Si-hun's voice politely reported, it's the body of a noble. A woman from the Jujin family, and she didn't forget to add in our last exchange they said they'd pay us 1 million for it. Elch let out another long sigh. 1 million, those lunatics. His expression turned serious. They're definitely hiding something. The situation with Mega has been strange lately. There's a rumor that the Ayrton family, the younger generation of Mar, is currently confronting the Jujin family, the ones who have ruled Earth for so long. Furthermore, the Ayrton family's specialty is ship development, but they also secretly conduct low modifications. And since it's a body from the Jujin family, it must have undergone countless full-body low modifications, What if I steal that body and hand it over to the Ayrtons? Elch quickly came to a conclusion. They would definitely let me name a more worthy price for that corpse. The corners of his lips curved into a smile as he continued. A chance to get rich is right around the corner. Elch leisurely sat down in his chair while continuing his calculations. Those bastards. They're the ones who turned me into this mutated giant. I want to grind them to pieces, but business is business and personal matters are personal matters. He lifted his head and questioned Si-hun. So to sum it up, you can't contact them. Did they get ambushed or something? She replied in a low voice. I'm not entirely sure, sir. Elch chuckled and asked again. So someone's lurking near us? I don't know who he is, but he's got guts. And then his voice suddenly boomed with an order. As soon as we're done here, we're heading to Samuel Yu's ship. Prepare to hunt him down for me. His underlings scrambled to follow the command. Elch then pointed and demanded, blow this ship to bits for me. Leave no trace behind. The remaining crew could only repeat the same 2 words. Understood. The spaceship outside was still active, gliding forward gently. An object had been left on the hull of the yellow ship. A relentless countdown echoed, followed by a massive explosion. Elsewhere, Silver also felt that explosion. He looked up and thought, a direct hit. Next, Silver placed his hand on the ground. He mentally requested a connection, and his body was swiftly linked to the surrounding space through threads of black energy. Silver carefully calculated. It seems they punched a hole in the outer hull of this research ship to conveniently dock their vessel. This symbol. It's clearly the Space Hounds. He continued to watch as a hole was gradually created, and several intruders entered through it. Every last one of them was carrying a weapon. Silver thought to himself as he continued to track their movements. They're heading straight for the cockpit. That's a warship crew for you. The moment they set foot on board, they know exactly what to do. But should I call them smart or stupid? Normally, anyone boarding a ship like this would immediately sense that something is off. After mulling it over, Silver finally concluded they must be blinded by greed. The intruders' faces turned grim. When they saw the masterpiece Silver had left behind, Elch quickly received a report. Chief, we've taken the cockpit, but something's not right. He asked only one question. What is it? The men looked around and reported. There are no signs of life on the ship, and it's surrounded by some kind of creepy plants. Hearing this, Elch roared in fury. What kind of plants grow in space? Are you messing with me? However, his subordinate continued to insist. But it's true, sir. He rose from his chair, not forgetting to add a threat. A bunch of useless fools. I'll go see for myself. If I find out you're lying, I'll snap all of your necks. Then Elch strode forward imposingly. 2 hearts and a host of advanced machinery. It seems this mutated giant is their leader. Now that Silver had a partial grasp of his forces, he thought, should I take a look at the rest of them? This insectoid person's body is emitting pheromones. He observed them one by one and assessed a Galactic Association cyborg with a mechanical heart, not a real one. A multiracial faction. Interesting. Just when I was wondering how I'd managed to kill individuals from 2 different non-human races. This will make it much easier to fulfill the evolution conditions for adolescence. He seemed to sense something and his attention turned to Si-hun. Strange, why is there someone so silent among them? And then he cautiously made a guess. It's as if her head is filled with machinery instead of a brain, which is why she's like that. Silver quickly concluded, I need to observe her more closely. Subject 26 grew curious as she saw him move. Little one, where are you going? Silver explained briefly. It's dangerous outside, so you stay here. He then pointed in one direction and requested, keep an eye on that thing for me. She asked back. That thing, Silver repeated seriously. It's very important. Subject 26 was excited by her new mission. All right, little one, you can count on me. As for Silver himself, he was on the move. My only chance will be when the enemy lets their guard down. I have to destroy the power source on their ship. I can't let them leave. He thought to himself. With their bottomless greed, they will definitely try to protect both ships, and they'll surely have to split into 2 teams to both plunder and defend. The plan was laid out clearly. When they divide their forces, my hunt will begin. As always, he slid his fingers into the door's seam. He ripped the metal door open and stepped right inside. He glanced around. They didn't install any security systems. Makes sense, they're pirates after all. Silver activated his ability. I bet they never imagined they'd be the ones getting robbed someday, huh? Through a pale blue mist, the reactor came into view. Excellent, I found the nuclear reactor. It's not too far from here. Silver saw a line of guard robots in front of the engine room. Everything's going perfectly. Except for those security androids. If they're attacked, they'll immediately report to the central system. He wondered, how can I get past this without getting caught? Silver thought for a moment, then licked his lips with a hungry look. I should probably get a bite to eat first, right? He continued deeper into the ship when he suddenly heard someone approaching. Silver immediately hid in a dark corner. He thought to himself, a human and an insectoid. I can take them both out right here. Silver bared his teeth in a grin as the man stepped closer. He reached out and, crack, the man's head flew from his neck. The insectoid with him didn't even have time to understand what was happening. He trembled as he pulled out his radio, but something grabbed his arm. A few seconds later, the arm fell to the ground. The radio rolled away as he screamed. Silver lunged out and kicked him hard. The insectoid desperately begged for help, but his pleas were useless. Silver finished him off quickly. He devoured his fresh prey. Silver thought to himself, just as I figured. Eating these NPCs isn't enough to meet the conditions for evolution. A voice came from the radio patrol team. What's going on? Why aren't you responding? Silver replied, it's nothing. The person on the other end yelled, then answer faster, you idiot. Stop slacking off over there. Silver replied, I'm sorry. He tore through the door into another section of the ship. He told himself that he didn't need to confront the androids. Silver scanned the area. It must be around here. Then he spotted it. Perfect, I knew it. Silver stood behind the androids. A human would have noticed him immediately. These were androids. They weren't programmed for unexpected situations. Silver lowered his center of gravity. The engine was dealt with. Desperate cries for help began to ring out. A message from the control room requested backup. The monster is trying to break down the door to get in here. A man with black hair panicked. Damn it, they don't have enough people to send us for support. Another person asked worriedly, what about the commander? Where's the captain? The man looked around, seeing only pale faces. The captain's dead. Snap out of it, everyone, we're all going to die. Someone shouted that it had broken through the door. Everyone prepared to fight. The others trembled. No, I don't want to die. The surveillance monitor faded as screams echoed. Damn it, it's a smoke grenade. Looks like it came from inside. Help me. Elch furrowed his brow. What the hell happened here? He observed the room through the monitor. Strange plants were growing everywhere, and there were no life signs. It was like a ghost ship. Elch thought to himself, I have to find the attacker quickly. I had my men rewind the ship's footage, but all it showed were images of people who were dismembered or who were intact but had gone insane. He trembled. Not a single person on this ship was still sane. What in the world did they encounter? He told his subordinate to rewind to an even earlier part. The man replied, understood. 2 men appeared. One said to the captain, understood. Remember to follow closely when you're done. Samuel Yu reminded them, the path there is quite complex. Tell everyone to be careful. Elch thought this guy must be in charge of the ship's security, right? And the weakest looking one must be Samuel Yu. He guessed that since all their subordinates had failed, the leaders were starting to falter. Suddenly, Elch froze, his eyes widening. He saw a creature attacking on the screen. It was attacking from above. Ugh. He felt a sense of dread. This creature is definitely intelligent. No, it must be an extremely dangerous creature with superior intellect. On the screen, it was swooping down to attack its target. Elch felt a surge of panic. A moment ago, he was worried about how to deal with the Jujin clan, but now he had to figure out how to retreat from here safely. He called for Si-hun. There was silence. Elch grew angry. Si-hun, she finally answered. Yes, leader. You called for me, he asked. You said you lost contact yesterday, right? Si-hun replied, yes. The original plan was to meet yesterday, but the ship never arrived, so we spent the whole day searching for them. Elch thought, I have a grasp of the situation on this research vessel now, but the problem is I still don't know what that creature is. He gave a slight smirk. But we managed to sneak in here without making a sound, so that monster probably hasn't noticed us yet. Elch declared, all right everyone, find that creature and eliminate it for me. After that, find the bodies. A voice interrupted. Leader, we have a problem, Elch asked. What is it? It's... The other person replied. The ship's engine is broken. Elch was horrified. What, he roared. What do you mean it's broken? It was running smoothly just a moment ago. The man stammered, Leader, it's... He replied. It's completely melted. It can't be repaired. Elch screamed. Why, he raged. How dare it mess with my ship, I'll tear you to pieces. Si-hun trembled as she watched him fly into a rage. Elch called out, Si-hun, she shivered. Yes, sir. He asked her, can you get this ship started? Si-hun replied, let me see. He cursed, damn it. Then Si-hun told him, no, sir, I can't do it. Elch ordered, you guys give her a hand. The rest of you come with me and find that damn monster. Then he yelled urgently, anyone who falls behind, I'll wring your neck. Elsewhere, Silver had witnessed the entire situation on Elch's ship. He chuckled, looks like someone's losing their cool. Silver thought to himself, they just don't know it, but there are still survivors on this ship. There are about 20 of them, including commanders and leaders, hiding all over the place. He didn't spare them out of mercy. The Megacorp folks and the raiders don't like each other, so a fight is inevitable. While the survivors are frantically fighting the raiders, all he has to do is swoop in and reap the rewards. Silver observed the room. Right now, there were only 3 raiders and 1 woman pretending to be a civilian in the control room. This could be a good chance to attack, but something feels off. His Amor instinct was warning him that this woman was extremely dangerous. Silver wondered if she was the master of Ano. He remembered someone mentioning a monster with countless abilities. You're just like my master, Si-hun. Si wondered. What the hell did that Ao guy see in me and her to say something like that? She looks like she's undergone gene modification, but as a noble from Megacorp, they're always obsessed with extending their lives. It's very likely this woman has modified herself even more than Kisaragi Jujin. He worried that if she was on the level of an actual player, this would be a tough fight, even after he had evolved into his adolescent form. Silver smirked. It's been a while since I've fought a gene mutant. There's nothing better than watching a strong opponent become both afraid and amazed by you. He decided to just keep an eye on the woman he suspected was Sai-hun for now and deal with the raiders first. The insectoid walked behind Ga while the shirtless, irritable man gnashed his teeth. Annoyed, he let Ga and Lei go ahead to check things out when suddenly Ren found a radio. He called out Leader Elch. "What is it?" the man replied. "The bioscanner just detected a human life sign." Elch gritted his teeth. "So what?" Ren explained. "It's pointing to the command room, but the path is blocked. I think we need to dig a hole nearby." Elch cut him off. "You idiot," he roared angrily. "Do you need my permission to take a piss now too?" Ren quickly replied, "No sir," and scrambled away. "I'll do it right away." They drew a circle on the wall and Ren kicked it open for him to go through. The guy held the radio, glanced ahead, and was immediately shot in the face, collapsing to the ground. Elch cursed. "Damn it, they're armed. Everyone take cover," he yelled at the insectoid. "You idiot, get over here now." Elch charged out, taking down the nearest enemy. Terrified screams echoed. "A monster is here." Elch took out everyone on the ship one by one. Razzo trembled as he witnessed the scene before him, shakily calling out to Elch. "Wait, I surrender," Elch replied. "We don't care if you surrender or not." Razzo said in a panic, "I'm the chief medical officer of this ship. I can be of use to you." Elch said, "A doctor, huh?" he asked. "Where's the commander? Why are you guys in his quarters?" Razzo's face darkened at the mention of him. Then he replied, "The commander already took an escape pod." Elch asked, "An escape pod?" He was planning to abandon his crew to save himself. Razzo replied, "I'm not sure if he's left yet, but that's the current situation." Elch thought, "This is bad. The whole ship has been wrecked by that monster, and the only one who knows the situation with the body is on an escape pod." He paused. "But wait a minute," Elch asked. "You said you're a doctor, so you know where it is, right? This ship was carrying the body of a noble." "Where is it?" Razzo answered. "The monster took it." Elch seethed it again. He punched the wall. "What the hell would a monster need that body for?" Razzo flinched and replied, "Because it eats people." Elch grew anxious. "Then I don't have much time left." He ordered, "Listen up, that monster has the body. Split up and find it for me now. Search in teams of 6 and report back immediately if you find anything." The others replied, "Yes, sir." Then he turned to Razzo. "Doctor, you just said you wanted to be a raider, right? As it happens, we need a doctor. Do you know anything about gene modification?" Razzo gave a forced smile. "What, of course I do," he exclaimed. "You can count on me, sir." Elsewhere, Silver had seen everything. C thought to himself, "Too bad things are moving faster than I expected." But since their leader is a giant mutant, this level of efficiency is to be expected. He observed that they were currently moving in teams of 6, except for the group with the leader and one of his underlings. Their movements were still like a standard military unit. Silver figured it was time to make his move. Subject 26 jumped over to Silver and said, "Baby, I'm going too." Silver replied, "Stay in here." She refused. "No, I'm coming to help," C thought. "Doesn't this sound just like a kid wanting to help their dad with work?" He looked at Subject 26. "Maybe I should give her some real combat experience. Even if she can't help much, I can't let her get in my way." Silver picked Subject 26 up. He warned her carefully, "The enemy is very dangerous." Subject 26 replied, "Understood. You too, baby." Silver thought to himself, "Guess I'll start here." The armory it is. Elsewhere, an insectoid asked, "What is this? A forest? What kind of monster can make trees grow taller than a doorway?" Excel called out, "Hey, come help me clear this vegetation so I can set up the plasma cutter." Another guy said, "What a pain." XL splashed something on Dale. Dale was startled. What, he shouted angrily. "What the hell is this?" XL laughed. "Looks like slime, doesn't it?" he said. "Disgusting." Another man yelled, "We don't have much time, get to work." Dale looked at the weapon in his hand. "The more I look at it, the more it seems familiar." Suddenly, he saw it melting. "What is this?" he screamed in pain. "My face." XL trembled. "What's happening?" He turned around. Instantly, Silver struck him down. The remaining men were terrified. "There's the monster, damn it. Why doesn't it look like the one we saw before?" Two of them pulled out their weapons. Get it, the bullets had no effect on Silver. He lunged at them. The green insectoid attacked him with a steel wire. Subject 26 leaped and latched onto his face. The insectoid thrashed on the ground, suffocating. Sai heard a cry. "Help me, son," was reporting over the radio. "The monster is here," he continued. "We need." Silver cut him off by taking him out. A voice came over the radio. "Hey, what's your status? Why aren't you responding?" Silver replied, "My mistake." "No problems here." The person on the other end snapped. "What are you kidding me?" The voice on the other end scolded. "You dare to mess around on the radio." Sai replied, "I'm sorry." He thought to himself, "I should hold on to this radio. It could be useful for misdirecting the enemy." Silver looked at San. The guy was still breathing. Is it because he's a cyborg from the Galaxy Guild? Unlike Megacorp, which specializes in gene modification and enhancement, the Galaxy Guild often uses machinery to replace the frail human body. The problem is they impose this belief on other species as well. Any creature they take hostage gets forcibly modified. Both Megacorp and the Galaxy Guild are just as insane. Sun trembled and whispered, "Help me." Silver thought, I wonder what machinery tastes like. This one's a delicacy. Because half of his body was machine, there was a coppery smell mixed with a rather pungent smell of oil. Robots were considered a separate species in the game, so he wasn't too surprised when the screen displayed a notification that he had fulfilled one of the conditions for evolution. Silver calculated that there were about 12 robots on the pirate's ship. All he had to do was eat them all to level up. 26 asked, did something good happen? Little one, Silver replied, you wouldn't understand. Silver thought to himself, everyone says space hounds are the scourge of this universe, but to me they're like Santa Claus bringing Christmas presents. Edwin cursed as he attacked. In a flash, Silver took care of him. Hearing Edwin's blood-curdling scream, Silver smiled with satisfaction. He looked around. I've dealt with 2 squads, but I let 3 robots get away. He looked down at the floor. That guy looked just like the one who got hit with acid in the armory. The only thing left of his body was a pair of legs that hadn't melted yet. Silver picked up the man's leg. He wondered if he should just swallow it to be safe. He took a bite, then Silver immediately spat it out. No, he had already activated the predation effect. It was just one body he hadn't fully processed yet. What could possibly go wrong? 26 held one down for Silver to handle. Silver finished him off quickly. 26 asked him, are you hungry, little one? Silver replied, I have to consume those of this type. He told 26 to go eat over on the other side. 26 was cheerful. Okay, enjoy your meal. Silver thought to himself that doing this with 26 was a bit weird, but he had no choice. The radio in the corpse's hand crackled to life. Anyone still alive, report in. I'm in the control room. We're still searching. The cargo bay was a mess. A voice came over the radio. Boss, we've got a problem. The mess hall looks like a war zone. Sir replied, I'm searching the armory. The voice on the other end grew anxious. Where's the lab team? Why aren't they answering? Silver answered for them. We're done searching the lab. The person on the other end was stunned. This isn't your comms channel. Silver scrambled for an answer. He's just doing one last check. The voice replied, is that so? All right then. Silver thought to himself, these pirates are surprisingly thorough. That guy is just a mutated giant, but I should still be wary of him. He looked at Subject 26, never imagining he'd one day be hunting with his spherical amoeba. If the gaming community could see this, they'd probably faint. Amoebas are typically solitary creatures, and in reality, he wasn't the friendly type either. Silver thought, this is starting to get different from what I knew about this game. I'm a little worried, but damn, this is exciting. On the other end of the line, Elch felt something wasn't right. I used to be in the military, so I'm very strict about mission reports. He wondered why someone who knew the situation would so blatantly break the rules. My instincts are telling me this is a trap. Elch spoke into the comms. This is your leader. The guy in the lab is acting strange. Everyone change course and head there now. The person on the other end was surprised. Sir, understood, sir. Elch turned to Razzo. Doctor, where are the escape pods and the engine room on this ship? The man replied, please follow me. Elch clenched his fists. No one touches my warship. He thought I need to find the escape route quickly and plant a bomb in the engine room. The ship uses a nuclear reactor engine, so a small bomb will be enough. Once I'm safely off this thing, I'll detonate it remotely. Then that damn monster will be blown to bits along with this spaceship, he thought. And of course, my underlings will have to stay behind and die on my ship. But there are plenty of others out there who want to be pirates. I'll just take Saihan and the doctor with me. Elch called out, Hey, doctor. Razzo tensed up. Why? Yes, the doctor asked. You fought this monster before, so you must know something about it, right? Does it have any weaknesses? Razzo replied, no, sir. Elch was taken aback. What? One of his men pointed a weapon at the doctor. You better give us a straight answer. Razzo was terrified. I'm telling the truth. Elch silently sized him up. This guy is just a coward. He looks at me, and he's scared to death, but that's all he'll say. This means the doctor is even more afraid of that monster than he is of me. Nearby, Ho snapped at Razzo. Are you messing with us? You got a death wish or something? Elch continued. Then what are its strengths or characteristics? Razzo answered in a panic. It moves, like a ghost. Elch was surprised. A ghost, Razzo said, yes. It devours people in the blink of an eye without leaving a single trace behind. It took us a long time to even realize people were missing. Elch scoffed. Isn't that just because you guys are idiots? Razzo stammered. The ship's security system is extensive and there were so many people it was hard to keep a constant head count, but it bypassed everything, killing relentlessly. If it's not a ghost, I don't know what else to call it. Elch thought, this sounds ridiculous, but he doesn't seem to be lying. I need to gather my men. He announced over the comms, this is your leader. Change of plans. We're regrouping into a full squad before heading to the lab. Move it, Silver thought. Clever. I mimicked a human voice perfectly, but this guy wasn't fooled. Is this the natural instinct of a mutated giant? But it's too late. Through a green haze, Silver saw the pirates starting to gather. The pirates were grumbling nonstop, but they still followed the order to return. He smirked. This time I'll use a new method to deal with them. Silver extended his tentacles, embedding them deep into the branches ahead. He activated his ability, Nesting Tactic. My perceptive abilities will be transmitted through the branches. The flow of senses will coordinate with my consciousness to control all the corridors and rooms here. Subsidiary organ link complete. Now they're literally in the palm of my hand. The pirates looked around in confusion at the branches surrounding them. A plume of black smoke billowed out as Silver declared activate paralysis spores. The smoke enveloped each pirate, causing them to collapse one by one. Silver was amazed. Usually you have to reach the adolescent stage to use the nesting tactic this easily. I was just trying it out of curiosity, but I can't believe it actually worked. He slumped overexhausted. As Silver walked, he thought, using so much energy has made me incredibly hungry. Subject 26 asked, "Where are you going?" He replied, "I'm hungry. Time to eat." Subject 26 agreed. Silver picked up his prey from earlier and began to tear and chew into them. He thought to himself, pirates will be pirates. Share the fortune, but face disaster alone. Whatever. Getting a meal without a fight is a great deal for me. Besides Silver, Subject 26 was also eating another one, looking quite satisfied. Silver glanced at the notification screen. 5 of the 7 he had just dealt with were androids. How many more do I need to evolve? That makes 8 androids, so I just need 2 more. I'm about to reach the adolescent stage. Sir paused. He suddenly realized that 5 of them had escaped. He headed towards the door to the training room. Of all the places, why did they run in there? I'm sure those idiots thought it was a good place to observe and get a clear shot, since the training room is much larger than the other rooms. The only problem is the previous crew thought the same thing. The place they once used to bond with their comrades was turned into something else by Silver a long time ago. He grinned widely. I can sense their pheromones and breath behind this door. They must be shocked by the scene inside. He said to Subject 26, "It's dangerous. Get behind me." Subject 26 complied. Silver stuck a finger through the crack in the door. More than 20 people have already fallen in here. He burst into the room. Taking out 5 more will be nothing. A barrage of bullets flew straight at Silver, but they couldn't penetrate his skin. The pirates screamed in panic. Damn it, why isn't it taking any damage? Lauren drew his weapon. In his hand was a blue sword. He pointed it at Silver and yelled, "Hey you, do you have any idea who I am? I'm the vice captain of the Drava cartel." He swung the weapon wildly. "I dare you to come closer," Silver thought. "That's a sonic blade. It can damage my carapace. But no matter how good the weapon is, it's useless if the wielder doesn't know how to use it. My subsidiary organs sense that he's just a man in his late 30s, with a few lifestyle-related diseases." Silver pretended to lunge at him. Such a reckless style, typical of these pirates. Lawrence swung his weapon, slashing towards him. "How dare you?" He immediately lunged to strike the man. Lauren went flying. The guy cursed. "You bastard," Silver thought to himself. Impressive. He's the first prey to be this defiant. I should end this quickly so he doesn't have to suffer anymore. Lauren's body collapsed. As Silver consumed the man, he began to calculate. Only 4 of them left now. I'm guessing they're hiding in the locker room. A system screen appeared. Silver was surprised. What's this? Human instinct. He felt pleased. What kind of trait is human instinct? Just the name alone implies so much. But now isn't the time to be picky. Should I accept it? Countless traits exist for survival in space. However, not every trait is beneficial. For example, the Huck's Berserk trait. It doubles their physical strength, but they lose all self-control. Then there are traits where the drawbacks outweigh the benefits. Traits with vague names are often very dangerous. This universe of survival in space is like a dystopia teeming with dangerous creatures. Silver recalled the Galactic Federation. They kidnap humans and turn them into robots and megacorp grunts. They create monsters by recreating genes to their liking. This universe is a place where species like them guide human civilization. There's no way a trait with human characteristics could be useful. So if this trait enhances human emotions, it would be a disadvantage for a creature like me that survives by absorbing intellect. He thought to himself, the risk is too great. I should refuse. Just as he was about to, something glowing stopped his movement. Silver was startled. Did my auxiliary organ just warn me to reconsider? Is it that important? These tiny tentacles have never forced me to make a dangerous choice before. Maybe I can trust them. Silver pressed yes on the system screen. All right, I accept. The screen flashed brightly. Silver silently observed himself, but nothing happened. Nothing new appeared in my mind, nor did I feel any guilt. It seems the human instinct trait has been classified as a mental type trait. With just 3 more of this type, he could achieve a psychic power enhancement. Silver told himself. Let's see the details of this human instinct. It's not exactly good, but not exactly bad either. In fact, Silver had already met the necessary conditions. Suddenly, 26 asked, "Baby, are you okay?" Silver replied, "What's wrong?" 26 said worriedly, "Baby isn't moving at all. It looks really strange." Silver placed 26 on his shoulder, thinking that he wasn't the one she should be worrying about. As Silver continued forward, he realized he could sense the scent of the pirates from every corner of the training room, and he wouldn't let a single one of them escape. Piercing screams echoed out. "Help! Please spare me!" Minton clutched his weapon, trembling and cowering in a corner. He wondered if he was next. Minton's anger began to boil over. Compared to other guys, I'm a pretty decent person. What did I do to deserve this? The sound of footsteps from outside grew closer and closer. Minton felt his heart pounding. He prayed in a panic, "Leader Dubaka, please protect me. Dubaka, please." Silver approached the locker he was hiding in, and then suddenly turned away. Minton breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, when this is over, I'm going to run. That's right, I'll go to the Galactic Federation and no one, not even Drava Cattell, will be able to. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. Something shot out from Silver, piercing straight through and tearing open the locker door. He lunged at where Minton was standing. Minton let out a terrified scream, which was abruptly cut short. His mechanical parts clattered to the floor. Silver looked down at Minton's body and thought, "Did you really think you could hide?" Buddy, Silver counted. "That makes 7 robots now. I just need 1 more." The problem was the last one was in the control room and she was the person he wanted to avoid the most. She had mutated genes that he believed belonged to the Jujin clan. Silver started walking. I should take care of the leader first. Gunshots rang out. Silver flinched and dodged. Elch roared, "There you are, you hateful thing. After taking out my men, you dare to go after my second in command." Silver thought to himself, I didn't expect him to find me first, but this is even more convenient. A mutated giant has many useful genes. I should stock up before heading to the control room. The captain of the medical team is here too. Silver didn't think he would side with the pirates. He landed on the ground. Either way, he'll end up in my stomach eventually. Silver turned to 26. "Go hide." 26 replied, "This is scary. Be careful." Silver told her not to worry. "Okay," 26 replied. She hopped onto a tree branch, her body turning from pink to transparent. She whispered, "Baby, be careful." Silver observed Elch cautiously. I have to admit he's more intimidating than I thought. He was huge, over 3 meters tall. Some would say that just by looking at him, I don't stand a chance, because he's a further enhanced mutated giant. Let's see what he's got. Ga and Percy watched the encounter on a monitor. One of them said, "Hey, shouldn't we go too?" The other replied, "Do you want the boss to smash your head?" And Ga said, "But he told us to help Si-hun." Percy responded, "Damn it, the two of us never get to help with anything important." Percy shouted, "Hey Si-hun, how much longer?" She replied, "Almost done." He snapped, "What's taking you so long for a simple job like that?" Si-hun was anxious. It might be a bit old, but this is still the AI of a megacorp warship. And it's the core of computer science and space engineering, so it's not easy to manipulate. The other guy cut her off. "Hey, speak English. Just hurry up so we can go help the boss." Si-hun stuttered, "Oh, okay." She thought to herself, Ano did a good job. The monster cleverly hid itself using smoke, but it can't fool me with my remote vision. It swept through the lab and took the gene sample. This creature is too smart. According to the records, it only took 1 sample. That means it knows how to use its skills. Could it be a monster that absorbs genes to evolve? Then it's just like me. Si-hun looked up at the screen. She assessed the situation. Well then, this is easy to understand. Elch doesn't stand a chance. He's just a monster enhanced by someone else's will. A pitiful creature that doesn't even know what it's made of. She grinned. Just when I was getting sick of that old man, some good news appears. These pirates are useless. In that case, I should probably limit the number of genes the monster can take. Ga asked Si-hun, "Are you done yet?" Percy added, "If you're done, let's go." They were surprised when she walked past them without a word. Si-hun had many names. The enemies of the Megacorp called her the Si-hun, but her family called her the Si-hun and always treated her with fearful reverence. The head of the family, Akira Jujin, called her Si-hun, and the man who was once her father called her Si-hun. Turns out this woman is the embodiment of genetic engineering from the Jujin clan and the sole heir to a forgotten bloodline within the family. Elsewhere, Elch charged forward to attack Silver. Silver dodged and struck back hard. Elch roared and charged again. Suddenly, Silver was caught off guard. He found it strange. His superhuman organs were gradually going numb. He looked at Elch. When did he activate that shock grenade? Silver lunged straight at him. Did he think I was just some combat android? Big mistake. But his choice of weapon wasn't half bad. Elch roared, "So you're not some new weapon created by the Star River Federation?" He continued, "You can understand what I'm saying, can't you?" Elch pointed to a switch on his head and Silver was stunned. "A detonation switch?" he asked. Elch replied, "I've attached a bomb to the nuclear reactor and the detonator is synchronized with my heart. So if you kill me, the entire ship will be destroyed and everyone here will die with it." Silver thought to himself, a bomb, huh? The doctor's reaction showed he wasn't lying. The only question was whether he would detonate the bomb. Silver thought to himself, this guy seems to really value his own life. High intelligence, a superhuman body, and sky-high arrogance. Nothing could extinguish his will to live. The switch on Elch's body was activated and he screamed in agony. Elch's body transformed. He bared his teeth, panting heavily, then roared and charged towards Silver. How disgusting, Silver assessed. It's just gene splicing. What's so special about it? Elch stomped his foot on the floor. Silver continued to watch him, but judging by that physique, it was very likely he had the genes of a mountain walker in him. That species has an incredibly tough hide, which is why it's also known by another name, stone liang. Elch attacked and Silver dodged. As soon as he touched the man's body, Silver flinched and pulled back. The bomb! Seizing the opportunity, Elch landed a hit and laughed with glee. But a few seconds later, he froze. Silver had already escaped and retreated. "You disgusting vermin," Elch cursed. Silver let out a sigh of relief. Thanks to this rock-hard head of mine. Otherwise, I would have been a goner. I kept wondering why he was clinging to that bomb and what his scheme was. So he wanted to pull a dirty trick, huh? Elch smirked. No matter how you attack, it's useless. Silver considered his options. Other than the heart, there weren't many places he could target. The armor covering his limbs was too tough. Without a plasma weapon, he couldn't get through. Silver figured if he could just land one stab into his body, he'd win. But it seemed Elch had seen through this and was aiming for his tail. Elch roared and charged straight at him. Silver thought, too bad for you. My tail isn't the only dangerous thing about me. Silver dodged his attack and countered. Elch roared as the blow landed. Silver smirked to himself. I can secrete poison from my teeth and claws. Now I just need to break that armor and attack him and victory will be mine. So how do I break that tough shell? Silver took out his weapon. Time to bring out the light sword. He clearly remembered that the mutated giant had a critical weakness. He just had to hold on until that weakness was exposed. Silver thought, the first ship bay I woke up in when I first came to this world is the perfect place to stall for time with him. Elch chased Silver inside. His claws scraped against the floor, making the ground tremble. Elch roared as he ran. You little. The insects also began to panic. He tore through anything blocking his path with his claws, frantically chasing Silver. The cockroaches in the storeroom were terrified of him, scattering in 7 different directions. They were running at full speed, not daring to look back when suddenly one was caught. It screeched in terror. As Silver devoured the cockroach, he thought, I don't stand a chance against that monstrous strength. He recalled Elchtran's actions and realized that mutants were agile and strong, but they consumed energy rapidly. That's why he had to rest for a bit in the middle of a fight. Silver pretended to peek his head out to check the situation. If I keep provoking him into using his energy, his body will force him to stop attacking, whether he wants to or not. Slowly but confidently, Silver thought I only have one option and that's to wait. Elsewhere, Elch was still tearing everything apart, searching. You insolent insect, where are you hiding? He screamed. It won't be long now, Silver thought, sneaking a glance at him. An idea sparked. That's right. He scratched his chin thoughtfully. He has 2 hearts. I wonder which one is connected to the detonator. He mused while observing Elch. Mutants have their main heart on the left side, so it's very likely he connected the detonator there. Silver moved out a little to get a better look. However, he's a smart guy. I can't be sure where it is. From his left, a loud roar made him jump. You bastard! Elch shot towards where Silver was standing, slamming straight into the wall and shattering it. Silver had managed to jump to the side just in time. Seeing him escape, Elch gave chase. His screams echoed through the space. Silver took off on all 4s, trying to run as fast as he could to escape his frantic pursuer. Silver leaped over cargo containers to get away. Elch yelled after him, Run, you coward! Elch was in a mad pursuit when he suddenly stopped, standing motionless as if resting. His hand and leg joints began to emit red smoke. Elch stood still, panting heavily. When Silver saw Elch had stopped chasing, he peeked down. He must have mitigated his weakness when he was enhanced. He watched Trans slowly get up and start rampaging again. Normally, he would have stopped moving by now, but nothing's changed except his speed. Silver watched slowly, waiting for his chance. However, it seems he can't completely escape the cooldown period. Then suddenly Silver leaped into the air. Right above Elch's head, he noticed immediately. Without hesitation, Elch quickly grabbed a huge chunk of rock from the ground. He looked in the direction Silver had appeared and threw it with all his might. Silver, who was diving down, saw it coming and quickly dodged towards the wall behind him. The move was as fast as lightning. Elch continuously threw large rocks at Silver, but none of them hit because he was dodging too quickly. After a moment, Silver stopped dodging in mid-air and decided to dive straight for the ground. He landed neatly on the ground right in front of Elch without a trace of fear. Elch roared in anger, stretching his hands forward as he charged at Silver. The 2 of them clashed. Elch clenched his fist and aimed a straight blow at the top of Silver's head. Silver let out a faint groan as he was hit, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. Silver quickly drew the glowing sword from his side. Now's my chance. He slashed at Elch's arm. Instantly, the armor on his arm cracked and a large chunk chipped off. Elch couldn't believe what had just happened before his eyes. What? Silver immediately lunged at the cracked armor on his arm. He clung to the arm, sinking his teeth into the spot with all his might. Elch roared in pain and fury. He swung his arm, sending Silver flying into a wall. How dare you bite me? He charged forward in a rage, his fist raised. You bastard. But after taking just one step, his whole body suddenly froze. Huh! Elch was bewildered. He looked at Silver, who was smirking triumphantly, then back at the large hole in his own arm. Elch couldn't move. He strained, but his arm only trembled. No way. From his arms to his legs, Elch's entire body began to tremble violently. He stammered no. Elch became as stiff as a rock, his body suddenly losing its balance. Impossible. Elch fell backward, crashing to the ground. Silver ran quickly to his side. He watched Tran try to move but fail. The paralyzing effect wasn't as effective as it was on humans. The poison should have spread by now. Seeing Elch trying to say something, Silver leaned in close. Elch whispered, "Help me." Silver showed no mercy, plunging his sharp claws into Elch's neck, causing him to choke on his own blood. Silver then used his claws to tear off pieces of flesh from Elch's body, splattering blood everywhere. After a moment, he stared at the man before him and smirked lightly. Just as expected, Silver's gaze was fixed on his heart, or rather, the symbol attached to the second heart on his right side. The stopwatch started when it was struck, and at the same time he realized how its mechanism worked. The second heart, which limited the side effects of genetic manipulation, would take some time to deal with, but after removing the symbol, Silver just fiddled with the stopwatch in his hand. Should I savor Hook Min's gene samples? Suddenly, Subject 26's voice rang out. My love. Silver didn't turn to look at her, his focus unbroken. I told you to hide. Subject 26 jumped closer to him, her voice urgent. My love, we're in trouble. Hearing this, Silver finally looked up and glanced at her. Why? Then a flash of insight shot through his mind, making him jolt. Countless scenes of him fighting fiercely against someone appeared in his head, and the final scene was of his own body torn to pieces with blood pooling everywhere. Silver snapped out of it suddenly, realizing that this was what would happen if he didn't run. Silver immediately calmed himself and darted towards Subject 26. Damn it. He gently scooped her up with both hands to escape with her. The spot Silver had just left suddenly burst into flames. Silver and Subject 26 hurriedly found a hiding place. The clacking of high heels echoed on the stone floor, then vanished. Si-hun walked in with a cunning smile. Guess where you got that from, hiding in the shadows? What a surprise. I'd love to know. Si-hun, am I really going to have to deal with her? I didn't expect her to come here herself. He glanced at Si-hun's arm where a gleaming blade protruded. Her genes were mixed, with those of Yao Legon and another high-level creature. He silently watched her as she walked. Not only that, but there were dozens of other visible genetic traits. I can't beat her in my current state. A grotesque, stiff smile spread across Si-hun's face. Silver gritted his teeth. It was as if his entire body was screaming at him, warning him not to confront that creature. Silver watched as Si-hun walked over to Elch. I need to take a step back and regroup. Elch struggled to get up, looking at the person in front of him. Si-hun gave a cold smile. You did a good job. She swung her blade forward, piercing the stopwatch. Blood sprayed everywhere. Si-hun seemed to have discovered Silver. I can't just let you run away, now can I? Sweat poured down Silver's forehead. Damn it, what do I do? Knowing Si-hun had found him, Silver began to move slowly. The timer on the bomb should have been activated when she stabbed him. It would be suicide to attack her right now. Si-hun just tilted her head, silently observing him. I need to observe my enemy and gather information. Those eyes. Are they the eyes of an otherworldly observer? Or maybe daredevils? Si-hun's voice cut through Silver's thoughts. I have a proposal for you. She placed her hands on her hips and slowly walked closer to him. You seem a lot like me, so I'll spare your life. But only if you serve me. She laughed vilely. In other words, I want you to be my pet. Silver stood motionless, listening to her every word. You're also a creature that lives on genes. I could be the perfect master for you. Si-hun held out her hand to Silver. So join me. He was stunned by the demand. The formidable Si-hun was asking him to become her slave. The air immediately grew cold and heavy. Their eyes met, neither saying a word. Each was lost in their own calculations. Silver cautiously watched the woman before him. She isn't lying. It's not like she has any reason to. Then he glanced at Si-hun's blood-stained blade. The blade on her wrist was a Galagan's claw. Not even my own carapace could protect me from that. Silver gritted his teeth at the current situation. And she has plenty of other weapons to kill me with. Sensing his tension, Subject 26 called out softly, my love. He clenched his claws, his legs trembling. Honestly, submitting to her is the logical choice. Noticing his hesitation and predicament, Si-hun bared her teeth in a treacherous grin. Silver slowly began to crawl towards her. She chuckled softly. That's right. You've made the wise choice. Subject 26 reached out and gently patted his cheek reassuringly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Silver glanced at Subject 26 inches his arms, thinking to himself, Si-hun doesn't know why I like Am. He remembered his days in the lab. She doesn't know why I'm so obsessed with this useless, pathetic character. Or why people on the online communities call me Silver. Silver smiled faintly. The reason was simple. He recalled the moment he touched hands with Subject 26, freedom of choice. With the choice he made, it grew infinitely stronger. He stood up, spreading his arms wide. That's why I love Amour. That's the reason. In his mind, Silver was ready to fight Si-hun. There was only one choice for him. My love. Subject 26's voice snapped Silver back to reality. He was bowing his head low before Si-hun. She smirked triumphantly. Reaching out her hand, she said, "Good. That's a good boy." Suddenly, the color drained from her face. Si-hun's body froze in shock. Seizing the moment, Si-hun let her guard down. Silver swung his claws at her. Si-hun let out a piercing shriek. Silver's claws slashed her across the eye, sending blood flying in all directions. As he ran, Silver instructed, "Subject 26, hold on tight." "Okay." Si-hun clutched her face, a slight smirk playing on her lips. "I see. So that's your choice." She suddenly burst out laughing. "You want to play?" As she spoke, Si-hun unleashed her power and flames engulfed the entire area. Si-hun cackled madly, relentlessly, attacking Silver with fire. The spot where they had just been standing collapsed from the force of her power. Large boulders rained down, crushing Elch. Silver held Subject 26 tightly and shot away like a bullet. "She's definitely stronger than me. She's the most challenging enemy I've faced since I became Emor." Even as he fled, he held a fierce belief. "However, I've fought other formidable enemies and I've always been the one to come out on top." Silver gritted his teeth. "I'll teach her a lesson. I'll teach her that there's more to fighting than just raw power." Amidst the rubble where Elch was buried, something stirred. The rocks scraped against each other with a grating sound. From the middle of the wreckage, an arm burst out, throwing aside debris. It was Elch. Covered in injuries, he struggled to get back on his feet. Those damn bastards. Elch's eyes blazed with fury. "How dare she betray me? I'll take her down and make her beg for her life." Then he glanced at the stopwatch on his right heart. "Damn it, the device is destroyed. It's all over if I can't get to the engine room in the next 10 minutes. Elch tried to get up, but his lower body was pinned by large rocks. "Am I going to die here? It really feels like it." He used all his strength to try and drag himself forward. "I'm different from the others. I am Elch from the other side." Silver and Subject 26 were still running for their lives, hoping to escape from Si-hun. Subject 26 transmitted Eltran's thoughts. "I am Eltran," Sir asked softly. "Kid, is your leg hurt?" Subject 26 replied, really sighed, gently patted Subject 26. "Yes." Then he glanced behind him. Si-hun's eyes had X-ray vision. A surprise attack would be useless. A strange light emanated from Si-hun's eyeballs. "Even if I hide, she'll find me immediately. And I'm guessing she has other sensory abilities besides those eyes." He turned his attention back to the bomb that was about to explode. "I'm really busy and don't have much time. Stalling for time isn't an option." Si thought for a moment and made a decision. She needs to quickly realize that the bomb is what I'm worried about. Maybe she thinks I'll try to get away using the escape pod. He remembered his previous confrontation with Si-hun. She was blocking the exit, cornering me exactly like Si-hun's methods. Si-hun looked just as crazed back then as she does now. Then she'll try to overpower me with overwhelming strength. In other words, a clever strategy. With that thought, he sped up even more. She's using the same method I use on those pirates, which is to fight someone else. The ground shook with every step. Right now, I should focus on eliminating the enemy instead of the bomb. I'll gather more information when I face her. The more he ran, the more Silver's anxiety grew. The problem is my combat and self-defense abilities are much lower than theirs. There has to be another way. Then he suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in an instant. That's it. He remembered the glowing object he had seen. The thing in the lab. The panel. That object was Shionum. Using it, I can use the abilities of a young body for a limited time. At the same time, he also remembered Si-hun's power. The magic she used was the sword dance, which was Galen's magic, and it included psychic powers. Silver's tone became more confident. "I absolutely can't beat it right now, but as soon as I get a new body, I'll be able to handle it." Silver clenched his fists. "If that thing was simply implanted into Si-hun, I can fight back." Silver changed direction, heading straight for the laboratory. "I might even be able to land a powerful blow. The problem is it requires a lot of energy." Sai's footsteps grew more hurried. "I have to take her down in a short amount of time." There's no time to hesitate. He set Subject 26 down to one side. "Wait here." Subject 26 asked softly, "Where are you going?" Silver turned his back and hurried away. "I need to get something." He searched relentlessly, rummaging through everything. "I think it's around here." A moment later, Silver found it. He smirked. "Here it is." Si stared at the Sinum. "In the game, a notification just pops up when I use it. I wonder if it's the same in real life." He reached out and grabbed the metal vial. "I have to hurry." Just as he was about to use it, Subject 26 shouted. "Hey," he turned back a little puzzled. "What is it?" Subject 26 hesitated, not saying anything. Seeing Subject 26's reluctance, Silver wondered why this was happening. He didn't wait for her to say more and twisted the cap open directly. Normally, I'd wait until I get a notification. Without a second's delay, Silver poured all the cyanum into his mouth. But there wasn't much time left. Instantly, an invisible force enveloped Silver's body. A strange sensation washed over his body. Blue veins bulged all over his body. "My body is so hot." Silver's muscles tensed to the extreme. He had unconsciously crushed the cyanum bottle in his hand. It was as if a powerful electric current was coursing through his entire body. His muscles swelled and his eyes flashed with a brilliant red glint. The power from the psionim made him scream in agony. It hurt so much, but it didn't stop. A purple flame engulfed Silver's entire body. Silver collapsed to the ground, his body shaking violently. I can't take it anymore. After a moment, the power showed no signs of lessening. Silver knelt motionless on the ground. Silver's eyes were wide open. His body had now undergone a clear transformation. Subject 26 watched the transformation of Silver while jumping around excitedly. Silver's body grew larger and larger. She cheered happily. It's getting bigger again. Silver gradually began to stabilize. He exhaled sharply. It worked. He raised a finger and touched the air. A digital panel immediately appeared before his eyes, displaying a dense screen of information. This was Silver's new body. Silver read each line intently, unable to help but feel amazed. There have been some changes to the body. The sturdy exoskeleton has been significantly upgraded. His body had transformed into a large variant with thick red horns. I have these important horns on top of my head. I can use them to charge through enemies or stab them. Silver raised his palm, observing the object between his four claws, thinking to himself. And there's a bone-launching organ right on my left hand. Its power is like a plasma gun. I can even apply some properties to it. Silver pricked his skin with a sharp spine and a layer of shimmering scales immediately broke off. My body is covered by a membrane that shields against psychic power. I can block a Galagan attack. He looked up with a serious expression. The last important thing is the time limit. In the game, the psionim effect only lasts for 5 minutes. Silver glanced around, observing his surroundings. I guess it's the same as in the real world. A bright red dot appeared among the layers of the digital screen. I can sense Psy. I need to be faster. Silver tapped his claws lightly on the ground. I have to limit her power as much as possible before the fight. He placed his hands and feet on the ground, channeling a large amount of power into it. A 5-minute link isn't long. I have to end this as quickly as possible. Elsewhere, Si-hun was walking calmly. The sound of her high heels echoed through the cold corridor. Suddenly, she stopped short as if sensing something unusual. Si-hun looked up. On the ceiling was a wiggling green creature. So you found me. It suddenly spat a green liquid. Despite being doused in the sticky liquid, surprisingly, Si-hun stood perfectly still. The moment the liquid touched her skin, it turned into acid. Si-hun wasn't scared. On the contrary, she bared her teeth in a gleeful smile. She flicked her hand and a swirling vortex of fire in mid-air incinerated both the green creature and its acid. A loud explosion rang out. The spaceship's side was blown open by the force of Si-hun's power. The ship shook violently, and the room where Silver stood began to collapse in pieces. Silver lifted his hand from the ground and said in a low voice, "She's here." He ran over, grabbed Subject 26 and whispered, "Hold on tight. I'm going to run." Subject 26 pouted. "I know." Silver started running at full speed. The friction between the ground and his claws created a screeching sound. Silver sprinted ahead, picking up more and more speed as he charged forward. As he ran, he thought to himself that she must have destroyed the mucus layer with a single slash of her sword. I should lure her to the nuclear power plant. She won't be able to fight at full strength there. An image of a nuclear bomb flashed through his mind. Even a light touch could make everything explode. With that thought, Silver became more determined. It doesn't matter how many gene sets she has. I need to trigger a nuclear explosion. After a while, he was nearing the ship's nuclear power plant. Just one more step, and then he suddenly froze. Someone was blocking his path. It was Si-hun. She was baring her teeth in a sinister grin. "Where do you think you're going?" Si-hun crouched down and 2 blades immediately shot out from her arms. Si-hun took a fighting stance. Seeing this, Silver cursed inwardly. Damn it. He tossed Subject 26 aside to prepare for the fight. Sure enough, Si-hun attacked quickly. She swung her 2 swords, sending fiery vortexes spinning towards Silver. The sparks, like blades themselves, tore through Silver's armor and cut into his flesh. Silver was hit by her attacks one after another. He ducked and dodged, crying out in pain. Despite that, he quickly realized he could now see the direction of her attacks. Silver stared intently at Si-hun as the attacks became clear before his eyes. Normally, I wouldn't be able to see this. It's thanks to the superpower cells. Si-hun was a bit surprised that Silver wasn't reacting and was just standing there taking the hits. Taking advantage of the moment, Si-hun paused her attack. Silver seized the opportunity to strike back. He then lunged forward at Si-hun as fast as the wind, so fast that even Si-hun froze for a few seconds. But she quickly snapped out of it. She bared her teeth and swung her blade at Silver. He dodged, but Si-hun jumped up, slashing hard from under Silver's chin and knocking him backward. Silver glared at her, blood spurting from the wound, and he groaned in pain. Si-hun launched herself at Silver, laughing loudly. "You've gotten a little faster." She raised her leg high for a kick at Silver, but he dodged it. Silver retaliated, throwing a punch towards Si-hun. She easily sidestepped the attack. Si-hun ran towards Silver, laughing contemptuously. But that's still not enough. Suddenly, Silver used his long tail to wrap around Si-hun. A look of confusion flashed in her eyes. Silver then used his left hand to shoot a volley of large spikes aimed at Si-hun. The spikes shot forward, nearly reaching her skin just a few centimeters away. Si-hun swung her sword, slashing the spikes. They immediately broke in two and flew off into the distance. The spikes stabbed straight into the ground. Si-hun and Silver stood facing each other, their eyes locked, unmoving. Si-hun spoke first, smirking as she retracted the blades into her arms. "Not bad," she said through gritted teeth. "You're cornered." Si-hun waved her hand and her black hair turned red. A ruby-colored magical aura enveloped her. She was instantly freed. Silver was thrown back by the magical blast, exclaiming in shock, "What the?" Red hair. Impossible. Suddenly, a slash appeared from thin air, striking down hard on Silver. His tail was cleanly sliced in two. Silver was stunned, turning his head to look at the cut, not knowing where it came from. He stumbled backwards, screaming in pain. Si-hun slowly approached, stepping on his severed tail. "Now where are you going to run?" She tilted her head, studying him, then smiled at Silver. "I guess you know about the Crimson Mist. You're very interesting." Silver's brow furrowed in frustration. She's not easy to deal with at all. The power Si-hun possessed was the Crimson Mist from a predator that lived in the forest. Its fur secreted a hallucinogenic substance. Silver gritted his teeth, feeling more cornered than ever. If she has the ability of the Crimson Mist, I'll be defeated before Scent Lam can take effect. Silver's eyes lit up as he grew calmer. Panicking won't solve anything. I have to stay calm and wait for an opportunity. After a moment's thought, he decided to charge at Si-hun. Si-hun laughed loudly. "Now that's more like it." Silver shot spikes toward her. She swung her sword and slashed at them. Without hesitation, she lunged, thrusting the tip of her blade into Silver's side. Silver stretched out his large hand and sprayed a mysterious liquid at Si-hun, allowing him to dodge the attack. Enraged, Si-hun swung her sword, slashing open the side of Silver's mouth and making him cry out. "Humph, I'm losing my patience now. You're starting to disappoint me." Silver chose to leap backward, continuously shooting spikes from his palms as he moved. Si-hun snorted in frustration. She seemed annoyed by his tactic. She drew the sword from her right arm, her eyes glued to the incoming spikes. Just like before, Si-hun cleanly dealt with all the spikes without much effort. Silver had been observing her movements the whole time. I think I know what's going on with her." His voice was low as he slowly analyzed his opponent. "She has all the skills of a player, but she has a weakness." His tone became firm and resolute. "She can't use two types of skills at the same time." Si-hun gritted her teeth in anger when he didn't continue his attack. "You're really starting to piss me off. I'm going to finish you off." Silver didn't answer, just watched her calculating. "I need to know how long it takes for her to switch powers." He scanned her from head to toe. No matter how fast she is, there must be a gap in time. A moment when she loses her power and becomes as vulnerable as a normal person. With that thought, Silver crouched down slightly. "That's when I'll change my strategy." Then from his ready stance, he immediately took off, lunging forward at full speed. Silver pounced in front of Si-hun. "I'll drive her into a corner." Si-hun didn't even flinch at his sudden attack. While the two were fighting, Subject 26 was unusually quiet. The world appearing before her eyes was a cold and suffocating place. Some intelligent creatures called it the Deep Sea, and it was her homeland. Subject 26 reminisced about her past. The environment there was incredibly harsh, with low temperatures and high pressure, but to her it wasn't so bad. She looked up and saw her kind standing around her in the dark space. There were others who had protected her. From the darkness, monsters rushed out to devour them. They were weak and always lived in fear. That was how it usually went. Subject 26 rushed in front of them, her tail swishing, until she realized she possessed a special power. She used it to protect her kind from predators. The scene gradually returned to peace. Sometime later, she became the leader of the swarm, but her life didn't change much. Subject 26 and her kind stuck close together, sharing food, sleeping with the pack. That was the greatest happiness in her life. Subject 26 suddenly growled in pain as she remembered the giant creature that captured her kind. That happiness did not last long. Subject 26 stood amidst a chaotic space. Hearing the screams of her kind, she clung to hope in the midst of despair. Lightning crackled around. Subject 26. She prayed she could fulfill her duty as a leader. Then Subject 26 immediately used her tail to unleash bolts of lightning. She wanted to protect the one she loved. The grotesque arms were grabbing the monster's limbs, which were instantly severed by the lightning. In that moment, they were all released safely. She thought she had protected everyone. Subject 26's voice choked with emotion as she recalled, but unfortunately, that wasn't the truth. Her once plump figure became distorted and frail. No miracle came, only unbearable convulsions remained. Sometime later, Subject 26 woke up in a glass tank. Many years passed. The leader who couldn't fulfill her duty had awakened to find herself imprisoned in a tank filled with a foul-smelling liquid. Number 26 dazedly looked around, and there she saw the mutilated bodies of her kind, the tragic deaths of the creatures she had sworn to protect. Kisaragi stood there, holding a cat and smiling at her. By the time a creature holding a furry animal gave her the name, Subject 26. None of her kind were left alive in that prison. Number 26 looked at her in despair. She thought to herself that from the depths of hell she had prayed endlessly for anyone to come and save her. Back in the present, she looked toward the two figures fighting fiercely. If she could, she would willingly sacrifice the rest of her life to protect others. Silver showed no signs of being outmatched by the powerful Si-hun. He continuously charged forward, attacking her. Si-hun was growing impatient. She roared, "I'm starting to get tired of this." Rings of fire swirled towards Silver. He rushed towards them even faster. Raising his palm, he launched spikes aimed straight at Si-hun. As for the approaching rings of fire, Si-hun ran forward, raising her twin swords and slicing through all of them. Enough of your petty tricks. Seizing the opportunity, Silver swung the chain at Si-hun. She gritted her teeth and leaned back to dodge. Si-hun turned, glared at the chain, and then swung her blades, slicing it in half without hesitation. As the chain snapped, a sticky liquid suddenly sprayed out from within, splattering everywhere. Startled, Si-hun found her entire body covered in the slimy substance. Silver seized the opportunity and rushed in. He extended his claws, trying to grab her. Si-hun immediately threw a punch to block him. Annoyed, Silver clicked his tongue. I knew she'd have some defensive skills. Si-hun's skin and hair had taken on a metallic sheen. Silver's claws couldn't penetrate it. I never expected her to have the super alloy skin of a Vfram goblin. She blocked Silver's claws with one hand and punched him straight in the stomach with the other, leaving him no time to defend. She swatted his hand away and charged forward, punching relentlessly. A beast that bites its master needs to be properly disciplined. Silver fell backward, letting out a small cry of pain, his eyes still fixed on Si-hun. He skidded across the ground and whispered, "You'll need more than that to beat me." Instantly, Silver's severed tail wrapped around Si-hun from behind. It wrapped around her, and while Si-hun was distracted by it, he used his remaining hands to grab her from behind. She was lifted into the air by Silver, and she shrieked. "Damn, she's heavy," Silver cursed, inwardly straining to lift her higher. The super alloy skin was as strong as a suit of super armor, but it also made her body incredibly heavy. He then hurled her straight into the wall with a loud crash. She managed to sit up, turned her head, glared, and roared through gritted teeth. "Why you bastard." She raised her hands in front of her chest, and an electric current coursed through her body before spreading out into the space around her. Silver quickly dropped to the ground. This is not good. Si-hun swung her arms high, and the entire area was engulfed in rings of fire, the air searing hot. The rings of fire slashed at Silver, cutting through his skin. He gritted his teeth, just a little more. After a moment, the rings of fire vanished. He looked up and charged at Si-hun. This is my chance. He tried to ram her with a long horn on his head, but Si-hun was a step faster and dodged to the side. As she jumped, she glanced back and laughed. Nice try. But then her smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Si-hun glared at him, standing beside a metal wall. The spot he had just rammed was cracking. Then that crack suddenly shattered completely. Sorry to disappoint you, but I didn't miss. The impact had created a small hole, and the surrounding panels began to fall away. The hole grew larger and larger, and the vacuum of space began to suck everything inside out. You were never my target, Si-hun. Si-hun gritted her teeth, bracing herself and grabbing onto the nearby panels to keep from being pulled out. The suction grew stronger. She plunged both of her swords into the floor, the blades creating a piercing screech as they scraped against the metal. Damn it, Si-hun sensed a presence and glanced over her shoulder. She was startled to see Silver still standing firmly behind her. Silver reached his claws towards Si-hun. I've been waiting for this moment. Si-hun roared in fury, struggling to hold her ground. I can't die here. Even these two swords aren't enough to keep me from being pulled away. Veins bulged all over Si-hun's body, but her swords were still slowly being dragged. Blood streamed from her eyes, and she clenched her jaw so hard that it started to bleed. She's forcing herself to activate two skills at once. She's pushing herself to the brink. Around Si-hun, an immense force now radiated, helping her stay anchored inside the ship. Seeing this, Silver launched a volley of spikes from his hand. I have to take her down before it's too late. The spikes shot towards Si-hun one after another, but they were all blocked by the power enveloping her. Si-hun let out a triumphant, maniacal laugh. She knew that with this power, nothing could touch her. But then Subject 26's voice rang out, causing Si-hun's eyes to widen in shock. Leave her alone. Number 26 flew above Si-hun's head. Silver held onto her to keep her from being sucked out. She struck Si-hun directly with her power. With Si-hun under attack by Subject 26, her defensive layer faltered, and Silver seized the opportunity to launch more spikes. What the before she could finish, a massive explosion erupted. Si-hun's ultimate power, when struck by two other forces, had overloaded and detonated. One of Silver's spikes pierced Si-hun's eye, leaving a gaping hole. Exhausted, her body went limp. Blood sprayed everywhere from her left eye socket. Si-hun's body was lifeless. Both she and Subject 26 were being pulled out into space. Save me, little one. Number 26 cried out urgently. Silver turned and saw them being pulled away. He reached out for Subject 26. He quickly managed to grab her just before she was sucked through the hole. He used his other hand to grab Si-hun's body. I can't let them get away. The vacuum of space was too strong. Nearly everything in the ship's bay was being sucked out. Silver held Subject 26 tightly, dragging Sai-hun with his other hand. Don't let go. I won't. He pulled Subject 26 closer to him, glancing at her and the psychic energy that had just emanated from her tentacles. I'll have to think about that later. Subject 26 must have thought. First, we have to get out of this place. Silver dragged Sai-hun across the floor. Her entire body was covered in injuries, leaving long streaks of blood on the ground. Silver was also exhausted after the long fight, breathing heavily as he walked. Even so, Silver pushed himself to move quickly out of the ship's bay, which now had a huge hole in it. Si-hun had no strength left. She lay limp and motionless, letting Silver drag her along. Silver glanced at the hole he had created. The environmental maintenance system wasn't activating despite the breach in the ship. He then opened an electronic screen, thinking as he typed. If anyone was nearby, they would have fixed it by now, or at least sealed off and stabilized the damaged area. The hole was still relentlessly sucking everything out, but there was almost no one on the ship besides the pirates. And I'm sure they don't know a thing since they're too busy running from me. Everything in the bay was on the verge of collapsing. Silver glanced back. Is this ship done for? Just then, Subject 26 suddenly whispered, Kid, what's wrong with your hand? Silver glanced down at his hand, which was steaming heavily with only dry bone remaining. His tail, horns, and a few other parts were in a similar state, their red armor gone, exposing bare bone. His whole body was smoking as he slowly reverted to his original form. The effects of the zonium and his transformation were fading. Thankfully, it didn't hurt to change back. Then he glanced down at his feet. I was hoping it would last longer. But Si-hun was lying there. Silver drooled as he looked at her. I've obtained something far more important. He stared intently at Si-hun, analyzing her. In the game, Mega Ranks have an average of over 1,000 genes. They're all genes from rare and hard-to-find creatures. Si-hun is an NPC on par with a high-level player. In any case, she must have a pretty large number of genes. Silver grabbed Si-hun's head, bringing it closer for a better look. Just like when I take samples, I can only get 3 at most. He glanced down at Si-hun's hands. I don't care if I only get 1 sample as long as I get it. The Galligan claw. With that thought, Silver opened his mouth wide, about to bite Si-hun. Let's see. But before he could, a loud explosion echoed in his mind and a jolt of electricity ran down his spine. In his mind, he saw a bloody scene of himself viciously biting Si-hun's head. But then a massive explosion erupted from behind him, followed by a sea of fire. Silver was quickly engulfed in flames before he could react, only able to scream in agony. The entire spaceship exploded instantly, a brilliant fireball appearing in the middle of space. Just then, Silver snapped back to reality. What he had just seen in his head was like a prophecy. His eyes widened in shock and he shouted in terror, "That's right, the bomb." He didn't hesitate and immediately bolted. His hunter sense told him there were only about 5 minutes left, not nearly enough time to disarm the bomb. Silver hoisted Subject 26 onto his shoulder and took off. I have to abandon ship now. I need to get to the escape pod bay as fast as possible. Silver thought frantically as he ran down the corridor. But it'll take at least 5 minutes to get through the corridor to the flight deck. I won't make it. Then he stopped short and changed direction. The only way I can get there fast enough is, he muttered, looking towards a machine. That's it. He grabbed the lever, opening the glass case that held the machine. Silver looked at what appeared to be a machine gun and couldn't help but marvel. Sparkly. Yes, it's really sparkly. He pulled its lever and quickly operated it. Charging plasma. Setting to maximum output. A blinding light emanated from the gun's barrel. 30%, 70%, 100%. Instantly, Silver grabbed it and fired forward. The gun's power pierced through all the layers of the ship's walls. Just a few seconds later, a shortcut appeared before Silver. The gun began to power down. Silver held Subject 26 tightly and whispered a warning. Hold on tight, she nodded. Okay. Right. He immediately dashed forward without a second's hesitation. Silver carried the gun and sun. He ran quickly through the path the gun had just created. Thanks to this shortcut, Silver quickly made it to the outside of the spaceship. He looked around, then shot a chain made of bone out from his hand. The chain shot towards a nearby pillar and wrapped securely around it. With that, Silver launched himself into space. He used the chain to swing and avoid being swept away. Subject 26 was extremely excited. After swinging back and forth for a while, the chain reached its limit and couldn't extend any further. Silver made the chain release the pillar while he continued to hurtle forward. He ran frantically across the hull of the spaceship. The sound of his hurried footsteps echoed across the ship's exterior. Silver looked around and after a moment, he found the place he needed to go. Great, not too far from the exit. Silver again shot chains from both hands to help him cling to the ship and swing towards the escape pod room. Once he reached the right position, Silver grabbed the gun, raised it, and prepared to activate it. He pressed the button and the gun fired a beam straight through the escape pod bay. Silver tossed the gun aside, thankful for its help as he ran towards the escape pod bay. The gun tumbled into the endless void of space. Silver didn't care. He scrambled forward excitedly. This is fun. He quickly crawled into the bay. One of the escape pods was open. Huh. Is someone else trying to get it? With that, he jumped down and pried the door open wider with his hands. At least this saves me the trouble of breaking one open. Silver whispered to Subject 26, grab onto anything you can. Subject 26 nodded slightly. Got it. Elsewhere, Elch was dragging his feet, cursing. I thought I was a goner a minute ago, he panted, straining to see the path. Damn it, my senses are back but my eyes. Elch's trembling hand tried to touch the button. In front of him, with one of his torn-out hearts. My body's a mess. I almost detonated the bomb while I was disarming it. He tapped lightly on the bomb's screen. Those monsters. There's no way I'm letting them escape. I've reset the bomb to detonate in 10 minutes. At that thought, Elch let out a sinister laugh. By the time I get off this ship, those monsters will be turned to dust in the explosion. While laughing, he suddenly looked around cautiously. By the way, it's pretty quiet. I wonder if any of them died, he thought as he laboriously dragged his feet on high alert. Whoever's still alive is still in mortal danger. Elch unexpectedly ran into Samuel Yu. The man screamed. A pirate. Elch looked him up and down, silently speculating as he looked at his military uniform. He must be Samuel Yu. He looks nothing like that monster. Si-hun told me about this. I guess he was hiding because he couldn't abandon his ship. Then thinking it was safe, he crawled out. Samuel Yu pulled a gun from his jacket pocket and pointed it at Elch. Don't come any closer. He was trembling, but he still threatened loudly. Move one step and I'll shoot. This is a plasma gun. Elch just sneered. You're going to shoot me with that thing. He glanced at Samuel Yu with contempt. Plasma gun or not, why don't you disengage the safety before you threaten someone? Hearing this, Samuel Yu became flustered. Huh. The safety Elch seized the opportunity, lunging forward and shoving Samuel Yu so hard he flew across the room. Caught completely off guard, Samuel Yu crashed to the ground and the gun fell from his hand. Elch picked it up and laughed loudly. What an idiot. You actually scared me for a second there. He looked down condescendingly at Samuel Yu on the floor. Captain, plasma guns don't have safeties. With that, he stepped closer. Pointing the gun at the man, he said, I'd flay you alive if I had the time, but unfortunately, I don't. Samuel Yu tried to back away, scrambling and screaming. Please, have mercy. He curled into a ball, trying to shield himself as best he could, and stammered out a plea. I won't do anything. Please, just spare me. Elch clicked his tongue. There's no need for all that. The words from his mouth were calm, but his hand moved to the trigger. Goodbye. Just as Elch was about to pull the trigger, a bolt of electricity shot out of nowhere and struck him, making him convulse. A loud explosion erupted with a blinding flash of light. Elch had been blown to pieces. Samuel Yu glanced over at where the explosion had happened. Only Elch's foot remained. His entire body and face were covered in sticky blood. Samuel Yu, sweating profusely, managed a weak smile. He held his head high, laughing loudly and shouting, Serves you right, you damn pirate. Samuel Yu continued to praise himself. I am a descendant of the great Titans. I am the eldest son of the Samuel family. He was completely unaware that the ship's bay was shaking. A brilliant beam of light shot towards him from behind as he spoke. I am invincible. Once again, a deafening explosion rang out. This time, it was even more violent than the last. Samuel Yu suffered the same fate as Elch. The spaceship shook violently after the explosion. Seen from the outside, it was bucking wildly in the dark expanse of space. Silver was thrown off balance by the explosion and the shaking. Oh no, Subject 26 was thrown out too. Hearing this, Silver quickly ran to where Subject 26 had fallen. Are you okay? He held Subject 26 inches both arms. She didn't move. She had passed out. Silver gently laid Subject 26 aside. The impact wasn't strong enough to cause any serious injury. She should wake up soon. The ship was still shaking from the aftershocks of the explosion. Silver looked out the window. Fragments of the ship were floating everywhere. He was in an escape pod flying away from the mothership. Silver's voice was somber. The first place I set foot in this world. It's time to say goodbye to the research ship, the very foundation of my development and evolution. A four-fingered purplish-blue hand touched an empty liquor bottle lying on the floor. He bent down, picked up the bottle, and observed it for a moment before wondering, did some guy come in here to get drunk? Silver turned away, an indescribable sense of unease rising within him. Something feels off. I should probably check the internal recordings on this escape pod. With that thought, he tossed the bottle behind him, shattering it into tiny pieces. Silver's fingers clattered across the ship's keyboard as he searched for information. The system quickly announced, initiating playback of internal recording. The image of a man sitting and drinking appeared on the screen. Oh, is that Samuel Yu? He's still alive. The captain continued to pour liquor into his mouth. Silver thought to himself, so that guy's been hiding in here getting wasted all this time. He was probably just waiting for things to quiet down before showing his face. Right after that, Silver saw the captain getting ready to open the door and go outside. It got so quiet out there that he must have gotten curious and decided to see what was going on. He thought to himself, that guy was probably hoping those soldiers had killed me or that some passing ship would come and save his sorry hide. His finger touched the delete button, but it's not my problem. The ship's system immediately announced, internal recording deleted, changing navigation mode to standby. The default preset locations appeared on the screen. A 3D model of a planet came into view. Silver thought, that's one of the planets under the control of Mega Corp. Places like this usually have a large-scale garrison force. I need to avoid them as much as possible, he thought worriedly. The closest location to his current position, a blue station, appeared before him. He thought to himself, this must be it. It's the Titch Special Trading Station, a massive space colony adrift in the universe. It's also where players in this game gather to trade with each other. I used to hunt them to collect more genetic samples too. Silver sighed. That's how I got so many nicknames. The first one was the cowardly bookworm Amor. He continued typing on the keyboard, but Amor was always meant to be that way. What else could he have done? The ship announced rerouting course. The escape pod took off. Destination 2 Special Trading Station. It shot off like the wind, heading towards the destination Silver had requested. The system continued its announcements, switching to autopilot. Time remaining until landing is 3 hours. Silver thought, a colony with countless creatures will be a paradise for my development. He stepped down, holding a round pink ball in his hand. Silver thought to himself, I can't believe this little one is a siren. He compared Subject 26 with others of her kind. They were similar in appearance, habitat, and enemies. The only difference was their size. It's probably because they're the same species. An image of a multi-eyed siren monster spreading terrifying fear appeared in his mind. Sirens have a special ability called Deep Sea Terror, which can plunge any human within a certain range into extreme madness, Silver pondered. This trait is similar to the Phantom Red Bone, but it can be activated at will, has a wider range of influence, and is as rare as Gallon's claws. Touching Subject 26, he thought to himself, maybe this is my chance, but he stopped immediately. No Silver reason, even if I ate number 26 right now, there's no guarantee the predation effect would even activate, and I've grown quite fond of this kid. He gently patted her head, thinking she's actually quite useful. I'll do everything I can to help number 26 until my last breath. Then he turned towards another body, deciding to just observe it for now. He opened his mouth wide, full of sharp teeth, needing to finish her body off. Silver pulled hard on her leg. He wrapped himself around the woman's entire body, her frozen face still agape, his sharp teeth sinking deep into human flesh. His eyes suddenly widened. Silver paused and exclaimed inwardly. Absolutely delicious, he thought. Kisaragi Jujin tastes like a meticulously prepared high-class meal. I had hoped Sihun Jujin would be the same, but I was wrong. Silver continued to eat the flavor, growing richer with every chew. He told himself, I swear her flesh is more delicious than anything else in this world. He happily enjoyed his meal. With only him and the unconscious number 26 here, no one else could disturb his meal. The game system suddenly displayed a notification. Predation effect activated. Successfully collected biological trait. Sihun's X-ray vision. Do you want to apply X-ray vision? Yes, no. Next, the system asked, do you want to apply camouflage skin? Yes, no. Silver pressed yes for everything. The system continued with another notification. Predation effect activated. Successfully collected biological trait. Sihun's Galagon's claws. Do you want to apply Gallon's claws? Yes, no. He kept pressing yes. Out in space on a capital planet of the Galactic Alliance 01, a robot cat with 2 different colored ears was walking quietly in the rain. It followed a set of human footprints. The robot cat hid in the bushes. In front of it was a small group of people gathered and talking. The men raised their hands to their heads in a salute, welcoming the Supreme Commander. On a large screen, the image of a muscular, brawny man appeared. The robot cat immediately scurried away. Supreme Commander Dubaka, he was the father of all machines. It thought to itself, even now he is watching us. The Galactic Alliance commander is on the path to glory. In another bunker, smoke began to fill the room. From a container holding a woman, smoke also started to escape. Suddenly, a cry rang out. A woman's arm reached out of the box. Kisaragi Jujin woke with a start, panting heavily. She looked down at herself and exclaimed in astonishment, is this a spare body? She couldn't help but be amazed that she actually needed to use a clone body. Stepping out of the container, she mumbled, this feels so unfamiliar. Kisaragi walked up to a large screen and commanded display the genetic setup of this spare body. The system responded immediately, warning that some genes were not updated. Current genetic information is displayed as follows. She was furious. I've lost all the genes I've collected for so long. My plan is completely ruined. She nearly lost control, grinding her teeth and cursing. That damn monster. If I ever see you again, I'll rip your head off. At the Geku Port Special Commercial Center, a man was happily humming along to the music playing from his personal device. Suddenly, someone called, Hey, Carpenter, you there? He replied, What's up? Something wrong? The person on the other end immediately reported, a mega-class escape pod has entered Sector 7. The control tower has tried to make contact but hasn't received any response. Carpenter chuckled, Hemph, I wonder who's slacking off this time. The person on the line continued, The ship is on autopilot, so I'm afraid something might be wrong. He replied, All right, I'll go check it out. Carpenter wondered which capital it had come from. The ship had already landed and he headed towards it to assess the situation. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "This thing looks pretty luxurious." He pulled the cord, easily opening the ship's door. It was pitch black inside, so Carpenter turned on his flashlight. He said aloud, "Why is it so dark? Why aren't the lights on?" Suddenly, he saw a puddle on the floor. His arm got soaked when he accidentally touched it. He flinched. "What is this?" When he looked up, right in front of him was a monster with its mouth wide open. The drool dripping down was the same stuff that had gotten on his arm. Outside, two men were walking and asking each other, "Where's Carpenter?" Carpenter said he was coming back early today. The other replied, "What?" But he said he needed more money to buy a new house. There he is. They suddenly saw Carpenter standing up ahead. One of them called out loudly, "Hey, Carpenter." His eyes widened when he saw a plume of black smoke. In front of them was a Carpenter, surrounded by streams of black smoke. Why is he just standing there? When Carpenter turned to face them, they said to each other, "Something's not right." "Are we seeing things?" Hoken spoke up. "I thought you were working overtime today." "You left already," Carpenter answered curtly. "I'm busy." Hoken asked, "Did the manager say anything?" Carpenter replied, "I told him I had something urgent to do and he let me go." The other two looked at each other thinking, why is he talking with that kind of attitude? Whatever Jamin said, maybe he just lost some money or something. Behind them, Carpenter stood silently, his eyes glowing red. Dark smoke swirled around his body. Carpenter kept walking until he entered a room. At the same time, Silver held subject 26 inches his hands and thought, "I can't believe my new trait is this effective." He now knew things that even the top-ranked players didn't. Combining the camouflage skin from Hunjin with replication would allow him to create a replica organ. It would analyze the victims he consumed and emit a special pheromone that confuses the senses of other creatures. It makes others see him in the form of his victim. Silver looked in the mirror and thought, it sounds like an invincible trait, but it actually has a lot of weaknesses. Because this pheromone has no effect on cameras and mirrors, my true identity can still be revealed. Furthermore, the uncanny valley effect will give others a creepy feeling. The effect of the mimicry is very long-lasting and hard to explain. Silver thought to himself, everything has clear pros and cons, but it's still something I can use effectively. A sharp claw extended from his hand. I also got the Gallon claws I've been wanting for so long. He continued to think as he walked. However, I don't really have a need for it since it's similar to Amor's extrasensory perception, the psionic trait. X-ray vision will be useful for combining later. Silver was very surprised to find a rare mutation on his body, monster tentacles. Suddenly, a bunch of tentacles sprouted from the back of his head. They looked like the tentacles that emerged from the mouth of a Gallon, also known as a space dragon. He thought to himself, I don't know why, but these are definitely better weapons than my claws. I really have to thank Hunjin for this. Silver continued to think, now I have 4 supernatural traits. When I get my supernatural ability after evolving into my adolescent form, I'll be able to acquire even more types of powers. Subject 26 woke up weakly, telling Silver, I can't breathe. Just hold on a little longer. He thought to himself anyway, I spent a lot of time in this place back when I was playing the game and now I'm finally here for real. He understood that the special commercial district was particularly. This place looks glamorous from the outside, but it's completely rotten on the inside. That's one of the reasons I chose it. It's divided into 4 sectors and a central management zone: the business sector, the residential sector, the central management zone, the port sector, and the entertainment sector. The entertainment and residential sectors have the lowest security levels. The entertainment district is where the residents of Megacorp blow off steam with rented slaves. Combat androids patrol the area to apprehend criminals. The residential district is basically a slum for low-class citizens. It's also the kind of place where no one would ask questions if someone suddenly disappeared. Silver thought to himself, I'll head to the residential area first. I just have to watch out for the androids that occasionally pass by and I'll be fine. From atop a building, he looked down and wondered, now the question is, how do I get there? Looking down at the people below, he considered his options. He could take the sewer system or the underground subway tunnels. Both were built when the city was first constructed. However, in a place with no water, it's highly likely the sewer system is undergoing large-scale maintenance. He continued moving in his carpenter form. If this were a game, I'd choose the sewers, but this is reality. Too bad, but I have to go with the subway tunnels. The entrance I used to use should be around here somewhere. Peeking his head out of an alley, he feigned a thoughtful look and then grinned. There it is, he thought. I'm the only one who knows about this place. He turned the handle, opened the door, and went inside. It was a subway tunnel on the outskirts of the port district, his own special route. An animal roared fiercely, trying to escape. At the wildlife smuggling monitoring office in the port area, a group of people surrounded it, pulling a harness tight as the creature thrashed and shrieked. Boss, we can't hold it for much longer. Another voice yelled, what is the support team doing? Get the tranquilizer gun now. A woman grunted as she pulled the rope. What kind of maniac brought this mountain crawler in here? One of the men in the group said to her, see ya, boss. I'm heading home. She yelled at Lat, you bastard, are you blind? She continued, chewing him out. We're struggling with this monster and you're talking about leaving, Lat replied. I'm not working overtime. Good luck. The woman kept yelling after him. Get back here, you selfish prick. Meanwhile, at the Special Entertainment Exchange Center, as Lat walked in, the system announced, "Welcome to the Special Entertainment Room where your wildest dreams become reality." Lat looked at the images on the screen thinking, who should I pick today? His gaze landed on one girl. Well, look at that. She looks exactly like that insolent coworker of mine. Lat recalled that his coworker often came here to play too. He licked his lips and chuckled. I'll pick her. This is even better than I thought. Later, washing his hands under a faucet, he laughed and said, that was more satisfying than I imagined. He turned his back and left the room, leaving the woman's body stained red with blood on the bed. He thought to himself, did I go a little too far with her? Then he reassured himself, the staff will clean it up just like before. I paid for the service in full after all. The system announced, thank you for using our service. As he walked down the stairs, he thought, after a good time like that, I'm craving a drink. He figured, grabbing a few drinks sounded like a good idea. I'll buy a couple of bottles on the way home. A high-speed train stopped, and as Lat got off, he grumbled, who broke all the streetlights? What a pain. Lat took a flashlight out of his pocket to light the way and continued walking home. He muttered to himself, when will I finally get out of this dump? He complained. What's that smell? As Lat kept walking, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. I don't know why, but I feel uncomfortable. Turning into an alley, he told himself, just gotta hurry. Suddenly, a voice called out, hey, mister. The voice continued, where are you headed? Lat answered, I'm going home. The person was hidden in the shadows, their face unseen. They just said, it's too dark here. Can I walk with you? Lat was silent for a moment, then replied, follow me. The person followed, saying softly, thank you. The stranger continued walking behind Lat, then suddenly spoke up. Hey. Lat's response was short. What? The person asked again. Are you an android? Lat nodded. Yeah. The person blurted out, I knew it. Lat's eyes widened and he thought with annoyance, what the hell is this? Is this guy trying to mock me for being an android living in Mega Corp? Suddenly, Lat jumped in fear. In the man's hand was something. Pink. He stammered. Wait, what is that? Lat suddenly remembered a warning from a coworker. He told him about this high-level creature before. He said it likes to play with human heads. Lat trembled. If I don't do something now, I'm going to be its next victim. He took off running. Run. Watching Lat's figure, frantically fleeing, Silver thought, he's running away, but I have a pretty good idea why. Subject 26 said, little one, he's scared of me. Silver asked, I wonder why? 26 replied, I don't know. Silver mused. The moment he saw 26, his heart rate shot through the roof. What could scare him that much? Spherical amoebas are known for their cute appearance. Then he thought, well, 26 is a mutated form, but it doesn't look that different from the normal ones. He looked at 26 and asked himself, how could anyone be afraid of such an adorable creature? I really don't get that android. He chuckled softly. Ah, right, he's an android. Silver noticed the smoke around him was fading. The same effect had worn off, and he had reverted to his juvenile form. I need to eat more androids to evolve into my adult form. That's all it would take. Meanwhile, Lat ran frantically, not daring to stop for even a second. Only when he saw his front door did he pause, rushing inside and slamming it shut. Lat took a swig of alcohol and breathed a sigh of relief. That was too close. He muttered, I'll report it tomorrow. He turned on the TV. Lat grumbled, it's the same damn shows on repeat, so boring. He said irritably, if I had the money, I'd move out of this dump in a heartbeat. Outside, Silver was holding 26, baring his sharp teeth as he stared silently at Lat's apartment. The next day, Lat walked along cursing, damn it, what kind of boss is she? He thought it was because of that woman, that she tried to send me to the mountains, which is why I have to work overtime. And thanks to her, I had to waste time at that shop just to blow off steam. As he approached the alley, Lat told himself, but I already reported that thing. He peeked into the alley thinking he wouldn't be waiting right in front of my house, right? Lat quietly entered the alley. After walking for a bit, Lat thought, this should be far enough. I'm safe. All that worrying has made my throat dry. Entering the alley to his building, he told himself, once I get home, I can drink all I want. Suddenly, his eyes widened in terror. A figure was standing in front of his door. It entered the passcode and the door swung open. Silver walked right in. Lat stood outside trembling and quickly dialed his phone. A voice on the other end answered, hello, Residential District C Police Station. Lat replied shakily, hello. He immediately blurted out, I think there's a monster in my house. Inside, Silver was looking around. He thought to himself, this place is so small. The layout is basically a studio apartment. He glanced around the room. Every corner of this place is disgusting, except for the bed. Does he like to sleep like a nobleman or something? Silver figured if he was going to hunt cyborgs, he should at least do some preliminary research. He'd spent the whole day checking this apartment, making sure no one else was here, while also spotting a lot of potential prey. Images of other species flashed through Silver's mind, reptilians, cold-blooded types, beastmen, werewolves, and many more. He thought to himself, to reach the subadult stage, I need to eat even more species. A total of 60 species I can impersonate, and I still need 4 more to be eligible. Many players quit the moment they reach this point, and you could call that a wise choice. Because after reaching the subadult stage, the evolution requirements become even greater. An image of a bustling city appeared in his mind. Of course, there would be many alien species at a special shopping center. On top of that, Megacorp has diplomatic relations with the CU, so there are bound to be countless CU in the administrative district. He licked his sharp teeth, thinking greedily. Collecting all 60 is just a matter of time. Looking around, Silver was pleased. Awesome. Since I have to stay here for a while anyway, why not check the place out a bit? Noise echoed from the surrounding rooms. The soundproofing wasn't very good. He could clearly hear sounds from the room next door and the floor above, but the room below him was completely silent, which meant no one was living down there. Using his ability to see through the floor, Silver noticed someone in the hallway heading this way. 3 people in total, that's Cyborg and 2 police officers. He called Subject 26 over. Subject 26 asked, "What's wrong?" "Little one," Silver said, "there was work to do." He thought to himself, "I don't plan on causing trouble with the authorities just yet, so for now I'll just observe the situation. Being on a planet like this just makes collecting genes easier." 2 figures in blue stood before Lat. He thought to himself, "If these guys weren't guards, I'd teach them a lesson." One of them said, "For now, please open the door so we can inspect the inside." Lat replied, "Yeah." They stepped in, and the one with the lighter complexion was Glom. Lat trembled with rage when one of them commented, "This place looks like a pigsty." Glom pinched his nose. While he checked the corners of the room, Glom checked the shelves and cabinets. A moment later, they concluded, "There's nothing unusual here." Lat screamed, "No way," he yelled. "I saw it with my own eyes." "Why don't you believe me?" Glom replied coldly. "If you were a sane cyborg, you get your eyes replaced." They told Lat he was the only one who had reported this, and since there was nothing here, he should please try to control his drinking. Lat anxiously argued back, "No, it can't be." The argument was cut short by noise from the adjacent rooms. In the end, the 2 guards left. "Well, anyway, we've confirmed there's nothing unusual here. We're not needed anymore." Lat ran after them, shouting, "Wait," but the 2 guards didn't turn back. They called over their shoulders, "If something else happens, give us a call. But be more careful next time." Lat stood there in silence. Could I have been mistaken? He went back inside, looked around, and then plopped down on the bed, opening a bottle of liquor. Lat drank from it and mumbled, "Or has my body grown weak? Am I hallucinating?" After drinking for a bit, he shouted, "Ah, drinking feels so good." Sprawled out on the bed, Lat thought, "Tomorrow, I'll call that waitress from the devour." He grinned, baring his teeth. There'll be plenty to do. A noise from the room below irritated Lat. What the hell is that idiot in the basement doing at this hour? Do your work during the day, please. Suddenly, Lat froze. Wait a minute. He trembled as the thought hit him. There isn't supposed to be anyone living in the basement below me, is there? The sound grew closer. Lat turned around, and a mouth opened, baring sharp teeth at him. Time to eat. Lat looked at the creature with a face of absolute terror. Blood-curdling screams echoed, signaling that the prey had been dealt with. Jerry's eyes shot open. He asked in surprise, "What the hell is?" In front of him was Lat, who was saying, "I'm sorry." Jerry didn't understand what was happening. He thought to himself, "What's with this guy?" He said awkwardly, "It's nighttime. Keep your voice down." Lat replied, "Seriously, I'll be more careful." Jerry walked towards his own room, responding, "As long as you understand, that's fine. I have a job for you tomorrow morning." His door closed, leaving Lat standing silently outside watching. Silver's teeth appeared beneath Lat's face. He thought to himself, "He's my next target." Silver reached out and opened his apartment door with Lat's hand. He then walked up the stairs in his original form. Subject 26 asked, "Where have you been?" Silver replied, "I was hungry, so I went to eat." Picking up Lat's leg, he thought, "I still have to complete the rest of my evolution mission." As he ate, he rated his prey. This was the second most disgusting meal he'd ever had. The cyborg smelled like a mixture of fermented alcohol and rotten meat. He thought, "It seems there's a connection between the prey's health and its taste. If it's for evolution, I'll just have to endure it." A game system screen flashed into view, and he rejoiced. Oh, there it is. Actually, he had planned to complete this evolution while on Megacorp's research ship. However, it had taken much longer than expected. The system announced conditions for evolution from weak larva to sub-adult have been met. Do you wish to evolve? Silver said to Subject 26, "I'm going to turn into an egg for a little while." Subject 26 was surprised. "An egg?" she continued. "If you're already a juvenile, why are you turning into an egg?" Silver replied. "It's to evolve to become bigger and stronger." Subject 26 didn't understand. From a juvenile to a bigger juvenile, Silver patted her head and said, "That's right, don't worry." Then he added, "Go ahead and eat the rest of the food." Subject 26 replied, Silver pressed the yes button on the system. "All right, then let's begin." The system announced, conditions for evolution from larva to subadult have been met. Initiating evolution, weak larva to subadult. As for Silver, he knew the time had finally come to enjoy the subadult power he had only temporarily sampled with the seum. Silver's purplish-blue hand, which was holding Subject 26, disintegrated. Silver transformed into a giant egg. Subject 26 looked at the egg before her and thought, "When I got out of that stinking prison cell, I swore I'd protect him no matter what." Then she blamed herself. But until now, instead of protecting him, I've only been protected by that child. Subject 26 continued her thought. That reality constantly torments me. If only I could be a little bigger. She touched her tentacle to the egg Silver had become. Or if my tentacles were a bit stronger. A pink light flashed. Subject 26 realized that with those thoughts swirling in her mind, the very moment her tentacle touched his egg, a strange energy flowed from the tip of the tentacle and seeped into her body. Afterward, it was as if she had just eaten a nutrient-rich meal. A feeling of fullness and power began to well up inside her. A voice rang out, "This isn't a minor error, it's a critical flaw." A man appeared before him. Perhaps it's because I'm in this dark space. Unpleasant memories from the past resurfaced. He saw the gray back of a man and plumes of black smoke. He saw himself facing a giant Amor. This must be the remnant of the Amor still inside my body. Silver told himself it's not that I'm scared as he raised his hand towards the entity. It was more that this feeling was quite familiar. When he touched it, the entity submitted without any resistance. Silver suddenly opened his eyes. He thought to himself, the fact that my senses have returned means the evolution is complete. Nothing new, but this feeling is so pleasant. He opened the system screen. Let's see my current status. He was surprised. Something new had been added. The system displayed species unidentified hostile organism from outer space. System notification. You have a new unread message. Do you want to read it? Silver was puzzled since nothing like this had ever appeared before. He told himself it seems this is a new system that only appeared after the official evolution. Alright then. The system continued to display. The chats in Enya Transcendent system has been unlocked. Do you want to see the guide? He pressed yes and thought to himself. Maybe because this is a new version, there are some changes. The notification continued to appear. The Transcendent system among the traits you possess can fuse 3 or more to transform them into a new unique trait. The new trait obtained will be something that has never existed before. Available trait list, chitinous outer shell, Caillou skeleton leg strength. Additional note, this fusion trait is not always beneficial, choose carefully. Silver was a little confused. He thought a Transcendent system, huh? In the game, trait fusion wasn't like this. You could only fuse one pair at a time. He recalled that if you accumulate too many skills, you eventually forget what traits you even have. By the end of the game, I myself had over 500 traits. He thought even as a huge RPG fan, I almost went crazy. I can't believe they changed the system this way. He continued to consider it. The problem is if I fuse physical type traits now, the condition will be considered unfulfilled and the physical enhancement type will be disabled. Silver thought the special superpower enhancement type is much weaker now. If I acquire more physical traits later on, then the number of traits required for the special superpower type will increase again. He also considered his own situation. A unique trait is beneficial for sure, but the risk is too high when I don't have many abilities to combine right now. For now, I'll postpone using the Transcendent system. Silver told himself that even though a unique trait is very tempting, he understood that it's precisely at times like these that he needs to be cautious. The eggshell surrounding Silver gradually cracked. Even if it takes more time, it's better to choose the safe path. I'll use the Transcendent system after I've secured enough physical traits, Silver thought quietly. He observed 26 and silently realized, does 26 have more tentacles than before? Her appearance isn't the same as before either. She used to be only the size of a human head, but now she's much bigger. What happened? Silver asked. What's this? 26 replied. This. It just started growing. Silver was surprised. Since when? She answered. When I touched the egg, I started evolving. Silver looked at the tentacle she showed him. This is probably the blade-type tentacle of a sea monster. With just a light touch, it could easily tear through flesh. Silver thought to himself, 26 said she touched the cocoon while I was evolving. Did 26 absorb some of the energy from my evolution process? 26 declared, with this, I can protect you. Silver patted 26's head thinking. That's good too. He recalled the image of the sea demon. The sea monster he saw in the game was a giant sub-boss level monster. A body over 20 meters long with hundreds of tentacles. Having an ally like this is truly reassuring. Then he looked at 26, thinking to himself, I don't intend to pass my genes to 26, but sharing food I don't need isn't so bad. Silver said to 26, let's go eat. She replied, yeah, let's go. He set his next target on the house next door. A delicious meal was waiting for them. He realized that to maintain his position, he had to keep moving forward. The motto of Turd began with an insurance company in New York. The Turd company chose expansion over carving up limited land and actively invested in developing space bases. Instead of mining on Earth, they aimed for a new continent, investing enormous sums into artificial habitat and terraforming technology. The image of a way station appeared in his mind, starting with space stations in the solar system. By terraforming Mars and building orbital habitats, they expanded their foundation. One of their achievements was the first space city connecting the solar system and outer space, Turg's special commercial hub, with an impressive diameter of 60 kilometers. Thanks to that, today many species from outside Come to visit the historical structure created by humans at the special commercial hub, the administrative district, the memorial tower. An employee typed furiously on a keyboard. This is the human resources management team. I require an explanation for the 3% reduction in arriving supplies. Here's the situation, the other side replied. It seems production on farm planet Z1101 and livestock planet P82 has decreased. Oliver replied, I understand. She turned to P0. We can manage to send 20% of our staff to the entertainment district, but a 3% reduction in supply is something we can't ignore. P0 replied, you're right. But Oliver cut in 40% of the special commercial district's revenue comes from the entertainment district. If the HR management team lets the supply drop by 3%, the entertainment district will have to bear the consequences, she continued. Vice Director. No, miss. Pizarro, do you know what the most important thing for a merchant is? Pizarro answered hesitantly. It's credit, isn't it? Oliver replied. Yes, that's important too. She continued. But the most important thing is trust. Even though we might be able to justify it with special circumstances this time, what if we lose their trust because of it? Oliver narrowed her eyes and said, these are guests who have come from very far away. If they are disappointed once, they will never return. She said to Pizarro, do you understand what I mean? Pizarro replied, yes, I'll keep that in mind. Then Oliver continued, as you know, this is a critical time. The first meeting of the board of directors will take place here. Oliver thought to herself, this system dictates that the winner of the competition will assume the role of the Turd clan's leader. Once you become the head, you will exclusively possess all privileges and benefits related to Turg and Megacorp. The Chamberlain family has held the leadership position for many consecutive generations. Meanwhile, the members of the Thompson family are falling into extreme desperation. Oliver clenched her fist. If the Thompson family wins the next leadership position, blood will be shed. Someone spoke up, ma'am, I'd like to make a report. I brought the list of important figures requesting to visit on the day of the event. She replied, thank you. Oliver glanced at the list, her eyes widening. Oliver asked anxiously, is Akira Jujin attending? The other person replied, yes, the Jujin clan contacted us an hour ago. The person continued, he won't be participating in the council meeting, just attending as a visitor. Oliver sighed, the nerve of that usurper. She remembered clearly why people called him the usurper and criticized him. He was the only noble in the capital to seize leadership through a rebellion. Images on the screen showed In Yujin, the man who should have been the leader, being assassinated. His daughter was turned into a puppet, a living shadow under absolute control. The bodies on the screen slumped over, and without a single change in his expression, he killed or tortured members of the capital's nobility, as well as those within his own clan. Oliver looked at that face, a chill running down her spine. He was a ruthless man, but he possessed formidable power. And so after In Yujin's death, the Jujin clan prospered like never before. She thought nervously, a monster has ruled Mechacop and the Jujin clan for nearly a century. If I confront him directly, I'll surely be crushed without mercy. But I can't back down now, Oliver thought. She stood up and asked Spectre, how long until the next appointment? The other person replied, 10 minutes, ma'am. Then she reported today's schedule includes inspecting key facilities and the security systems of the administrative district for the duration of the council meeting. Oliver frowned, thinking, if I fail, I'll turn it into a lesson. Even if I can't win, I just need to treat this as a valuable experience. She was true to my spirit, unafraid of competition or challenges. She believed that even if she failed, she could get back up again. But she had no idea that in another place, a man's screams echoed a sign that a terrifying threat had taken deep root right in his own territory. Silver bared his teeth and lunged at the man. Subject 26 was stuffing food into her mouth. Silver asked her, is it good? She replied, yes. Silver glanced at the floor, wondering if it was because they cleaned it often. This house is really clean, he thought. Compared to that underling's place, at least this is livable. His gaze shifted toward the freshly finished prey, but more importantly, he thought, as much as I want to enjoy this fresh meat right now, I still have work to do. Silver said to 26, I'm popping over to the house next door for a bit. She replied, okay, be careful. Silver chuckled softly and walked off. First, I need to take care of some loose ends. Where's the communication device? He found it. Here it is. Silver scrolled through the phone. The underling's name is Lat. His work contact is Idiot. This must be it. He pressed call. Most employees don't like their boss. The person on the other end cursed. Hey, Lat. You damn bastard. What the hell are you doing when we're this busy? Silver said, I quit. The person on the other end yelled, what are you out of your mind? Silver cut him off. Well, goodbye. The person on the other end roared, hey, you moron, I knew this day would come. Silver hung up. Well, they'll probably forget about this by tomorrow anyway. I need to make sure I do this perfectly. He opened a laptop and sent a resignation letter from it. His work will make a great highlight. Then Silver started browsing the data and inventory list of tracking devices for smuggled animals. He thought to himself, just a quick glance and there are so many types. If I eat these things, could I collect a lot of genes? Silver grinned, baring his teeth. The surveillance must be extremely tight. He wondered if he used Lat's voice to call an employee over, had them eat him, and forge the transfer documents, he could easily steal one or two. but if he wanted more, he'd need a middleman. There were quite a few animals with unknown destinations. Silver figured a middleman must have intercepted them mid-transit. Now he would use Lat's identity to contact a middleman. Silver calculated that if the negotiation failed, he'd just eat the middleman, impersonate him, and intercept the goods himself. That underling's name was Lat, right? Silver smiled. He left me a lot of useful things. If I had known more, everything would have been perfect. Subject 26 was cheerful. Welcome back, little one. She pounced on Silver's prey. He told her, I'm not eating it, so don't be picky. All right, fine. I'll just take this leg. You can have the rest. Subject 26 was surprised. Really? He told her she could have it all. Okay, then she replied. Silver thought, I'll go find something tastier to eat. For now, he put the leg in the fridge. When he was done with his role as Lat, he'd have to start mimicking the guy. Silver picked up the phone. All right, who to call now? According to the contact list, he didn't seem to be a man with many connections. The only person who might know about the middleman besides his boss seemed to be no one else. But if the person in charge disappeared, it would cause a huge scandal, so that wasn't an option. Silver deduced he needed to find someone who would be quickly forgotten if they went missing. He stopped when he saw a frequently contacted person on the list named Loy. Silver thought, probably a friend who shares his secret hobbies, but it was a special kind of entertainment den. He remembered it clearly. The place was notorious in the special commercial district. Even in the game, it had been in the news and was constantly in trouble for ethical violations. Silver thought quietly. Anyway, if he's the type who likes unethical things, he probably knows something about the middlemen. Silver realized they had been in contact as recently as yesterday. They must be pretty close. A message popped up. I'm pissed off because of that idiot. Forget him. I want to ask you something. Let's see, Silver thought. The messages continued to pop up. So you quit. That idiot is going crazy. What's up? Silver messaged back. I'm tired of it. I'm thinking of working somewhere else. The other person texted, well, this job does suck. Where are you thinking of going? Silver wrote back, I'm only suited for this kind of work. I just think it's too boring here. I'll do something similar. The other person texted, similar work. Silver replied, smuggling and that sort of thing. He thought, if this conversation drags on, he might get suspicious. I need to end this as quickly as possible. Loy kept texting. Didn't you say before you wouldn't do dangerous stuff? Silver replied, I did, but Loy texted, come on, you think it's a good idea to start now? Silver replied, after thinking it over, there doesn't seem to be any other way to make money. I'm going to give it a shot even if I'm starting from scratch. Loy texted, all right, I'll send you the info by email. Silver messaged him. Hey, by the way, why don't we meet up tonight to talk? Loy asked. Meet up, Silver wrote. I have a favorite bar in the Port District. Loy was surprised. Don't tell me you're buying. You're not that type of guy. Silver replied. Since I quit my job, I can at least buy a colleague a drink. The other person was pleased. Wow, quitting your job has made you grow up. Okay, what time should we meet? Silver replied. How about 9 o'clock at night? The bar was located on the edge of the Port District. Perfect. Silver thought it's right on my way home. Loy texted, I'm sad to think that from now on, I'll have to go to the bar alone. Silver thought to himself, you don't need to feel lonely. Either way, you'll be walking the same path as me soon enough. You feel satisfied. All right, he had the appointment set. Now what should he do until then? I'm done. Subject 26 said listlessly. Silver patted her head, thinking that Subject 26 was still young and needed plenty of sleep. Silver turned on his computer. Before facing Loy, perhaps he should look over the confiscation inventory list. They have these preys as well. He was surprised. They had captured an extraterrestrial. How did they manage to do that? A list with 20 names appeared on the screen, but the destination for their trip was left blank. This implied that the extraterrestrials were still here. Silver recalled that the extraterrestrials, true to their name, were amorphous beings from outer space. Inspired by the movie Alien, this group was like the Zerg race in an old game. If one chose this race, they would become the queen of the swarm, driving its growth, absorbing the DNA of other creatures, and commanding their own army. Silver thought to himself, this is a slow-growing species similar to the Amorphs, but their evolutionary path is completely different. Even so, he still preferred the Amorphs. He continued to examine the list. The numbers are low, but they aren't specimens, so we can aim for a predation effect. First, we need to capture them. Besides that, Silver was worried that there weren't many groups with more than 10 individuals. Perhaps even if he wiped them all out, he wouldn't gain many traits. He closed the computer. There's a luck factor involved in this too. Looking over at Subject 26, Silver decided it was better to get going. Subject 26 grumbled, what's wrong? He replied, we're going out. She asked him where they were going. You'll know when we get there, Silver replied. Leaving the apartment, he jumped onto the roof of the building. Silver looked down at the bustling city and chuckled, good. It's time to hunt. Silver leaped from building to building. He landed on the ground. Thinking to himself, the entrance to the teleportation gate is easy to spot. Great, I'll head that way. He entered a hallway with a door at the far end. Silver activated his ability. He noticed a robot standing guard. Subject 26 asked, is there a problem? He replied, an enemy. Silver thought to himself, a combat-type android. This is a different model from the androids that were guarding the reactor on the pirate ship. He observed the robot. It had an extra combat arm attached to its right side near its hip. The weapon it was holding. He thought it was strange. An android equipped with a Gauss rifle. He remembered clearly that a Gauss rifle was a lower-tier weapon compared to a plasma gun. It fires projectiles at high speeds, specializing in dealing with heavily armored targets. Silver hid behind a wall, thinking it was rare to see an infantry android carrying such an advanced weapon, unless a special situation called for it. Could a major event be about to happen? He remembered that in the game, this area often hosted many events. If that was the case, security would definitely be heightened. The robot turned its head, scanned the area, and then moved on. Silver thought that when he had been here earlier, everything was normal, but he never expected the situation to turn out like this. He was on guard. From now on, he needed to move more cautiously. "Where are we going?" Subject 26 asked. Silver replied, "We're going back the way we came." His original plan was to create a nest and then release spores. But if an event was coming up, everything would be more heavily guarded. Now the plan had to change. Silver thought he needed to set up a surveillance network immediately. A green light enveloped the area around him. Silver breathed a sigh of relief. Done. The surveillance system was complete. He knew that in different areas, the spores would grow to form a new type of nest. Silver pushed up a manhole cover from below and smiled, just as he thought there was no one here. Silver instructed, Subject 26, wait here. She could only obey. Okay, turn around. Before she knew it, Silver had transformed into his other form. Subject 26 was also surprised. He said, sarcastically, because if anyone sees you, they'll run away. Understood, Subject 26 replied. He continued his analysis. This area is a military border zone, so no one lives here. It's the perfect hunting ground. A figure approached from the distance. Silver narrowed his eyes in confusion. It's a woman. He thought since the name was Loy, I figured it would be a man. Silver seemed very surprised. Unexpectedly, she was a completely normal girl. With that appearance, she looks like she couldn't even hurt a fly. He continued to be suspicious. I wonder how she's treated in the red light district. Silver didn't stop analyzing. Maybe she's the type to break someone's back with a cold expression. Loy finally stood in front of him, interrupting his train of thought. Silver put his hands in his pockets, his expression blank. This way. Loy's face twisted in anger and she grit her teeth, unhappy with the meeting place. You bastard, why are we meeting in such a deserted place? After a few seconds of silence, Silver calmly replied. This isn't something we can discuss in public, is it? Loy agreed with him. He's right. Still, she wasn't easy to deal with and voiced her suspicion of Silver. Are you still wearing your work uniform even though you've quit? He was surprised and asked himself in Loy's eyes. Do I really look like I'm wearing a work uniform? It's because the simulation organ also mimics clothing. Why did Silver think this? Because the simulation organ collects genetic information and other sensory data to accurately replicate the target's appearance right before they died. It simulates their cells, the material of their clothes, and even the things inside them. However, it has a limitation: it cannot replicate things that didn't belong to the consumed target. His train of thought continued. In the game, I didn't have to worry about my clothes not matching the situation, so I got careless. From now on, I'll have to be more careful. Silver calmly replied to Loy, it's simple. I don't have any other clothes to wear. She sighed. You should at least buy a set of normal clothes. Loy looked displeased. After quitting her job and everything, she had been looking around suspiciously this whole time. Humph. Silver wondered, what's wrong? She just replied, it's nothing, just that there's been a strange smell for a while. He pressed on. What is it? More importantly, can you give me the information about the middleman? Loy crossed her arms and turned her face away. You plan to talk about that right here, Silver explained. If we were in the bar, there's a risk someone would overhear us. Her facial muscles relaxed, showing she agreed. Oh, so this is a conversation that would cause trouble if someone overheard. Loy held out a rectangular box to Silver. The information about the deal with the middleman is in here. The file will self-destruct within 1 day, so memorize it carefully. He took a troubled look on his face. Loy said, that's just the nature of this business. I'll send you his contact information right now. Silver's phone received a message that read, you have received the contact information for S from Loy. The message with its abbreviated characters made him wonder. S, do they use initials in case someone gets caught? The transaction was complete. Loy smiled. That concludes our business here. We should get a drink. Silver was reluctant. All right. She patted his shoulder. Your treat. Suddenly, Loy discovered something terrifying. Her eyes widened. She stepped back in fear. Who are you? Silver was unfazed. Well, it seems I've been found out. The mimicry organ just can't fool the sense of touch. Loy turned and ran, screaming in terror. Help me. Silver reacted in a flash, clamping a hand over her mouth. His arm grabbed her wrist and wrapped around her body. He was quite proud of this particular variation. I should only have 2 arms. However, this variation was different. She was being grabbed from multiple directions. Silver leaned in close to Loy. In the game, I often took advantage of this kind of sensory dissonance and the monster's shape-shifting to subdue my opponents. He gleefully lifted Loy into the air and crushed her with his hands, blood splattering all over his face. Silver declared. The hunt is over. I'll dispose of the body right here. His mouth didn't stop moving. He chewed voraciously on Loy. Silver judged with satisfaction. Loy's taste is just average, nothing delicious, but not bad either. Just mediocre. As he transformed, he thought mockingly of Loy. Anyway, it's still better than that horrible taste from L. Silver had transformed into Loy. He lifted his hand, moving it constantly, calculating. No matter what, with this I can now impersonate Loy. The next step, he thought as he cleaned up the scene, is to erase all traces of Loy. I think I just need to toss the skeleton into some secret tunnel, and it'll be fine. Silver quickly left the scene, still planning his next move. When I get home and review the data, I'll have to decide whether or not to meet the middleman. Soon, Silver was back with subject 26. She had a sharp nose too. Ah, the smell of prey. He felt awkward. I just ate. She wouldn't let him off the hook. Where's my share? He broke into a sweat at her question because he'd already eaten the whole thing. Ah, next time I have to remember to save a portion for subject 26. Scene changed to the TNC Port Sector Supply Warehouse Management Team. It was late at night, and as Muller walked past the machine area, he saw Thunder still sitting at his computer and asked curiously, "Hey, Thunder, you haven't left yet." The man scowled and replied, "You go on ahead, I still have work to do." Muller said back, "All right, see you later." Thunder glanced up at Muller with an annoyed look, then pulled out a laptop from under his desk and opened it, still muttering, "Damn it." He stared intensely at the screen, furious. All of this could have been exchanged for money. Do you have any idea how much I've lost because of those bastards? I was supposed to sneak it off planet this morning, but because those damn directors are tightly controlling every outgoing shipment, so all the creatures I was planning to transport have been impounded. He was still seething, muttering, "Do you know how much money is lost with just a one-day delay? Those goddamn bastards." With everything he had invested in this surveillance thing, suddenly his phone vibrated, cutting through his thoughts. Muff. The phone screen displayed, "You have just received an encrypted message from L." Thunder exclaimed. That idiot Loy, I told her things have been tense lately. The content of the message surprised and confused him. Huh, an alien monster? Does someone really want to buy that thing? He leaned closer to the phone, skeptical. If I remember correctly, I heard that creature is extremely dangerous. What kind of person would want to buy it? Thunder convinced himself it was real. Oh, it makes sense. The buyer is from the administrative district. They love to collect rare beasts and artifacts. A smug smile spread across his face. That Loy. I knew she was pretty good, but I never expected her to have connections with the people in the administrative district. Should I ask her for an introduction? The message displayed the usual details. Time 10 p.m. Location near the crane by the containers in the port sector. Thunder tossed his phone onto the desk, annoyed. But a deal in the administrative district is so convenient for me. I don't have to ship the goods out. Now I just have to wait for them to do their part. Just as he was feeling smug, another message arrived. Hemph. After reading it, his expression turned to one of pure annoyance. Huh, she wants to change the time to midnight. She wants to do the deal when surveillance is this tight. He dialed Loy's number, still muttering nonstop. And now she wants to change the time too. Thunder immediately thought something was wrong. The other end picked up. Hello. Huh, hey, what are you playing at? You've never changed the time before. It's unclear what was said, but his voice softened. Ah, it's because I have to work overtime. The voice on the other end replied, what does overtime have to do with anything? Thunder didn't understand what Loy was talking about. He wondered, what is she suddenly going on about? I'm talking about that rumor you must have heard, Loy said. I heard from a colleague that some incredibly thoughtless person tried to smuggle a bizarre mountain-dwelling creature recently and got caught creating a huge scandal. I suspect it's because of that mountain monster incident. The person on the other end confirmed, that's right. That incident is what's had me working nonstop. Thunder offered some encouragement. You must be really exhausted. He smirked, wanting to end the conversation. All right, I get it. Is 1 a.m.? Okay, good. See you then. Thunder was a cunning man. After that call, his suspicions grew. The more he thought about it, the more unusual it seemed. Even if they were a secret religious organization, why would they conduct a transaction in the middle of the night? He thought, I need to take some precautions. With that, he immediately picked up his phone. Hello, it's me. You're coming with me. The two of them seemed to have known each other for a long time. You know the meeting spot, right? Be there before 1 a.m. The guy had a look of contempt. What a clueless idiot. Meanwhile, he stared silently at his computer screen. I don't know what she's planning, but if she has any ill intentions, I'll eliminate her immediately. He whispered to himself. Thunder is a very cautious individual. Well, that wasn't surprising. He mulled over the middleman's identity, but it was all just speculation. But this guy could be in charge of managing confiscated assets for the supply team or maybe a security guard from the port security team. In short, he's a calculating mid-level manager. If I deal with him recklessly, the consequences will be complicated. With so many people involved, they'd track me down quickly. I want to find a way to exploit this guy long-term. After some thought, he was satisfied. He searched on his computer. It wasn't like there were no options. The intel looks promising. That alien creature has a specific trait that might just solve my problem. The question is whether or not I can acquire that trait by hunting it. That's entirely up to luck. Silver left with a lot on her mind. For now, I'll make my decision after seeing how this deal turns out. I've got a lot to take care of before I leave. She lifted a manhole cover and emerged into the container port. Silver knew what she had to do. I'm right on time, he said to meet near that crane. She carefully scanned her surroundings. A total of 3 surveillance cameras covered the area. The pathways had no blind spots. Cameras were everywhere. It looks like he has connections with the security staff too. Silver thought smugly, I'm not the type to fall into such an easy trap. She was surprised when she sensed movement right by the crane. Silver estimated about 100 men, all of them armed. I knew he was cautious, but I never imagined he'd bring this many people. Silver quickly transformed into Loy and stepped out thinking, I want to resolve this as peacefully as possible. All the gunmen aimed their weapons at Silver. She asked Thunder, who are all these guys? He crossed his arms and replied, just a little insurance. Silver walked up to Thunder, who was smirking smugly. I see. Silver had her own concerns. I don't mind them, but there's a troublesome race mixed in with this group. Wolves. She was wary of them. My disguise might fool all 7 of them, but their sense of smell is far superior to other races. I need to wrap this up as quickly as possible. To start the deal, Silver spoke first. Where's the merchandise we agreed on? Thunder pointed to his right. It's in that refrigerated container over there. She walked over to the computer next to him. Just like always, once the transfer was complete, the password would display on the screen. Silver finished it up and confirmed the transfer. The password 16R4FN. He glanced at the computer, satisfied. Good. That's one less headache to deal with. Silver turned to leave. Our business is concluded. Excuse me. Thunder called after her. Hey, it was your boss who introduced you to that cult at the headquarters, wasn't it? She replied coldly. Yes, that's right. He pressed on. That man is pretty capable himself. How about you connect me with him? I'll give you a finder's fee for every successful deal we close with them. Silver turned away again. I'm sorry, but I have to refuse. He narrowed his eyes. What a shame. Thunder tried again. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me anytime. Well then. She began to reply, but was suddenly interrupted when Ket spoke up. Hey, hold on a minute. Everyone turned in alarm to look at him. He ran right up to her as Thunder asked Ket, what is it? Ket stood face to face with Silver, sniffing the air. He declared she smelled suspicious. Thunder wasn't so sure. Suspicious? I've dealt with this girl plenty of times. Ket narrowed his eyes, still unconvinced, and continued. But she's definitely hiding something. Thunder's eyes went wide. What do you mean? Silver smirked to herself, thinking, this Ket's sense of smell is much better than the other Vons. I heard there was some trouble with the security team. But who could she be working with? His personal guards grew agitated. Hey you, get her. All of them pointed their weapons at Silver. She sighed. So it came to this after all. I really wanted to handle this peacefully, but I guess I have no choice. She readied herself for battle. Time to kill every last one of them. The fierce Ket charged, but he was instantly put down. The other soldiers yelled his name and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Silver. You bitch. Kill her. After firing for a while, they all grew bewildered. What the hell? Why won't she die? Silver remained standing. Damn it. She attacked, taking them down, one by one with her bare hands. The scene descended into chaos as she charged forward, wiping out everyone in her way. The remaining men were terrified. This woman, she must be using some kind of power to control us. We're no match for her. One of them fumbled while trying to reload his gun. Damn it, he cursed. He yelled to his comrades, I'll hold her off. You guys get the VIP to a safe zone. They quickly fled with Thunder, shouting, Got it. The lone soldier tried to hold his ground, firing his gun. When his gun became useless, he drew a sword and charged towards Silver. You'll have to go through me, even if it kills me. Silver finally went on the attack. She magnetically pulled pieces of metal from her surroundings and hurled them at the soldier. He managed to fend them off for a moment, but was ultimately defeated. His last bitter word was monster. She lifted his body and picked up his sword. It was a light sword, the same type used by the pirates who attacked the research ship. The exact same model. So they're part of the same organization, huh? She turned to leave. Not that it matters. They'll all die by my hand in the end. His skills were impressive, but he chose the wrong enemy. Silver stood over the defeated Ket. More importantly, what an excellent Vaughn specimen. The Vaughn are a race of shapeshifters able to adapt their bodies to suit their evolutionary needs. Silver kicked Ket over onto his back. I plan to contact my middleman as a bust, so there's no reason to maintain this Loy disguise anymore. She decided to finish off her prey. There shouldn't be any issues if I just absorb this Vaughn's genes right. She lifted her prey to her gaping mouth. Dinner time. As always, she judged her meal. Tastier than I expected. She flicked off some leftover fur. Besides the unique fur, Vaughn's are pretty tasty. Silver continued her culinary review. The taste is pretty similar to that cat I ate before, kind of like a juicy hamburger. A shame I have to save the rest for later. She needed to plan her next steps. First, I have to take care of Thunder and the guards who fled. She already had a plan in mind. They're still so close. Looks like they were too busy avoiding the security cameras to get very far. Silver then realized, come to think of it, there are no people or androids around here. Did he pull some strings to change the patrol routes? Smuggling is a major felony in the Megacorp after all. Ironically, his own paranoia led him right into a death trap. She smirked. He could have never imagined that a creature like me even existed. Thunder was running for his life. Meanwhile, Silver gloated, the hunt isn't over yet. And Thunder just kept on running. He raged, damn it, you think I'll go down that easily? One of the soldiers stopped panting heavily. Sir. Thunder snapped. What the soldier said, I think we'd be better off going to the police. Thunder's eyes bulged. What? He waved him off. If I go to the cops now, I'm done for. The soldier stammered. But we're no match for it. Thunder furiously stomped his foot. Fine, we'll have to ask them for protection. Damn it, he fumed inwardly. It's bitter to admit, but he's right. Buying some time is better than getting killed. Model Thunder calculated. Luckily, there's a police station behind that iron fence. It's not like I haven't bribed the regional security team a few times. He glanced behind him. Time to reap the rewards. Guess I'll have to go over there. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open. In the distance, Silver had already dealt with the last of the soldiers. His face was radiating bloodlust. Thunder trembled like a leaf, his face drained of all color as he stood opposite him. Monster. The last remaining soldier grabbed Silver's leg, desperately begging. Please, sir. He yelled, run, get out of here. Thunder flinched, not even having time to react before he turned and fled in a panic. His face was covered in sweat as he looked ahead. I'm almost at the exit. There was a gate up ahead. He mumbled, I just have to get past that. Thunder collapsed flat on his face, just a short distance from the gate. He was in pain. What's happening? He couldn't understand what was going on. What the hell is this? Silver was already standing right in front of him. He effortlessly lifted the man onto his back and carried him away. Thunder was in despair. Damn it, where is he taking me? Silver crossed the street to a door, threw him to the ground, and began entering a passcode. He wondered, what's he going to do? After a moment, the door opened. The man sat slumped by the entrance, terrified. Please. Silver stepped inside. He prayed to himself, somebody save me. He felt something wet. What's this? Did he piss himself? He's that scared, he thought. But this guy is important. I can't kill him just yet. Silver walked over to a box and opened it. I have to take care of these things before dealing with the other middleman. Inside was something very bizarre. The OP is an unfortunate race who had their psychic abilities stolen by the Vortex, wham, the strongest race in the game. To explain further, their ultimate goal is to return to their home planet, which was destroyed by the Vortex wham. To do that, they need enough psychic energy to span the entire galaxy. So they try to steal it by hunting various cults. This makes them the enemy of every cult. Silver picked them up and examined them. They can't resist psychic attacks from multiple species at once, so they only target one at a time. He thought, these things look a lot like crabs. I wonder what they taste like. Silver decided to eat them. Kinda nostalgic. It's like taking a frozen crab out of the freezer and eating it without even thawing it first. Still a habit, he judged. The first crab was a dud. 19 left. He picked up another one. Still a counterfeit. Silver chewed voraciously. Trying to get the maximum genetic information from two species is really not an easy task. But of course, the game is full of tricks like this. He was disappointed. Another dud. The number dwindled until only 2 were left. I guess I have to accept that I've lost this round. Silver thought as he ate, but who knows? Maybe the 20th one will work. His eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed he'd found something. Here it is, Predator effect activated. Successfully acquired the parasite gene. Obtained parasite from the biological traits of a space lava. Do you wish to activate the parasite? Yes, no. So it was a parasite, one of the inherent pathogens in space. It can invade an opponent's body and control all of their actions. It looked like a snake with a hairy head. If Amor acquires the parasite, the enhanced infection type will be unlocked and it can be combined with contaminated organs to create an enhanced parasite. He thought as he worked, the enhanced infection type will affect debuff-related traits. Since I play an ambush style, this is even more convenient. Text appeared on the screen and he casually clicked it. A reaction occurred. He could feel his body changing. Parasite activated. Can now merge with existing contaminated organs. Parasite and contaminated organs have merged. Evolving into the wide area parasite trait, the effect from contaminated organs has been lost. Instead, you can now create an enhanced parasite. You can control a total of 5 enhanced parasites, currently specialized in 2 types, Enhanced Psychic 56, Enhanced Infection 14. Silver judged. Anyone would think the same thing. I can't believe you chose such a disgusting trait. Silver was satisfied, but I've obtained the trait I needed. He looked over at Thunder. Time for a test run. Thunder's hand, covered in bulging blue veins, appeared amidst a pool of slimy fluid. He dragged his grimy body, thinking to himself, great, I can move again. Thunder didn't notice that Silver had appeared behind him. I have to find a place to hide quick. Suddenly, 2 hands grabbed Thunder's shoulders, making him jump. Silver held him tight and quickly slammed him against the wall. Faced with Silver's blazing red eyes and his slowly approaching hand, Thunder was terrified. What are you going to do to me, a parasite with? White objects like small fangs emerged from the center of his palm. It began to penetrate the man's eye, causing him to stammer in fear. Don't. In the corner, their shadows merged as Thunder let out a scream. A moment later, he stood before him with a vacant expression, blue veins visible on his face. He spoke mechanically, I will leave at once. Silver watched him trail away. Looks like the parasite implant was a success, but it only lasts for 24 hours, so I have to time it right to retrieve it, he confirmed. But for now, he's my slave. An image appeared of the parasite coiled around Thunder's brain with threads of golden light running through his body. After 24 hours, the parasite will disappear and Thunder will die because it has already taken control of his brain. He continued his analysis. If Thunder shows any suspicious behavior, the parasite will read his thoughts and cause him extreme pain. Silver thought for a moment, then touched a male corpse that had a large hole through its torso, and he knows all too well what that pain is like. Unless there's a very strong incentive, he won't dare to resist. He affirmed this while opening up an escape route. Besides, he saw how I dismembered those guys. This one is smart. He'll get the message. Silver leaped up, hoisting the body onto his shoulder. Time to head back. Target 26, lying on a soft cushion, heard the sound and stirred slightly. Liu Bao pouted, you're too late. Silver peeked his head through the door and hissed. Sorry about that, he hissed again. Here's some food for you. After he spoke, a man's head appeared on the floor covered in a red fluid. Subject 26 jumped down from the bed and shuddered. Whoa, Silver walked out, leaving behind only 2 words, eat up. She ate intently, letting out only a soft hum. Outside the room, he lifted a leg. I'm a wise amoeba. I don't make the same mistake twice. His teeth closed around the leg as he thought. Now it's time to let someone else take my place. 1 week later, on a crowded, well-lit street, a voice cut through the sound of a clicking keyboard. What's the situation with Thunder? At the TNC Sector Security Bureau in Conference Room 5, someone at the end of the meeting table spoke up. After the announcement from the council meeting, he had stopped smuggling, but he suddenly started again a week ago. Specifically, he's carried out 6 jobs in total. William, sitting at the head of the table, asked skeptically. He's smuggling every single day. Has his M.O. changed at all? Bliss, sitting to his right, spoke up. Currently, his main business is brokering interplanetary deals, but his last 6 jobs were with citizens within the city. Someone in the meeting suggested, could it be because security has tightened up? William countered. No, operating within the city isn't profitable for him. He rubbed his head doubtfully. Thunder is extremely cautious. A guy who always tries to maximize his profit with the fewest possible jobs is doing something like this. William turned to Bliss. Who are S's clients? He replied. On that note, I discovered a new one with no prior transaction history. William was skeptical. A new one, Bliss responded. Yes, we just discovered him 3 days ago. The person at the end of the table analyzed. This guy often wears pajamas and is very skilled at avoiding cameras. It's highly likely he's had professional training. That person continued with his opinion. Our team has tailed him several times, but we always lose the trail. William rested his chin on his hand, his expression growing pensive. As if Thunder wasn't enough, now there's a new criminal. Why now of all times? William stood up, hands on the table, and speculated. There must be a reason why the cautious Thunder is acting so openly. William wrapped up the meeting. For now, create a preliminary sketch of this face and have someone analyze it. Also contact the Port District to see if he shows up there. We need to keep an eye on Thunder's every move. He ended the meeting. That's all. Dismissed. Everyone in the conference room filed out. After they left, William sat back down, lost in thought. This guy pays off the higher-ups, which makes him hard to catch. But this time, they better not even think about interfering. His finger tapped on his phone screen. The rulers of this city are nobles. Their orders are absolute. William stared at the screen, brooding. There's a guy from my old unit watching S. A picture of Overlord appeared on the screen. He hesitated. I don't like using my friends. But just this once, William silently made up his mind. Thunder, I will catch you before the council meeting ends. Silver, in the form of a middle-aged man in pajamas exuding streams of black smoke, appeared at the port. He took out his phone to check the time, 10:05. He'll be here soon. Silver looked up and sighed to himself. What a pain having to keep changing locations. But if I get caught, it's all over, so I guess I have to deal with it. He glanced suspiciously into the distance. For the past few days, I've been using this form to meet Thunder, but I keep feeling like someone's watching me from near the containers. Silver speculated that it must be the cops tailing Thunder, which is why he had to change the time and place for every meeting. Silver was certain that Thunder wasn't happy about it, but he only dared to show a little dissatisfaction. Ultimately, he had to obey. Subject 26, clinging to his arm, whined softly. I'm so bored, little one. He replied in a hushed tone, just wait a little longer. Suddenly, a sound from the distance made him glance towards its source. He saw a vehicle approaching. He's here. The truck carrying a large container stopped right in front of Silver. A foot appeared, stepping down from the vehicle's steps. He sized up the person in front of him. This guy's face has changed quite a bit. Thunder appeared, his face gaunt. Silver commented, "Lost about 13 kilograms, makes sense. You've been tormented by that parasite 24/7. The man suddenly dropped to his knees and stammered, "I've brought the goods just as you instructed, sir." His entire body trembled uncontrollably before Silver, who was now emitting plumes of black smoke. The man stuttered, "Please, sir." Silver held out his mutated hand and the black parasite appeared again. "You're more afraid of the parasite in your head than you are of me, aren't you? If I don't take it out, you'll die." With that, Silver directed the parasite to enter straight into Thunder's eye. It crawled out through his nose, causing the man to let out agonizing cries. The black parasite fell to the ground along with drops of his red fluid. Thunder remained on his knees, trembling before him, clutching his nose and moaning softly. Silver suddenly asked Thunder, "Where are the goods?" The man flinched, his eyes wide with fear. Thunder's hands scrambled to open the container doors. He stammered, "Right here, sir." The container doors slowly opened. Silver stepped inside with Subject 26 on his arm. She shivered slightly. "It's so cold." He let out a soft hiss. "Then wait outside." Subject 26 refused. "It's fine. It just suddenly reminds me a little of home." Thunder watched him enter, then bowed deeply, stammering. "All right, I'll wait here," he thought as he walked. "Let's see. Today we have 5 plant lizards and 1 mutated fairy wing." Silver's face was deep in thought. He thought intently. Mutated. Curious, he peered into the cryo-freezer as cold mist billowed out. "I've never come across a mutated fairy wing in the game before. I wonder what it looks like." With a curious touch, he operated the control panel. "This is a bird right, so it'll probably taste like chicken." The freezer door gradually slid open, letting out streams of icy air. He curiously peeked his head inside to look. Silver suddenly froze, staring intently into the cryo chamber. Subject 26 saw this and asked, "What's wrong, little one?" Silver stared intently, thinking, "This isn't a fairy wing." Inside the freezer is a winged creature. He silently deduced that it was a Galagon larva, the renowned space dragon. A blue Galagon is a creature based on legendary dragons, and its lifestyle is completely different from the regular type in the game. They move in prides like lions, and the surrounding members work together to protect a newborn blue Galagon. In the game, this behavior is considered a unique trait. More specifically, it's the young Galagon's ability to summon its pride. Silver looked at the baby dragon and made an assessment. If the system in this world operates the same way, then this situation is pretty dangerous. If it manages to send a summons, this place will become a living hell. Questions started forming in his mind. But how did they even catch it? This isn't something you'd find in a simple smuggling operation. Silver stood in the middle of the truck's cargo bay surrounded by cryo-freezers. He looked at everything with suspicion. Highly suspicious. But one thing was for sure, Silver was certain someone wanted to sabotage this operation. His eyes lit up. He silently resolved to find out what was going on first. Thunder rushed in, panting and stammering. You called for me, sir." Silver pointed to the freezer containing the larva and asked, "What is this creature?" The man followed his finger, beads of sweat forming on his face. "Which one?" He moved closer to the freezer, looked for a moment, and then hesitated. "It's a fairy wing." Seeing the man's clueless expression, Silver guessed. Looks like he doesn't know anything either. Well, this creature is extremely rare, so it's understandable that he wouldn't know. He continued to ask, "Who brought it here?" Thunder, sweating bullets, stammered. "I think it was Jay." The man quickly corrected himself. "That's right, it was Joe. He got thrown in jail right after catching this thing, but he's already out." Silver was suspicious, his expression growing tense. "I've heard that name before. I remember now." A face surfaced in Silver Anna Russell's memory, Sen Ejin's subordinate, the one who had fought him. He was the head of the crisis management department on the Comet research vessel. He calmly analyzed that Sen Ejin already possessed the characteristic Galagon claw ability, so of course, he would know their habitats and nesting grounds. And as his subordinate, planting a Galagon in the space city wouldn't have been difficult. So he looked up as Tran continued to think. In other words, the Ejin family faction was planning to attack Test City. On the same tier, he vaguely realized something. This scenario felt so familiar. C turned to Thunder and asked, "Are there any events happening in the city?" The man asked back. "An event," he continued. "Do you mean the board of directors council meeting, sir?" C was skeptical. "A council meeting?" Thunder broke out in a sweat, waving his hands to explain. "Yes, they're going to select the next CEO for the Megacorp Corporation during that meeting, so all the high-level directors will be there." He rambled on. "The meeting starts in 23 days. That's when it clicked for him. The problem was clear now. Everything finally made more sense. There were always situations like this in the game. Sai was sure of his deduction. It was an event where all players belonging to the Megacorp Corporation would engage in civil war. According to the story, the Mega Corporation was controlled by the most powerful family and the supreme leader. The CEO would be decided by a vote. Players belonging to the family whose representative became the CEO would receive enormous privileges and power. So to ensure their candidate successfully secured the CEO position, it was common for them to stop at nothing to eliminate rival candidates. Silver pictured Jasso pushing the freezers. He deduced that Sen Ijin had likely ordered Jaso to smuggle them to use as leverage during the council meeting. Silver continued his analysis. He was probably hiding somewhere in the city waiting for the right moment. Jaso's lover was dead, so there was no way to know how far the plan had progressed. Holding Subject 26, he looked down at the open freezer thinking, I really want the Galagon's ability, but not right now. If it weren't for that meeting, I would have just eaten it and bailed. But the surveillance is too tight, so I'm out of options. The creature's leg lying in the freezer suddenly twitched slightly. He said, there it is. Subject 26 spoke up. Look, it's moving. Sai hissed in reply, I see it. He quickly reached out to close the freezer. I have to get it back in the freezer before it wakes up. Sai suddenly froze, sweat starting to form on his face. He realized the creature in the freezer was staring right at him with its wide, round eyes. Its shimmering eyes were welling up with tears. The tentacles around its mouth twitched slightly. Purple sparks of electricity crackled. It cried out in fear, so scary. A bolt of electricity shot out, knocking Sai backward with a cry. He reverted to his transformed state, and as he approached, thought to himself, this thing is just a juvenile, but it already has the Galagon's innate telepathic abilities. I can't believe my psychic resistance is this useless. The strange blue creature continuously shot out sparks of electricity in a panic. So dark, so scary, Dai Si got in front of it and let out a soft hiss to reassure it, calm down. Facing the small monster with its writhing, tentacled mouth, he hissed gently, I'm not going to hurt you. It listened and gradually calmed down, the tentacles around its mouth drooping. It looked at him and said, you are an adult. I trust you. Si was full of doubt. Does it think I'm one of them? He guessed. Is it because of the tentacles on my head? White Galagons have similar tentacles, so it must have mistaken me for one of them. Holding Subject 26, Silver calculated to himself, I have to use this. He hissed, asking it, why are you here? The strange blue creature in the freezer replied, I suddenly mutated and then I was exiled from my home. Silver kept questioning it. Suddenly mutated and then exiled. But mutated Galagons aren't this small. As he thought, he pictured the monster's form. It's usually a parasitic monster mutated by immense psychic energy. But Galagons can't lie, so it must be true. Si feigned a look at the small monster who was staring up at him anxiously and assessed the situation. If it's been exiled, then even if it tries to summon the swarm, no one will come. Looks like Ejin's subordinate failed spectacularly. Silver suddenly thought, wait a minute. The strange creature's eyes suddenly widened. He opened his mouth wide. So it wouldn't be a problem if I just devoured it, right? It trembled in fear. I want to live. Silver's tail extended and the strange creature spoke again. I want to live, promise me. It continued, I will give you a reward. Hearing this, he paused. Sai let out a long questioning hiss. What are you going to give me in exchange for your life? The blue creature sweated and replied, the dragon's nest. I can take you there. Si feigned skepticism. It knows where the dragon's nest is. His eyes lit up as he considered the offer. That place is better than a good meal. It's the perfect place to hunt for Galagon genes. He swished his tail, calculating. Not to mention, during the semi-morph stage, I have to eat a Galagon. Leaving aside the rare skills, it's one of the necessary conditions to evolve to a higher level. Si was still considering it carefully. Even if I eat it now, I'm not sure what I'll get. It's better to use this opportunity to find the location of the dragon's nest. After thinking, he spoke calmly, don't resist or do anything stupid. Internally, Sai questioned himself. So this Galagon is leaving its fate up to me. He quickly made his decision. Great, it's a deal. A bird began to sing amidst the leaves. A scene flooded with sunlight appeared. A woman sat on a chair under a tree bathed in the warm sunlight. A hand in a butler's uniform was raised and snapped its fingers. The warm scene and the chirping birds gradually faded away. All that remained in the room was the woman on the chair and the butler Anview. He placed a hand over his left breast, bowed and spoke. My lady. Anview said softly, it is time for your meal. The woman in the white dress turned to look at him. It's Cheyenne as a few staff members in black uniforms pushed serving carts forward. A set of Western-style cutlery was placed in front of Sihun. Anview said, my apologies for keeping you waiting, my lady. I have brought you your favorite dishes. One dish after another was laid out before her. Sauce was drizzled over a piece of meat. He introduced the food. Today's main course is roasted beef with duck and bay leaf sauce. Her hand moved slowly toward the cutlery. Suddenly, Sihun's hand froze and a dark aura emanated from it. Standing beside her, Anview watched Sihun's movement and asked softly, my lady. He gently probed. Is something wrong? This is one of your favorite dishes. She glanced at the plate of food. Sihun gritted her teeth and thought venomously. Yes, and it was Suwon Ijen's favorite too. Anview slowly approached her and called out, my lady. He continued, you mentioned the side effects of cloning and ordered us to provide everything exactly the same: food, eating habits, clothes. Anvi gently questioned, did we do something wrong? Sihun's face soured. Her fork touched the piece of meat. She mentally analyzed that they were very successful in their cloning and soul transfer techniques. Sihun put the piece of meat in her mouth, but her mind couldn't stop thinking. The memories of every detail up to the moment of death proved it. She tensed up, slightly angry, but because of this, she started to feel that these memories weren't her own anymore but Suin's. Si-hun asked herself, why is this happening? A few images from her memory surfaced. Advisor Bomho didn't just teach me combat techniques, but also how to use psychic abilities for protection and to transfer souls and memories. And that old man said it so casually as if anyone could do it. Si-hun reasoned, but there must be side effects that even my advisor doesn't know about. She recalled the images of the room where the memories were transferred, so I was already mentally prepared. Si-hun's expression turned harsh, her mind still racing with thoughts. But who would have thought this unnatural feeling would be so overwhelming? What a pain, she said aloud. The council meeting is coming up, isn't it? Anvi bowed his head and replied, yes it is. He provided more information. According to a secret source, Akira Jujian will be arriving as a tourist. Si-hun's attention was piqued by the word tourist as she chewed the piece of meat in her mouth. She wondered to herself, since when did that old geezer learn how to joke? Squinting, Si-hun thought that he was just trying to cling to his last shred of life, but that didn't mean he was a coward. She imagined that whenever he traveled, he would always bring at least 2 body doubles, and she knew all of their weaknesses. Taking the last remaining piece of meat, she devised a simple initial plan. I'll personally kill the body doubles and then retreat. The rest can be handled by the rampaging Galagons. Si-hun turned to Anvi and asked, by the way, what's the status on transporting the Galagons disguised as fairies? He responded, based on the information Jay provided, the shipment is now within the city. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. He still doesn't know I'm alive. No matter how experienced that wise old man is, he wouldn't bother with someone he believes is already dead. The arguments continued to form in Si-hun's mind. The most favorable condition for an assassin is when the target doesn't know they're being watched. She silently concluded what she wanted. And this is also my chance to deal with those nobles. I can't miss it. A triumphant look appeared on Si-hun's face. She gave her orders, proceed with the plan. Tell Jay that there are no changes. Anvi bowed to accept the mission. As you command. Si-hun slammed her fist on the table, splashing the sauce. That damn monster, she bitterly resolved. After this is over, I'll definitely turn it into mincemeat. Silver placed subject 26 on his shoulder, then appeared holding 2 mutants, which he threw onto the ground. Their bodies secreted a slimy green fluid. He hissed a command to her. Eat. Subject 26 jumped down from Silver's shoulder. Whoa, she called out to the strange green creature peeking out. Hey, come on over here. It poked its head up from a corner. Is it food? Silver hissed. Let's eat together. The creature flew over, not forgetting to show its gratitude. Thank you. Subject 26 enthusiastically offered. Here, eat up. It replied, thanks. 2 days had passed since Thunder brought the mutated Galagon. And in the end, instead of just killing it, I captured it to serve me. It introduced itself as IA2 from the OA group, but since I don't form groups, I'll just call it IA2. Silver looked at it and silently made a resolution. Back in the game, I put in so much effort to find its hive. I absolutely cannot let it die before we get there. Subject 26 waved its tentacle, calling to him. Baby, look. Look at me, Silver mused. Another tentacle. She jumped up joyfully. I have more arms now. He quietly confirmed. That's right. Silver crossed his arms, observing that there wasn't much information on 26's evolution. Just judging its strength by its appearance wasn't very reliable. Subject 26 waved its 3 tentacles and declared, now we have to protect this little guy too. Silver reached out and patted her head, thinking to himself, this is completely different from the game. He silently analyzed. Am was originally a species that lived and evolved alone, but now it's traveling with other creatures. Silver suddenly noticed something. I see it. Subject 26 jumped onto him. That's right, IA2 flew over here too. He kept thinking about when he first entered this world. I had 3 goals, Silver affirmed. Survive, hunt, evolve, and of course reach the pinnacle. He placed IA2 on his head and held her in his arms. That goal hasn't changed, although the path is truly different from what I imagined. Silver silently acknowledged, but by interacting with humans, perhaps I am also gradually evolving in my own unique environment. He left the brightly lit city behind, silently affirming his transformation from a shapeless, solitary being into a predator that hunts and builds a society. Landing on a rooftop, William scanned the area. Suddenly, he spotted something in the distance. He noticed a beefy guy. Who's that muscular guy outside the door? Ken was standing there, a long scar on his face. Silver wondered. He doesn't look like a normal person, nor does he look like a cop. Who is he? He hissed a signal to Subject 26 and IA2. Hide for a bit. She and the creature immediately jumped away, taking a step forward in his familiar outfit surrounded by a black aura. Ken stood with his hands on his hips, grumbling. When is that idiot coming back? Silver spoke up. Do you need something from my neighbor? The man asked suspiciously. You know the owner of this house? Silver replied. I do. Ken continued. Then do you know that bastard is hitting on someone else's girlfriend? Silver asked back what? The man held up his phone and explained, I was so worried I installed a tracking device on my girlfriend's phone. She hasn't responded for a week. When I checked her location, it showed she was here. Looking at the glowing GPS marker, Ken said firmly, Lola definitely came here to meet someone. Silver immediately realized this was a golden opportunity. No matter how you looked at it, this guy was definitely involved in some illegal business. That's probably why he didn't call the police and came here himself. He turned and answered Ken, I think he just went out to buy groceries. The man snapped loudly, nonsense. I've been waiting here for a long time. Silver made an offer. Why don't you wait at my place? I'm sure he'll be back soon. Ken hesitated for a moment. He then stepped over the threshold. All right, that's better. Ken put his hands on his hips, looked around and remarked, you should clean up your apartment, you know. Silver replied without interest, sorry about that. The man looked around. By the way, why does it smell like a sewer in here? Ken suddenly froze. His eyes widened, sweat beaded on his face, and he stammered, what? Is that two glowing creatures stared at Ken from the corner. Silver came up from behind, touched his shoulder, and said, didn't anyone teach you when you were little? He transformed back into his alien form and continued, that you shouldn't enter a stranger's house. Ken turned his head in horror as Subject 26 used its tentacles to gently close the door. The door was sealed shut and screams echoed. After some time, a knock was heard. Knock, knock, knock. It was William, hands in his pockets, waiting at the door. He thought to himself, no matter how busy this guy gets, he always stays in touch. William stood firmly in front of the door, full of suspicion. But it's been a week without a word. Something definitely happened. A few blue sparks flew as William jammed a device directly into the control panel. The door slowly slid to one side, revealing the room in front of him. As he stepped in, he remarked, it's so dusty in here. Hasn't even home in a while. In the middle of the room was a table with a cup on it. William looked at the cup on the table. It was a half-drunk cup of coffee. He examined the cup closely and analyzed that the liquid had completely evaporated, leaving only a dry residue clinging to the side, probably because it was left in a room with dry air. William considered this and concluded that something must have happened. With that, he began to inspect the surroundings. He opened a drawer, but there was nothing suspicious. William continued opening a chest that was set on the floor. Looking inside, he suddenly spotted something. William was surprised by what he saw. His favorite weapons and gear were gone. The chest he opened was completely empty. William's mind raced with questions, so he left without taking his weapons. What if he's dead, he thought grimly. Before coming here, I checked all the recorded violent incidents in the port area, but I didn't find any confirmed cases involving weapons more powerful than a laser rifle. He gritted his teeth, thinking tensely, which means someone secretly eliminated him. William pulled his phone out of his pocket. The organization of that guy in the pajamas must be involved. He made a call with a tense expression. It's me. Give me the report on the investigation into the new identity. The voice on the other end responded, yes, sir. After checking all the camera footage installed throughout the specialized commercial district, we've identified 20 suspicious individuals. William replied, I see. Good work. William sat down on the sofa and gave another order. Send me their information. On the other end, the order was received and acknowledged. He stared intently at the glowing phone screen, tapping away continuously. Profile information for each person appeared one after another. Suddenly, William stopped as if he had found something. On the screen was a photo of Silver in the guise of a middle-aged man. This is him, he thought. He leaned back in his chair, lost in thought, and made a probing call. It's me. There's a guy, probably an industrial zone worker, named Jerry. Do you have any additional information on him? The other side replied, this guy's record is clean. No criminal charges. William questioned further. Does his face look like it's been edited in the photo? The other person replied, I've already called his workplace. But it seems this guy hasn't shown up in a long time either. Jerry's just a part-timer, so no one really paid any attention. William frowned and gave an order. Understood. Check the remaining 19. The other side responded, yes, sir. Hanging up the phone, he began to analyze. A person of such low status, they barely even have the right to be called human. Just a simple part of the system. If they disappear, nobody even notices. William thought grimly. More people die in the entertainment districts than on the battlefield. His face grew tense. In this rotten city, human life is treated as absolutely worthless. William put his phone in his pocket and stood up. No. Before leaving, he glanced back at the coffee cup on the table. William turned and ran outside. I'm a member of the Mega Coke Corporation. My mission is to hunt down the criminals plaguing this world. He made a vow. I will avenge you. A foot in a black high-top boot appeared. William peeked out from behind a wall. Standing in front of the apartment lobby, he assessed the scene. So this is it? Apartment building C, where the guy in the pajamas lives. He walked up the stairs, step by step. He guessed. It seems to be on the 3rd floor. William observed his surroundings as he walked. The building is made of cheap materials to cut costs. I had a friend who used to live in a place like this, but this is even worse. He suddenly felt that something was wrong, especially the soundproofing. He grew tense, beads of sweat forming on his face. As he sensed it, William reached a hand inside his coat. It's too quiet, as if no one lives on this entire 3rd floor. He suddenly drew a weapon from his coat on high alert. William stepped forward cautiously. But for it to be this quiet, it's too strange. He raised his hand and knocked on the nearest door to check. No response, he noted. No one's answering. Normally, I'd need a search warrant to enter. With that thought, William used a lock-picking tool on the door's control panel, but that would just give him time to escape. He carefully entered with his weapon raised. A strong coppery smell hit him, making his face scrunch up. He instinctively let out a sound. Oh. Standing at the door and looking into the house, thick with the stench, he realized that smell is blood. He moved deeper inside with his weapon up, following the smell, his mind racing with deductions. At first glance, everything seems to have been cleaned up neatly. William entered the kitchen and continued to assess the situation. But you can't fool the instincts of a detective who's been on the job for years. He reasoned, this is the work of a killer trying to cover up the crime scene. The refrigerator door was opened. The sight inside the fridge shocked William. He had found the source of that overpowering coppery smell. Here it is. All the shelves of the refrigerator were filled with a red liquid. Tense, he ran outside while making a call. It's me. I've found the broker's accomplice. William reported urgently. The location is Cooperative Apartment Building C. I need backup immediately. Elsewhere, Silver was busy chewing on some food. In his hand was the upper torso of a mutant. Suddenly, a glowing screen with scrolling text appeared before his eyes. Silver couldn't help but sigh in satisfaction. The hunt finally paid off. Beast Claws, huh? The text on the screen read, you have completed one of the conditions for evolving from infant to adolescent. Intelligent creatures, 2 of 1 incomplete. Intelligent humanoid creatures, 12 of 20 incomplete. Intelligent creatures using psychic energy, 0 of 20 incomplete. Activating absorption effect. Successfully acquired the Beast Claw gene. Acquired Beast Claw from the biological characteristics of a wolf. Do you wish to activate the wings? Silver read and considered it. The 4th floor probably only has wolves left anyway. I can't believe there's an additional trait here. He touched his finger to the screen. And right when I needed a body-related ability too. The screen displayed, do you wish to activate? Wings. Silver didn't hesitate and pressed yes. The claws on his hands twitched slightly, making soft clicking sounds. Silver observed and silently formulated a plan. I'll use this to clear a few floors, then I'll finish up the rest of the requirements, and after that, I'll prepare for the raid on the cult. As images of people with horns on their heads appeared in his mind, he thought hunting those guys won't be a problem. The key is the location. Attacking the administrative district is still a pretty big challenge for me right now. Silver analyzed that he still needed more time to evolve, but the process has already started, so there's no need to rush. Information appeared on the screen, race ferocious space variant, more status, youngling survival objective, 2nd evolution, successful. Current traits, super senses, regenerative chitin wings, paralytic venom, reinforce exoskeleton, acidic blood, reinforce hexapod limbs, mimicry, natural recovery, scythe tentacles, predatory claws, and super strength, which includes predatory senses, monster tentacles, and a stomach maw. X-ray vision, superhuman abilities, cooldown trait, parasite, physical enhancement type. He hoisted the mutated body, which was leaking red fluid, onto his shoulder and thought, I'll wait until I get the enhanced super strength type before attacking the administrative district. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly spotted something in the distance. It was William talking on the phone as he rushed outside. He was saying loudly, I repeat, the location is Cooperative Apartment Building C. He's not just colluding with the broker, he's an armed and dangerous criminal. He's even attacked security personnel before. Send reinforcements immediately. From behind, Silver watched him run off with a grim expression, guessing. The police, they got here faster than I thought. Carrying the body, dripping red fluid on his shoulder, Silver turned around. Now fulfilling the evolution condition for an intelligent species is going to be a problem. Silver considered his options as he walked. There were only 2 choices, run or fight. He considered it grimly. This is going to be tough. He's already called for backup, so running isn't a good option. What if they find my secret hideout in the sewers while they're chasing me? Silver's claws drummed against the wall. That's right. There's only one way. He had made his decision, he would fight. As he walked, Silver thought, they'll have the overwhelming advantage, so I have to take them out one by one in the most brutal way possible to throw their ranks into chaos. The tactical breakdown continued in his head. The stronger side doesn't always win. This is the only way to get out of this situation without suffering serious losses. The lower half of the mutated body was thrown onto the floor. He called out, here's some food for you. Subject 26 hopped over curiously. IA2 also spoke up, thanks for the meal. He slowly sat down and began to calculate his next moves. All right, he thought to himself as the other 2 ate heartily, there's still a little time. I need to come up with a battle plan. He did a quick assessment. What do we have? Cooperative Apartment Building 3. A total of 6 floors. Each floor has 1 hallway with 6 apartments. A cross-section of the apartment building appeared in his imagination. The basement has utility rooms, an electrical room, and a laundry room. There's no elevator. To move between floors, they'll have to use the stairs. He laid out the possibilities. Silver calculated. The main force of the raid team will most likely be androids, and the building's layout will be downloaded into their memory. He speculated, but from what I know, they have trouble with independent decision-making, so the androids will play a support role. The key will be the humans. Silver sat and considered it carefully. They'll be equipped with Gauss rifles using tungsten rounds. Defending against that isn't difficult. He remembered the wounds on his arm that leaked green fluid from their last encounter. But the weapon they used against me last time is the real problem, and they probably changed their ammo type. If I get hit by those enhanced rounds, even my natural defenses won't hold up. Subject 26 and IA2 were still eating happily while Silver was still considering things. I have to eliminate that factor, and the police will definitely be fully equipped, so I'll prioritize taking down the ones with those weapons before they spot me. He looked at the two of them and made a silent assessment. However, those two kids are classified as dangerous NPCs with a high threat level. The little dragon is still young, but it's strong enough to hunt the police. Silver considers how to best utilize the abilities of Subject 26 and IA2. If it attacks their weak points, it can take them down without any trouble. As for where to strike, I'll show it. He then calls both of them over. She and the creature look up startled. Number 26 jumps over asking, "What's wrong?" IA2 speaks up. "As I was saying." Silver cuts in with a hiss. "We'll have plenty of food soon." He muses to himself. This residential area used to be a peaceful place. My own hiding spot. C resolves. If you choose to invade an Amo's territory, then I'll show you the fate that awaits the fools who dare to try. The blare of police sirens echoes from below the apartment building. The androids have arrived. An order rings out: send androids to the main entrance and surround the building. William sits putting on his protective gear as mission assignments are relayed. Breach team, check your equipment. If any anomalies are detected, report immediately. La runs up shouting, "Hey, are you all insane?" He looks at the furious man before him and asks softly, "What's all this about?" The port security commander La yells furiously in William's face. "Why are reinforcements being deployed for an operation just to capture a broker's accomplice? Why are you blowing this all out of proportion?" he shouts, losing his composure. "How many times have you conducted surprise raids on warehouses that have nothing to do with this case?" Then La points directly in his face and says, "This is a clear abuse of power." William spoke up, questioning him. "How did you know about that?" The man was startled. "What do you mean?" William asked suspiciously, weapon in hand. "We didn't inform port management about these searches. It was strictly an internal investigation." "So how did you know we had taken action?" La stammered. William continued his analysis. "It's not that simple. The men on Thunder's team weren't just pawns in his game. From what we've learned, his bodyguard, a former soldier with an outstanding service record, was murdered." The man retorted, "What are you talking about? I haven't received any reports of a murder." William calmly confirmed, "Of course not. I only reported all of this to my superiors. Based on my findings, it can be concluded that the situation is critical, and I've already been assigned a support team." La anxiously raised his voice. "What, do you have any idea what you're getting yourself into?" he stammered. "This is a rebellion." William's eyes hardened, and his hand suddenly shot out, grabbing La by the throat. With a grunt, William glared at him and demanded harshly, "So what's wrong with overthrowing a corrupt leadership? And another thing, do you really think my superiors don't know how deep you're in this?" Terrified, La stammered, You. He let the man drop to the floor and said loudly, "Shut up. Your game is over." La fell to the ground, coughing violently. William turned and walked away, leaving him with a single warning. "You better start thinking about how you're going to clean yourself up from this mess." He went to face the squad of robots and announced, "The port security commander will not be participating in the operation. Thank you for helping me apprehend him." A robotic voice rang out. "Welcome, Detective." A robot introduced itself. "I am M1, a robot from the Regional Security Service. Please assume command of the operation." It continued, speaking mechanically, "We are ready to follow your orders." Detective William nodded in response. "Understood." M1 continued its explanation. "Our objective is to seize evidence and arrest a member of the organization connected to Thunder. The latter is currently in a coma. For more detailed information, please check the PETA on your suit." Cradling a rifle in its arms, it reminded him, "Please note that your equipment has been updated. This is a new tactical suit with enhanced protection, and it allows for the use of medical applicators and stimulant injectors." William replied curtly, "Useful." M1 continued its tireless introduction. "A hypershield has been installed on your left wrist. This equipment was developed by the Gan Mello clan with support from the sect." He looked at his wrist and wondered aloud. "A hypershield? Huh." The robot instructed William on how to use it. "Please press the purple button on the lower part of the terminal." His hand followed the instruction. As soon as he pressed it, a shield composed of interlocking hexagons materialized beside him. M1 stated mechanically, "If you are using a helmet, you can activate the shield through it. This equipment was provided to support you after the last board of directors meeting." William replied, "Thanks." The robot raised its rifle and turned its head. "All right, let's begin." Initial directive: investigate the first floor. M1 announced. "Helmets on everyone." William snapped the black helmet onto his head, thinking to himself, "Looks like everything is going to go smoothly." Walking among the robots, William surmised in his mind, the enemy has no idea that the police would be armed to the teeth with advanced technology. He thought all of the station's armed security forces are actual veterans. Plus, we have combat androids for support. There's no way we can fail. A robotic command echoed, all residents on the first floor have been successfully detained. M05 and M06 will remain on the first floor. The next order rang out. Everyone else moved to the second floor. As William stepped onto the staircase, M1 spoke, beginning search of the second floor. Once the search is complete, the protocol remains the same. We leave 2 robots and a few soldiers, then continue on. It said while walking, if any unusual situation occurs on any floor, report immediately. M1 suddenly stopped and called out M06. From behind, William asked M1 what's wrong. The robot turned its head and responded, there's a problem on the first floor. Connection with one of the robots has been lost. M1 continued to update the situation. M05 lost signal at apartment 1 to 10. M06 lost signal at apartment 105. Requesting confirmation. William wondered aloud. That's strange. He reasoned with concern. There are 13 officers on the first floor, and it's already been thoroughly swept. Where else could the enemy be hiding? M1's voice rang out. M04 reports status. A robotic voice replied, M06 has been destroyed by an external impact. Another mechanical voice chimed in, analyzing the situation. M1 confirmed. Analysis complete. If any unusual situation occurs, report immediately. William suddenly felt that something was very wrong. The man walking ahead suddenly stopped, standing in the middle of the hallway, trembling as he stammered. What the before he could finish his sentence, his head suddenly tilted to the side at a rigid, unnatural angle. The man's neck twisted even further. His face, visible inside the helmet, was frozen with wide-open eyes and beads of sweat, and then his head violently twisted all the way around his face, a mask of terror with tears streaming down. Red fluid sprayed out as a scream erupted. Damn it, that's superhuman strength. Engage the enemy, the order rang out. All units activate hyper shields. We need to collect data immediately. The hyper shields flared to life, but then more screams came from behind them. Ah! A soldier was suddenly dragged backwards, screaming for help in terror. Help me no. As his screams echoed, William reached out, but he was too late. The soldier was pulled straight out through the window. William peeked his head out to look and was suddenly horrified. What is that thing? Outside the window, Silver was dragging the soldier up the side of the apartment building. The screams echoed through the air. Silver prepared to strike his prey with his tail, its mouth wide open as a voice crackled over the radio. Unit 112 has been taken. 112 respond. 112 if you're alive, answer us. 112 final call. If you're alive, respond. Silver grabbed the radio from Unit 112. He keyed the mic. I'm on the 4th floor. The enemy dragged me away. On the other end of the line, the 4th floor, roger that. Silver looked down at the suit of the person he had just taken down. Impressive. They're tougher than I thought. At a glance, this uniform looks like mid-grade equipment, but it actually contains some high-grade reinforcement options. He pressed a button on the uniform. Especially this hyper shield. A blue energy barrier appeared. Silver considered it. It's still inferior to top-tier equipment, but it can easily block a laser, the standard weapon for common criminals. They came prepared. If they were ordinary people, this fight would have been over long ago. But that's only if they were ordinary people. He recalled the image of a man. I placed a parasite in him. If he tries to reveal any information about me, the parasite will silence him, so the enemy still doesn't know my true identity. It seems they think I'm just a pawn or some small-time smuggler from the Space Dogs. He observed the current situation, but Thunder's useless now. I need a new broker. Before leaving this place, I have to pick a police officer. If I can implant a parasite in one of them, I can easily track the rest of the pack. He looked at Subject 26 and IA2. The important thing is that I have to make full use of these kids. For now, the androids still classify the enemy as human, so Silver can move along the ceiling without being detected. Also, they can identify intruders who lack psychic protection. He saw IA2 fire a beam of light right through a robot. For a young Gallon lamb, that's a useful ability. Silver glanced at the pink beams of light that were paralyzing the enemy. Subject 26 is also doing a great job. She's already mastered the Sea Demon's binding ability. Silver thought to himself, thanks to me, they've learned the weaknesses of humans. But I'm still not satisfied. It's not perfect yet, but I really want to see how strong they can become. Silver thought, good job. Now it's your turn. He opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. A robot kicked down the door and rushed in to announce. Human traces detected scanning the 4th floor, but Silver had already dashed away. He saw someone about to enter the room as the robot was announcing traces found in the room. Continue detailed search until further orders. Silver impaled the man with his tail and dragged him out the window. From the room, shouts echoed. 106, I've lost track of 1 to 10. 110's radio blared. 110 respond. 110 respond. 110 trembled, looking at Silver, unable to make a sound. The moment the call on the other end of the radio finished, he struck. 110 collapsed to the floor. Silver thought to himself, let them panic a little longer. He stepped through the window. Fear and panic will paralyze the mind. He picked up the radio. It'll be hard for them to come to their senses, but I'll keep going. Silver clawed hard at the adjacent wall, pretending to scream. The enemy is trying to get me. The other side panicked. Damn it, 112, Silver continued. I'm on the 5th floor. The other side tried to reassure him. Calm down, Silver screamed desperately. Please, someone help me. Bran and an unfamiliar woman burst through the door. Hey, what's with all the noise this late at night? Just as Bran told them to be quiet, he saw what was standing in front of them. Silver let out a roar and the two of them fled in terror. A monster. Help me, M2 and another armed individual appeared. They saw Bran and the woman. M2 ordered, do not fire on unarmed targets. The other person reminded them, they're civilians, watch your fire. Silver's tail snaked over Bran's head and wrapped around M2. M2 said in a monotone voice, enemy detected. Igniting. It requested permission to attack, but its body was already being torn apart by Silver, its parts flying everywhere. Bright bullets aimed straight for Silver. He dodged the attack while thinking, damn it. Silver quickly slipped into the nearest room. He was a little irritated. This is why androids are so annoying. They don't feel pain and they treat civilians like criminals. And above all, they're superior to humans at gathering information. After that last attack, they must have analyzed my defensive capabilities and will surely issue an order to replace the combat teams with higher-level units. That information has probably been saved in their internal logs. I need to wipe out all the androids here right away. Silver called out, hurry over here and help me. Subject 26 replied, understood. Subject 26 shouted, Subject 26 calling Silver. Silver replied, this is Silver. He looked toward the door, making a quick calculation. They're approaching quickly but quietly. Just by looking at them, you can tell they're well-trained. If they were facing anyone else, they would have easily overpowered them. Silver touched the door in front of him, but unfortunately for them, they're facing me. He saw the armed robot standing behind it. Silver used his tail to stab one of the robots straight in the face through the peephole on the door. It immediately notified its comrades. Enemy detected under attack. Just as the other robots responded, he immediately slammed the door into them. He burst out of the room, attacking the androids. Silver bared his teeth and turned his head, hearing terrified screams as they saw him. What is that thing? They tried to calm each other down. Don't panic. They raised their weapons and began to attack, but one of them was suddenly constricted by a pink beam of light. Subject 26 had used her pink tentacles to bind them. Piercing screams rang out as one of them began to attack, groaning. Help me. It bit down hard on the person in front of it, causing them immense pain. Subject 26 and IA2 coordinated seamlessly, quickly paralyzing the enemy. Silver grabbed one by the head. He ripped it off, finishing them. He looked at Subject 26 and IA2. Good work. Keep it up. Subject 26 replied, got it. Easy. Silver thought to himself, this is the first time I've fought while trusting someone else to watch my back. If we keep coordinating like this, they'll be extremely useful for future raids. He wanted to praise them, but there were still enemies on the lower floors. I have to deal with them first, and then there will be nothing left in our way. After that, I can enjoy the spoils of war and peace. Elsewhere, 102 said worriedly to his comrades, damn it, we have to go upstairs too. M01 replied in a monotone, 102, be calm. We have requested reinforcements from outside. Please wait patiently. 102 snapped, are you just going to let that thing do whatever it wants? If we don't act first, it'll wipe all of us out. M01 replied stiffly, I cannot permit that. 102 cursed under his breath, this damned hunk of metal. He saw that humanity's hatred for machines had never changed. It all started right after the establishment of the Megacorp Corporation. An incident occurred during the process of space expansion. The androids controlling the colony ships malfunctioned and rebelled against their masters, their former captains. The machines led a large-scale uprising with the participation of laborers, which was the beginning of the Galactic Syndicate. They declared that mechanization of the body was necessary for survival, and those who agreed voluntarily converted themselves into androids, but their ideology escalated. They kidnapped colonists who refused modification and forcibly turned them into machines, implanting chips in their brains, stripping them of their free will to expand their influence. For that reason, even centuries after the rebellion, the people of Megacorp still hold a deep-seated grudge against machines. 102 thought to himself, I understand the urge to defy M01's orders, but fighting among allies will do no good. Someone called out to him, calm down. 102 was worried, but the other person said, 102, we are the police. I understand you're worried about your comrades, but don't forget our mission. That person said to M01, the commanding android must be receiving data from the lower-level models. Is there any information about the enemy? M01 replied, no, there is nothing. But in recent years, security policies have changed to deal with electromagnetic pulse attacks. All current models are equipped with shielding technology that neutralizes the effects of the electronic pulse. Data transmission through the communication network has been restricted. 102 asked, so can we analyze the information we already have? It's possible the enemy isn't human at all. M1 paused. You mean the target might be an intelligent creature? 102 told him. When 112 was dragged away, I caught a glimpse of it for a split second. It wasn't human. How do I put it? It looked more like a monster or some kind of beast. M1 replied, understood. I'll begin the analysis. Initiating data analysis 10200 M01. After the rebellion, Megacorp placed several restrictions on android production. One of them was to isolate individual units to sever their shared thought network. It was a natural measure since the android network was what fueled the rebellion. But on the battlefield, where information is the difference between life and death, this measure became extremely inefficient, so only a command-level android is allowed to temporarily lift these restrictions. He frowned. How stupid. How many soldiers did they think had died because of this policy? M1 announced that the data analysis was complete. Just as he suspected the enemy might not be human, 102 demanded, explain in detail. M1 began, M4 and M5 were attacked with high-penetration weapons. M4's memory unit was damaged by a projectile smaller than a tungsten round. M6, the unit station on the first floor, was hit by a psychic attack and its power core was also destroyed. 102 mumbled. The enemy seems to possess both psychic abilities and high-penetration weapons, while M1 continued. In addition, decoding M3's data revealed information about a biological weapon from an anomalous creature. 102 asked it, "What does that mean?" M1 replied, "Expanding the search parameters indicates this weapon resembles a large alien jellyfish with tentacles originating from the deep waters of planet E101. 102 was stunned. E101, that planet is covered in water. It's highly unlikely an aquatic creature could appear here. Could it be a mutated giant specimen? There are no such specimens in existence anymore. It could be a new species or something completely unidentified. It's also possible it's an unreleased prototype of a mutated giant." He pondered. The technology to create mutated giants is the exclusive property of the Aegean clan. Could they be using these creatures to eliminate TC? M1 reassured him, "Please rest assured. When deploying the shielding technology, we also added recording and storage modules. Even if we are completely wiped out, as long as one unit survives, the information will reach Earth Security Command." 102 was pleased. "Excellent," he continued. "For now, I approve waiting for reinforcements. But while we wait, the enemy might attack, so I want to be prepared. Requesting authorization to inject boosters." M1 asked. "The side effects have been reduced thanks to improvements, but are you sure?" 102 replied, "It's better than dying." M1 agreed. "Understood." Authorization granted for booster injection. The muscles in 102's body transformed. His eyes flashed as a strange power surged through him. Suddenly, a scream rang out. 102 panicked. "It's 112." M1 cut in. "Wait, let me respond. This is M1. Go ahead." The voice on the other end replied, "The enemy is torturing me. Please save me." M1 asked, "The one torturing you? Are they human?" The other side went silent for a moment, then cried for help again. M1's eyes suddenly flashed. Response delay of 1.5 seconds detected. Probability that you are Unit 112 is below 30%. 102 pulled the radio cord. From this point on, 112 is considered killed in action. M1 announced all units change frequencies immediately. Based on data analysis, the enemy is a creature capable of mimicking its victim's voice. If contact is lost even once, that person will be considered dead. On the other side, Silver grit his teeth. "I've never faced an enemy like this before, so they've realized I'm not human. It must be because that officer got a glimpse of me earlier. I thought it was too dark in the room for him to notice. In any case, I can't trick them anymore. There was only one option left." He stomped the radio to pieces. Time for a direct assault. Silver could clearly see the officers had donned heavy armor and injected boosters. Their amplifiers had also been upgraded to match the armor. "I'll have to be prepared to lose a limb. With things like this, I can't let any of them survive. They've already figured out I can mimic voices. Galagan's monster tentacles, similar to dragon tentacles, enhanced outer shell, acid blood, enhanced 6 legs, mimicking blade tentacles, cooldown trait, parasite type, enhanced physical strength." Silver considered I could use Galagan's psychic breath. It's a move inspired by the energy beams monsters shoot in Japanese movies. Using it, I can wipe out all enemies at once. He looked at his system screen. But the problem is it consumes a massive amount of energy. After using it, I'll be completely defenseless. The screen displayed species violent spatial M variant. Status, juvenile. Goal, survival. Evolution, successful once. Current traits, hypersenses, chitinous shell regeneration, paralytic venom. Enhanced outer shell acid blood, enhanced leg strength, mimicry, natural recovery, blade tentacles, predatory claws, super strength, including predatory senses. Monster tentacles, stomach maw, x-ray vision, superhuman abilities, cooldown trait, parasite, physical enhancement type. Silver thought to himself, this method should be a last resort. Right now I need a two-pronged plan. He turned to 26 and IA2. Listen carefully. 26, you run. Be on your guard, 26 said. IA2 replied, you too. Silver replied, you too as well. He watched 26 and IA2 run off on their mission. As long as we follow the plan, we'll succeed, just like before. I just need to infiltrate the enemy lines and it's over. They've realized my strength, but they have no idea we have 3 pieces on the board. This time, Silver would rely on his reinforced armor and the kid's abilities. Silver looked out into the hallway, wondering which way to go. If I step into the hallway, I'll be met with a hail of bullets. The outer wall isn't a good option either. I've used that tactic before, so the enemy will definitely be on guard. Maybe I could climb down through a window into a second-floor apartment. If they anticipate my attack, the impact will be weaker. No, if I'm going to display my full power, I should do it properly. If only there was a better way. Suddenly, he remembered. That's right, I came all this way and almost forgot. Maybe the trick I used on the Drava gang will work. I'll use that unique ability again. Silver placed his 2 front limbs on the wall. He crawled upward, activating his power. I can clearly feel the physical state of every enemy. A duet created by the combination of machine and human. Electromagnetic waves leaking from their electronic devices. Tense muscles moving more densely than usual. Accelerated heartbeats. He detected the heat flowing through their bodies, probably from the boosters transmitting to him vividly. Even their sense of touch is as sharp as a wild beast's. Approaching them unprepared is certain death. But no matter how enhanced their senses are, it doesn't mean their minds have become any sharper. He paused, wondering, is this spot good enough? Silver stabbed his claw into himself and a green fluid oozed out. He watched the fluid corrode the metal, gradually creating a hole in the floor below. They're probably waiting for me to come from the stairs or from outside, never thinking I could come down from the ceiling. In a few more minutes, a huge hole will open up in the floor. Then he crawled down. Inside the building, terrified screams erupted. The ceiling is melting. Damn it, it's acid. Everyone hold your position. Silver plunged down, crashing through a window and attacking the nearest person. M1 raised its weapon. Enemy attack detected. Commencing counter-assault, Silver quickly grabbed a human to use as a shield. A barrage of bullets flew towards Silver and the person in front of him. Silver thought to himself, what else do you expect from robots? He figured since they were aiming right at him, using a human as a shield wasn't a bad idea. M1 announced, analysis complete. Standard rounds are almost ineffective. All units switched to armor-piercing rounds immediately. Silver took off instantly. Damn it. The bullets kept coming, tearing through the walls. A few of them hit Silver as he ran. Silver realized these armor-piercing rounds hurt way more than in the game. Suddenly, someone appeared blocking his path. Stop. The monster Silver immediately flicked the dripping green liquid from his body into the man's face. The man screamed, my eyes, a robot warned. Its blood is made of acid. Silver jumped out the window. A voice from inside shouted, don't even think about escaping. 104 appeared at the window and attacked Silver. But just as quickly, Silver flicked the green liquid at him too. Half of 104's face was destroyed the moment he spoke. I'll tear you. 104 collapsed and fell from the building. Down below, Silver stood with his arms outstretched, ready to catch him. 104 fell. He grabbed onto Silver's tail. Silver whipped his tail hard, slamming the man's face into the floor. He then stomped on 104's head. 104's eyes widened in terror. Something was crawling into his eye. 104 screamed in agony. Stop, Silver flinched. He heard M1's voice. Target acquired. Silver turned to look at him. M1 continued, the attack unit is approaching. Silver immediately threw 104 at the robot in front of him and ran in the opposite direction. Voices echoed, damn it. 104 is done for everyone, cease fire, Silver thought to himself. I need to get to the first floor. 26 must be done by now and waiting for me. Above 104 was groaning in pain. The others around him tried to treat him. 104. Calm down. Damn it, the medicine isn't working. 104 groaned and begged. Someone get it out. 102 looked at him and shouted in fear. What's happening to him? M1 replied. Judging by the symptoms, it's either a virus or some kind of microorganism has invaded his brain. 102 asked, what should we do? To which M1 answered, I'm not medical personnel. He needs to be transported to a hospital immediately. 102 slammed his fist against the wall, helpless. Damn it, he thought, we can't beat this enemy with just these numbers. Its abilities surpass even a giant mutant. That guy, Thunder. What the hell did he make a deal with? Meanwhile, 104 lay there groaning, I won't. He sobbed desperately. Please spare me. 102 encouraged him. 104 hang in there. Suddenly, 104 pointed his gun at 102 and shot his comrade. 102 screamed in pain. 104 laughed maniacally. I should have done this from the start. M1 rushed over. 104 has entered an abnormal state. It seems something is controlling him. He lunged at 104 and struck him. I will suppress its influence. Control suppression complete. A voice suddenly called out, M1, the situation is critical. Get everyone waiting on the first floor up here now. By your command, M1 announced. This is M1. All personnel on the first floor moved to the second floor immediately. 102 was startled when he realized no one was picking up. M1 repeated the call. This is M1. All personnel on the first floor moved to the second floor immediately. Then he announced, all personnel excluding the second floor team are to be considered killed in action. It seems this was due to the enemy's two-pronged strategy. 102 panicked. So, we're screwed. The enemy isn't alone. Silver examined his body. The wounds are deeper than I thought, but everything is going according to plan. All puncture wounds will heal within 10 minutes. 26 and IA2 came over to him. 26 asked, little guy, you okay? IA2 worried. You're bleeding. Silver warned the little ones, be careful with my blood. IA2 looked at the green liquid corroding the floor and replied, understood. Good, Silver praised. Don't worry, it'll heal soon. Silver looked at 26 and IA2. You two didn't get a scratch on you, huh? Thanks to you two, the first floor is cleared. But the enemy isn't stupid, he thought to himself. They must have realized we're a team, so they'll regroup and come down to the first floor soon. He thought for a moment, wondering, should I use the psychic breath? They can't move freely along the walls like I can. To get to the first floor, they have to use one of the two staircases at the end of the hall. If I use it when they're gathered in the hallway, I can wipe them all out. The problem is what happens after. Still, I'm a bit worried. Silver stepped towards the doorway. Psychic breath has a fatal weakness. Right after I use it, I'll be temporarily unable to move, and it'll take about 3 to 5 minutes to recover. If they attack me during that time, it's game over. He peered down the hallway in front of him. They must have called for reinforcements. Wasting time and letting the enemy gather in greater numbers is too dangerous. After some consideration, he decided, I'll use the psychic breath. He told 26 and IA2, after this next attack, I'm going to be weak for a while. During that short period, you have to protect me. 26 asked, little guy, are you going to get big again? Silver replied, no, not this time. 26 obeyed. Got it. I'll protect you. IA2 chimed in, I don't understand. 26 told her, it's like taking a little nap. IA2 replied, I understand now. Silver looked at the kids, thinking to himself, that's not exactly right, but there's no need to explain further. Silver suddenly whipped his head around. They're here. He lunged toward the doorway. A volley of bullets peppered the spot where he'd been standing. Silver thought, gotta add, bulletproofing to the list. He saw the enemy through his X-ray vision. The robots had formed a shield with a concrete wall, and the police were closing in behind them with firepower and support. Tentacles waved behind his back. Good idea. But you're facing the wrong opponent. He stepped into the hallway. None of that matters against the psychic breath. Suddenly, Silver faltered. He realized he was getting tired. Damn it. The energy consumption is too high. I only have one shot. M1's system announced a warning. Extremely dangerous level of psychic energy detected. Evacuate immediately. 102 was shocked. What he and his comrades immediately turned and fled. Damn it, move. A bright light flashed a beam of pinkish-purple light that obliterated dozens of people. One lucky person managed to raise his shield just in time. But a few seconds later, the shield shattered and he screamed in agony. 102 was lucky to escape getting slammed hard against a wall. Damn it, 102 cried out in pain. Suddenly, he saw a massive Silver standing right in front of him with countless arms surrounding his body. 102 screamed in terror and ran. Silver worried, my body won't move. He told himself, I have to get him. But he collapsed. IA2 spoke, unbelievable. Oh, great one. 102 had escaped the building running in fear. Damn it, he shouted. It can't be. He was horrified. The Agan family is controlling a monster like that. Impossible. An image of Silver flashed in 102's mind. That demon. It'll burn the whole city to the ground. We need to deploy the defense fleet immediately, he yelled. I don't care how many casualties there are, we have to kill him. 102,000. Looking at the police cars ahead, reinforcements like this won't change a thing. The robots approached him, identifying the enhanced police combat suit of the security team and analyzing that it was likely William. William cried out, don't go. A robot asked, are you William? Trembling, William froze. Don't go, he screamed. You can't go. M42 announced that it had confirmed severe second-degree burns and signs of delirium. It pulled out a syringe. M42 injected the inspector with a dose of medicine. We will take him to the hospital. The next day, William was loaded into an ambulance. M42 continued to report. After dispatching reinforcements, we will transport him to the nearest hospital. Suddenly, the ambulance driver noticed something was off. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, what in the world is this? In front of him was a strange building, black and yellow. A voice called out, Mr. William, Mr. William, can you hear me? The inspector's eyes shot open. A hospital. How is everyone? A robot reported that by the time reinforcements arrived, the target had already escaped, so there were no further casualties. We have also recovered the auxiliary memory of the androids. The security bureau will apprehend the target soon, so please do not worry. William gritted his teeth. No, the numbers don't add up. All the androids deployed in the operation were destroyed. The one holding all the intel M1 has vanished without a trace. Right now, the higher-ups haven't been given accurate information on just how dangerous that monster really is. He shot up, I need to file a report immediately. The robot replied, you are still undergoing treatment. No, William shouted. Every second is precious. The robot pressed a button on the keypad, telling him he had to rest until tomorrow at least. William replied, no, I have to. A puff of green gas was released from the machine, making him collapse back onto the bed and fall into a deep sleep. A moment later, someone pressed a key on the machine and a stream of white smoke was released, waking William. The person said, William, there's an emergency summons from the higher-ups. You need to report immediately. Can you move? William sat up and looked at the person opposite him. You. I've seen you before. Have we met somewhere? The other person was cold. The higher-ups are calling you. You have to report now. Are you okay? William rummaged through a locker. Wait a second, let me just grab my things. He kept looking at the other man, thinking to himself, he's not from the Port District. Where have I seen him? A system voice announced. Identity verification complete. The man said, the car is waiting outside, please follow me. William got in the car and the two of them left. William wondered why they were using a private vehicle on official business. He observed the man's half-burned face. If I've met him recently, he must be from the armed police. And that badge. It can't be copied or forged by the security bureau. If anyone other than the owner holds it, an alarm is triggered, so it can't be stolen either. He was suspicious. The man's behavior was highly questionable. But with that badge, he had to be a cop. The man stopped the car. We're here. William's eyes flew open in terror. What he saw, the very same buildings he had just escaped from. This place was. William drew his weapon and aimed it at the man. What is this? The man just smiled. You'll understand once you get out of the car. William was startled. That face. I remember it now. It's 104. The other man trembled. I'm sorry, sir. It's too late. William didn't understand what he meant. A hand pressed against the car window and he jabbed a green substance into the back of the inspector's neck. He dragged him out of the car. 104 reporting, I've brought him as you commanded. Silver bared his sharp teeth. William. He whispered to him, I never let my prey escape. William trembled as he looked at Silver's widening jaws. His scream echoed. Elsewhere, a woman was on the phone. Hello, this is Kevin. How have you been? I wanted to ask a few things about interviewing the inspector who participated in the operation in the residential district. Is he off today? I see. Well, could you give me his address? Residential Zone B, Administrative District Number 21, thanks. She smiled faintly. Perfect. I'm going to squeeze every last bit of information out of him. Kevin stepped off the train, surprised by the neighborhood before her. Kevin thought to herself, a stylish residential area with marble-paved streets. These people live much more luxuriously than in other districts. According to the address, it should be around here. There it is. She suddenly stopped when she saw the house in front of her. Kevin noticed the windows were sealed, shut, the curtains were drawn tight. And this strange smell. She rang the doorbell. If his psyche is unstable, this will be much easier. People like that tend to answer questions without much resistance. Kevin greeted the man who opened the door. Hello, is this Williams' residence? I'm Kevin, chief reporter for Delamis. May I ask you about the incident in the residential district? The man stared at her, silent and irritable. Kevin paid him no mind, stepping into the house and continuing. Many people died in that operation, but... The inspector replied, I can't answer that. Kevin brazenly pushed on. I'm very curious about the cause and who exactly the target was. If you can't answer with so little data to go on, I'll have to write my article based on the limited information available. Can you cooperate for the public's right to know? After a moment of silence, William said, Come in. Thank you for your cooperation, Kevin said briskly. She frowned when she saw the room was full of trash. The inside looked completely different from the outside. Kevin saw a pill bottle on the floor. That's the strongest over-the-counter painkiller available. If it were PTSD, he'd be on antidepressants. And with that irritable attitude, did I really get lucky today? The man snapped. I'm busy, make it quick. Yes, Kevin said cheerfully. Then I'll begin the interview. First, can you give me a brief overview of the operation? I see. Next, there are reports that Mr. Thunder has passed away. But do you know anything about the people he was dealing with? The inspector didn't answer. Kevin started to get annoyed. I'll ask again. Mr. Thunder. The inspector cut her off. I can't answer. He continued, I'm only saying this for your sake. Kevin snapped. What do you mean by that? If you're trying to threaten me, Delamis and the Jiao clan won't stand for it. The inspector cut in. Do you really think those useless fools can protect you? Kevin stared at the inspector. Are you? William cut her off. Be careful. But since you've already stepped in here, my warning probably doesn't mean much anymore. The interview is over. Kevin left irritated. Thank you for your cooperation. William. Suddenly, she was startled by William's voice, which was full of warning. Your name is Kevin, right? Don't walk alone at night. She quickly turned away, and the door immediately slammed shut. What did you say? Kevin banged on the door, yelling. Hey, what do you mean by that? Suddenly, Kevin's phone rang. She answered it. It was the branch manager. Ah, yes, it's done. Honestly. Who does he think he's talking to? It was a resounding success, of course. All right, I'll be right over. The moment Kevin turned to leave, William pulled up the blinds to watch her. He picked up his phone and a voice came from the receiver. "What is it?" the inspector replied. "Someone's targeting him." A tree branch swelled with something green. It spewed out a cloud of green smoke. Silver watched the smoke drift before his eyes. He thought to himself, it's been almost half a month since the bloody battle with the armed police force. My new nest is almost complete. When it's finished, the nest will have a diameter of exactly 500 meters. Compared to this massive city that stretches for tens of kilometers, it's pathetically small. But with the right connections, I can still cover up to 1/4 of the urban area, the industrial zone, the administrative zone, the central district, the port area, the residential area, and the nightlife district. Silver felt a sense of pride. The entire residential area was now under his surveillance along with 30% of the industrial and entertainment zones. Of course, Silver thought, I can't sense every single tiny movement, but it's at least enough to detect anyone targeting me. Building this nest has drained quite a bit of my energy. I'm starving. And speaking of being hungry, today's the day I'm scheduled to hunt some contraband. I wonder what they'll taste like this time. He thought of William, the leader of the Port District's detective squad. I intentionally let that guy live. He's one of the few humans who ever gave me a real hard time. In the long run, he's far more useful than Unit 104, which had already lost its psychological stability. That's why Silver didn't kill William that day. Instead, he devoured Unit 104 right in front of him. As expected, the sight caused him to have a complete mental breakdown. He didn't resist at all when I implanted the parasite in his body. From then on, all information about illegal live cargo was sent directly to him. Every 3 days, Silver would feast on them. The only drawback was that he couldn't get past the security cameras, so every time he moved, he needed William's help. It's probably time to wake these servants. Suddenly, the phone lit up. What's wrong? Silver looked at the contact info. William, huh? He suddenly remembered. Oh, right. I just got a signal from the parasite implanted in him. It's trying to report something. It'll kill him instantly at the slightest sign of betrayal, so I ignored it for now. Looks like something unexpected has happened. He answered the call. What is it? The voice on the other end reported. Someone is following you, Master. Silver feigned surprise. Me? Yes. A veteran reporter named Kevin from the Mars Daily, a media outlet run by the Jiao clan in the Pioneer capital. Silver thought to himself, the Jiao clan. I can't believe I'm hearing that insane name again. In the game's original storyline, the Jiao clan was one of the Pioneer capital's powers that controlled the media industry. They weren't strong in combat, nor could they infiltrate forbidden zones or dangerous planets. But they were a bunch of lunatics who specialized in launching spy satellites into neighboring regions and spreading random news. Because of that, they were despised by players on the opposing Megacorp faction. I even prioritized finding a radio wave jamming trait just to deal with them. Well, if the target this time is just a reporter, I need to take care of her quickly. Letting this go on will definitely become a disaster. What's the specific situation? The person on the other end said, I've just sent a picture. It's from our security cameras. Silver watched the video footage of Kevin conducting an interview. Senior reporter Kevin. Today, I'll take care of you. He asked, how does she get around? The inspector replied, mostly on foot. She's probably using the subway. Silver chuckled softly. Once a reporter gets their eyes on you, you have to act as soon as possible. The nest is complete, so let's put it to the test. Connecting, he examined the map that appeared before his eyes. If it's a news company, its headquarters must be in the industrial zone. I'll start by searching for the subway lines that lead there. One of my secret tunnels is right next to a subway line. The wall isn't too thick. It should be easy to break through. He glanced over at 26 and IA-2, who were sleeping soundly together, and wondered. They get along strangely well anyway. Is it because they're both wild species? Silver turned and walked out of the cave. Speaking of which, I just remembered. In the game, I was always the one who specialized in destroying alliances, never joining them. That battle on the jungle planet was the absolute peak. It took an alliance of 4 great clans just to take down the planet I held. Countless powerful figures laid siege to my planet, but in the end, they all fell into a tactical trap turned on each other and were completely wiped out. To think that I, someone who was abandoned by my own clan, would one day have real companions by my side. Silver's eyes flashed with excitement. Well, it's time to begin. He slammed his fist into the wall and it shattered. He stuck his head through the hole he just created. He looked at the hallway ahead. All right, the path is clear. Now, let's go hunting. At the subway station, Kevin looked at her phone and sighed, it's so late. She smiled. But the branch manager was very pleased today. He even said he'd consider including me in the next board of directors meeting, so it's not all bad, Kevin thought dreamily. If I get promoted, I might get transferred to the Central Administrative District, or even get assigned to a better planet. The lights at the station suddenly turned red. An urgent announcement for all subway passengers. Due to preparations for the board of directors meeting, we are conducting an inspection of the station's lighting system. Emergency power has been activated for all passengers currently on the platform. Kevin was stunned. Ha! An inspection right at this moment. She grumbled irritably. When is the train going to get here? Suddenly, she noticed a man. Kevin was startled. Wait, that person. When did he get on the platform? A white mist swirls around Kevin. She covers her mouth. Is that a gas leak? What is this smell? She remembers the chief inspector's words. You're Kevin, right? Don't walk the streets alone at night anymore. Kevin starts to feel anxious. Suddenly, she notices something strange. The man from before is making bizarre noises as he approaches her. Terrified, Kevin backs away. Don't come any closer. The train has arrived at the station. The man trembles, pointing at the train. Kevin quickly boards, ignoring his attempts to stop her. He pounds repeatedly on the door from the outside, gesturing for Kevin to get off. Who is this guy? Kevin wonders. The train begins to move. Kevin stumbles into the car. She sits down, wondering why everyone around her looks so strange. A peculiar smell hangs in the air. The smell makes her uneasy. Kevin turns to look toward the end of the car. A burly man is standing right there. A cop, she wonders. The man looks at Kevin and says, have a safe trip. Where is she going? Kevin felt strange. Why were there so many freaks on this subway car? There was still a lingering feeling that someone was watching her, but Kevin didn't mind and slowly closed her eyes. Oh well, I'll just rest a bit. A voice rang out. You have completed the mission very well. Kevin was dozing off when that smell from before hit her nose again. Annoyed, Kevin thought I have to find a way out of here. I can't stay in this place for even a second longer. Suddenly, Kevin's eyes flew open, standing right in front of her. She was so startled, she dropped her phone. What's happening? Kevin jumped up and ran frantically toward the front, screaming for help. But Silver managed to paralyze her in time. Kevin fell to the ground. Silver let out a sigh of relief. He clearly calculated everything to avoid this kind of trouble. That was a close call just now. His original plan was to paralyze her while she was waiting for the train. But when he approached, a man nearby spotted Silver. Silver looked down at Kevin's body. I was hesitant, wondering if I should postpone dealing with this reporter. Luckily, the train arrived right then, so I followed this woman and got on the next car. But didn't she hear that man shouting for her to run? It's unbelievable that a reporter would die just because she wouldn't listen to what someone else was saying. Silver grabbed Kevin's head. What a twist of fate. Then he lifted her up. I wonder what's going through that reporter's mind right now. Is it, I don't want to die? When faced with a monster, can she feel that pure primal fear? Oh well, it doesn't matter anymore. He dealt with Kevin, opening his mouth wide. The main thing is that this woman has become a source of nutrition to strengthen me. He judged her to be not too bad. As a reporter, it seemed she had lived a pretty prosperous life. The last prey was all right, but its fur and foul smell made it hard to swallow. I had hoped to get the canine fang trait, but I wasn't successful. What a shame. Silver thought to himself, a reporter's job is to use their mouth to talk. Could I get something from her, a fang trait? The system screen suddenly appeared. He was silent for a moment, thinking it over. On the screen it read, partial semi-adulthood. One evolution condition has been met. Shape-shifting intelligent life form 2 out of 20 incomplete. Humanoid intelligent life form 13 out of 20 incomplete. Intelligent life form using psychic abilities 0 out of 20 incomplete. Predation effect activated. Biting force gene has been acquired. Plundering the biological trait biting force from a human, Silver felt a little disappointed. It was a little different from what I expected, but I did get something I needed. What he was looking for was the enhanced canine fang trait. However, the biting force gene has been acquired from human biological traits. Biting force plundered. Biting force applied. Anyway, biting force isn't too different. The species' mouth structure is a combination of a snake and a predator. This structure allows it to widen its mouth to swallow prey, similar to a snake optimized for hunting. The process of chewing and crushing the prey, however, is similar to that of a carnivore. By possessing biting force, the act of biting itself can become a weapon. It can be considered the same type of trait as a beast's claws. If he acquires this biting force, Silver will have a total of 12 physical type traits. Just one more and he could use the transcendent system. Silver touched the button on the screen. In my current state, this is more than enough. Silver's teeth became sharper. He grew 2 very long fangs. He examined them in the window's reflection, thinking to himself in the game. She looked really cute, but in real life, her appearance is pretty scary, so it's best not to provoke her. The subway system announced, we are now approaching the final station. Please use the doors on the right side when exiting. Silver thought, I really want to try this out right away, but I have to get off the train first. Since this is the last train, the station will definitely be deserted. That man I captured from the platform earlier. Based on the situation, a report about the platform incident has probably already been sent. Security forces are definitely waiting for me at the subway station. In that case, there's only one option. Silver forced the doors open before the train stopped. He leaped out of the train. Silver clung to a nearby wall. As the train passed, he landed on the ground. Silver activated his ability. He saw 2 men enter the train to inspect it when it stopped. Just as I suspected. The 2 men said to each other, what is this smell? This window is open. Then they panicked. Wait, isn't that blood? No way. Elsewhere, Subject 26 was checking on the branches, pleased to see it was doing its job well. She ran out to greet Silver. You're back from eating. IA2 also ran out. The grown-up has changed, Subject 26 said to Silver. Little one, do you see any obvious changes? IA2's eyes lit up as it looked at Silver. It said the tentacles on his mouth looked really cool. At a glance, his appearance was truly worthy of a great predator. Silver looked at it. The Galagan clan is interested in the shape of tentacles. As long as it has a good impression of me, there's nothing to worry about. Subject 26 sulked. That red one eats a lot and is getting bigger. I want to get big soon too. Silver patted her head. In the long run, raising Subject 26 is an extremely important task. My ability to fight alone has its limits. If I can collect more traits from now on, that would be a different story. But as it is now, I can hardly find time to rest. If these two weren't here, my last battle would have definitely been much harder. If I'd had bad luck, I might have failed fighting alone. Right now, Subject 26's condition and development process are still unclear. But sea anemones are creatures from the depths of ocean planets. If I feed it similar deep-sea creatures, maybe it will grow faster. He picked up the phone. The secret was that on that list, there was a creature that fit the requirements perfectly. I'll try calling William again. Silver encouraged Subject 26. If you eat lots of food, you'll grow up really fast. Subject 26 was surprised. Really? Silver replied. That's right. Let's find out together. Subject 26 was happy. Okay, IA2's voice cut in. I'm hungry, Silver told it. Me too. At the E-Complex Special Trading Center, a news channel was playing. We have an urgent news bulletin. At 10 p.m. on the subway line in the Da residential area, bloodstains from an unidentified woman were discovered. According to the testimony of the man who reported the incident, a Mr. Name, a lone armed police officer, ran up from the tracks, chased the woman, and boarded the subway train. The Regional Security Division has declared this information to be baseless, completely denying that any armed police were dispatched in the first place. Furthermore, with the council meeting approaching, they have requested that the public refrain from making statements that could cause unnecessary panic. Mac notices. His phone light up. M picks it up and reads the message on the screen. He lets out a satisfied smile. Mac sits down in his chair. The call had finally come.